This is Audible.
Whole Story Audio presents an unabridged recording of The Nemesis Manifesto by Eric van Lustbader, narrated by Lauren Fortgang.
Prologue. Moscow, Russian Federation, October. I disagree.
Of course you do.
General Boyko looked at Gorgonov skeptically, then turned his attention to the red deer, nostrils dilated, flanks quivering, poised to run out of the clearing into the thick pine forest. Boyko's forefinger squeezed the Saigas trigger. The resulting explosion caught the buck square in the side, lifting it off its hooves, throwing it 2 feet. Its eyes rolled up, its hind legs kicking still as if it were taking its leap to safety. Blood spattered the virgin snow.
You always disagree with me,
the general said as they both rose from their blind. Gorgonov eyed the general's weapon. It was like Boyko to take a tactical shotgun on a deer hunt.
Not always, surely.
The two old-school chums, each with a complicated past, stepped out from the cover of the pines into the killing ground.
About this agent, there can be no dissent,
Boyko stated, ignoring his friend's reply.
Ah, well,
Gorgonov shrugged. Boyko halted in his tracks, turned to his friend.
Anton Rasidovich, this woman has been a lethal threat to the Federation for many years. She has stymied us at every turn. And how many of our agents she has dispatched is legion. Granted, it took me quite a while to believe a female field agent could be so effective. At first, I thought her existence was American desinformatia. But that was absurd. Who would believe such a thing? Even the Americans aren't that foolish. Then I thought she must be a front for some male Black Ops assassin. But when I saw with my own eyes the results of her carnage outside St. Petersburg, I became a believer. So, how could her immediate termination be a cause of contention between us?
You are GRU and I am SVR for one thing, Gorgonov said. We have different modus operandi. He picked his way toward the red deer, lying on its side, unmoving. Its eyes were glazed over. Gorgonov stared into those eyes as if trying to fathom the mystery of death.
For another, I have a better idea.
The general barked a laugh.
This is always your claim.
He was a short, stocky man, bow-legged and barrel-chested. Cunning, as well as strong, he had been a first-class bully in high school and college. His square face was cratered by adolescent acne scars. Possibly because of this, he sported a thick, Stalin-esque mustache. His silver hair was brush-cut in the time-honored military fashion. His ears were simian small, set oddly low on his skull. His eyes were black, hooded, giving away nothing.
Because I am always right.
By contrast, Gorgonov had been a fencer in school, épée and saber, and a damn fine one. He was more than a head taller than Boyko and a good deal slimmer. Being a good fencer was like being a good dancer. You needed agility, dexterity, speed, and balance. Every day, Gorgonov rose promptly at 5 a.m. for an hour of Tai Chi, followed by an hour of Qigong.
And in this case, my dear Yuri Fyodorovich, especially so. Being a military man taught you to think in straight lines. Why else would you continue to use the same names, APT-28 and Fancy Bear, as your cyber-hacking entities? Everyone knows the GRU is behind them.
No. Gorgonov shook out a Turkish cigarette, lit it, and took a drag deep into his lungs. The smoke shot out through his nostrils, momentarily obscuring the felled buck.
I have been thinking long and hard on the subject, Yuri. This individual requires a different approach. What else is there to do but terminate her? Boyko asked testily. My old and dear friend, try to view the situation from a different perspective.
The general's hand swept out, slicing the air in front of him in two.
She's been a danger to us for long enough. But what if she wasn't a danger? What if she became an invaluable resource?
Boyko's eyes narrowed.
Is that tobacco you're smoking, or an American psychedelic?
It was Gorgonov's turn to laugh.
Both feet planted firmly on the ground, I assure you. Then what the hell are you talking about? You recall Lyudmila Alexeyevna Shokova? Boyko growled. That traitor, too.
Come now, Yuri. Whatever Shokova was or wasn't is beside the point.
I disagree completely. She was only one of two female apparatchik in the Politburo. Her amassing of power was extraordinary, unprecedented, really. At every level, she overstepped her authority. And then her friendship with the American field agent Evan Ryder was discovered.
Gorgonov, Stoger 3000 shotgun held close in his armpit, gave Boyko a penetrating look.
Well, now Shokova is gone, fallen off the face of the earth, so as far as my networks can tell, perhaps she's even dead, but no matter. What is of continuing interest to me is Shokova's close friendship with Evan Ryder.
The general's hand swept out again, took the cigarette from Gorgonov. Lifting it to his mouth, he sniffed the ashy end.
Why? He said. As you just pointed out, the sorry Shokova episode is over and done with.
Gorgonov's laughter echoed through the woods.
You see, only tobacco.
He flicked away the general's notion that he was high.
But here's the thing. We can only assume that Shokova and Evan Ryder shared many things, many secrets. Of what use is that to us now? This knowledge makes Evan Ryder even more of a threat. Who knows how much Shokova told her about the Kremlin's current and future plans? All right, then. We terminate Ryder as quickly as possible. Spoken like a true officer, Gorgonov grunted. Others have tried, all without success. Where they failed,
Boyko stated,
we shall succeed.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Gorgonov held up a slender forefinger.
But what if we created our own Shokova? Or in this case, Shokov.
Boyko blinked as if Gorgonov had shone a flashlight in his face.
What are you on about?
Gorgonov blew on his hands.
Let's go back to the dacha. I'll have my people skin and butcher the deer.
He grinned.
We'll have fresh steaks for dinner, bloody, just the way you like them, and wine right from my barrel storehouse.
Overhead, birds were returning to the treetops, following the terror of the shotgun blast. Snow fell on the pines, the branches bowed beneath its weight. A murky indigo twilight had run down and murdered the ice-blue afternoon. Gorgonov and Boyko sat at a table. Platters of venison steaks as bloody as the host had promised. Pelmeni, the ground meat dumplings slick with melted butter and redolent of bay leaf. A loaf of black pumpernickel. The ubiquitous boiled cabbage in a watery tomato sauce. A world away from the kind so familiar to Southern Italians. The men helped themselves, raking over enormous portions, as they had when they were in college. In middle age, their appetites had yet to diminish. For the most part, they ate silently, accompanied only by the occasional clatter of silverware against porcelain, the gurgle of Côte de Beaune poured into water glasses from the two bottles in the center of the table. Every once in a while there would be a burst like machine gun fire of conversation about their respective wives and mistresses of the moment, or their off-the-books businesses, all richly lucrative. It wasn't until they were finished with the main courses, more bottles of wine brought, along with plates of sweetmeats, including Snickers bars, a fanatical favorite of Gorgonoff's, that the conversation returned to the subject matter begun in the forest.
All right.
The general sat back, hands clasped over his belly.
I have an hour or so before I have to get back to my duties. Let's hear your fairy tale.
There was a smug look on his face Gorgonoff didn't care for. He rose and very deliberately poured himself 2 fingers of Slivovitz. He drank half of it with his back turned to Boyko. Then he reached over, slid an 8-track tape into a Pioneer HR-99 relic of a player, closed his eyes, listening to the first few bars of Fleetwood Mac's Go Your Own Way, swaying a bit to the tempo.
Do you like this song as much as I do?
Boyko made no reply. At length, Gorgonoff returned to the table, sat opposite his guest.
The American rock group Fleetwood Mac was a particular favorite of Shokova's. Interesting,
Boyko said, in a tone indicating nothing could be further from the truth.
I've been doing a bit of research.
He lifted a cardboard box stamped only with the SVR insignia and labeled the Russian equivalent of Eyes Only. He patted the top of the box.
In here is everything I collected from Shokova's dacha. Well, except the 8-track player and the music tapes. Junk,
the general said dismissively. Gorgonoff didn't bother to answer Boyko directly.
Some of what I found surprised me. Not this tape. Shokova loved American rock music, but as it turned out, going through her papers and diaries, it seems she was a woman of great morality. There is no such thing as morality in today's world, let alone here inside the Federation. Be that as it may, Gorgonoff continued, it was Shokova's way of life. She was born in the wrong century and in the wrong country. She betrayed the motherland.
A wry smile wreathed Gorgonoff's face.
True enough.
He produced an SVR dossier, opened it up, turned it around so Boyko could see the photo that lay atop the first page. The general's brow furrowed as he brought the file toward him.
Who's this? One of the most important things I learned from my research is that Lyudmila Alexeyevna had a brother, Arkady Ilyich Shokov. Arkady and his wife were killed when their children were very young.
Boyko glanced up.
Sure, she had a whole family, just like you and me. And all of them are in her SVR file.
One would think so, Gorgonoff responded.
But no, neither of Arkady's children were in Shokova's SVR file, nor were they in any file related to her.
Boyko's caterpillar brows knit together.
How is that possible? You're failing, surely.
Listen, your lot didn't even have a dossier on her. Gorgonoff didn't continue in this vein, though he surely could have. He had no desire to get into another pissing match with the GRU.
No, General, Lyudmila Alexeyevna made sure their records were expunged. Of that, I'm certain. Shokova was hiding them.
It would seem so. The furrow in Boyko's brow deepened.
But why? God alone knows. Of the daughter, we have no information at all.
Gorgonoff shrugged.
And Lyudmila Alexeyevna's nephew, Vasily Shokov, is gone. Perished resisting arrest. Then, well, there you're looking at Vasily Shokov, my Vasily Shokov.
It took a moment before the light bulb went off over Boyko's head. Gorgonov could almost see it shining.
Okay. So this guy is one of yours.
Gorgonov nodded.
Peter Lemus is a very special guy.
Gorgonov took possession of the dossier.
He's a businessman in the West. He and his partner run a cybersecurity company. Isn't that rich? A businessman?
Boyko goggled.
You're going to send a businessman in to cozy up with Evan Ryder?
Who better?
A professional espion for one.
Ryder would smell one of us at 100 paces,
as she has many times before. As you yourself said, we've continually underestimated her simply because she's a woman. We couldn't credit the damage she's caused us. We found it impossible to believe a female could be so clever, so vicious. A reaper of death to our field agents.
He sighed.
No, someone not in the services is precisely who we need. Best of all, Lemus is already embedded. He's got a legend that will never fall apart under scrutiny. The plan is insane, as I suspected.
With a raised hand, Boyko forestalled his friend's coming refutation.
But all right, let's say you go ahead with this scheme, and let's say further that he gets close to Ryder. Then what? Then he stays close to her, just like Lyudmila Alexeyevna did. He feeds Ryder actionable intel, just like Lyudmila Alexeyevna did, only this time they'll be our intel. Desinformatia.
Gorgonov nodded.
Precisely.
Boyko thought about this for some time. Go Your Own Way ended, and Songbird began. Gorgonov peered at the general. It seemed that Boyko wasn't going to bring up Brady Thompson, the 800-pound bear in the room, and Gorgonov certainly wasn't. Pushing back his chair, Boyko excused himself and went to use the facilities. Locking himself in, he took out his mobile and texted his adjutant, typing in a name, following that up with, "Add to kill list, immediately." He took a long, satisfying piss, rinsed his hands, and returned to the table where Gorgonov awaited him.
So,
he said after settling back down. Gorgonov cocked his head.
So, what? So, do we want Evan Ryder dead or do we not?
Don't interfere with this, he said sharply. The general spread his hands, showing that they were both open to inspection.
Now I must be off. He rose. Thank you for your hospitality, Anton Rasidovich.
Always a pleasure, General.
Gorgonov rose also. My people have the venison on ice and packed up. It's waiting for you in your car. And the antlers, Boyko said. Don't forget the antlers. I don't forget anything, Gorgonov replied.
Unlike the Internet Research Agency in St. Petersburg, tasked by the Sovereign with spewing out both pro-Kremlin propaganda and desinformatia, which moved around the city since being outed by a New York Times Magazine article in 2015, the home of APT-28 and Fancy Bear was a secret so well guarded that, outside a special operations group inside the GRU, only the Sovereign knew its precise whereabouts. Even Gorgonov didn't know its location. Although, to Boyko's continual annoyance, he didn't seem to care. Boyko's unit was housed in a former synagogue the GRU had liberated a handful of years ago. Of the original occupants, nothing remained but a faded ghost of a trial for treason that seemed to have come and gone in the blink of an eye. Of the defendants, if that was the correct term for them, nothing further was ever heard. It was as if they had never existed. Efforts by their families proved fruitless, even, in the end, a bit dangerous. The building was located on the western edge of Moscow, just inside the ring road, in a neighborhood of gasworks and oil refineries. Day or night, the air was murky. Often a black snow filtered down from the factory's mammoth smokestacks, which rose like bestial fangs into the blurred sky. Ash lay on the ground, covering the patches of snow piled here and there amid the shit-brown slush in the clogged gutters. The less said about the stench, the better. Inside, though, was a different matter entirely. Boyko had seen to that. Despite being a military man through and through, Boyko enjoyed his creature comforts. He'd had his fill of being in the field as a young recruit. Under his animated direction, the military renovators had cheerfully repurposed the house of the Jewish god into a secure sanctuary from which the general's hand-picked team slipped and slithered out desinformatia aimed squarely at America, of a far more sophisticated nature than anything the boys in St. Petersburg came up with. His private office, though small, enjoyed the additional benefit of being within the place where the Jews had stored the Holy Scrolls. It still smelled of them, a pleasing combination of cloth, age, paper, and religious dust, which in Boyko's experience had an odor all its own, like libraries, dentists' offices, or his mother's apartment. As he entered the building, he shook the damp gray ash off him like a dog coming out of the rain, slid off his ankle-length greatcoat, but could not rid himself of the nagging sense of unease that had accompanied him on the drive back from Gorgonov's dacha. In the large working space, the lights were dim and indirect. The incessant hum of the anti-surveillance perimeter was like the distant buzz of honeybees, which was appropriate because the space was a hive of electronic activity, 24 workstations, 24 souped-up laptops, 24 young men hunched over the flickering blue light of their screens, sourcing code, working netbots, trolling various sites on the internet, photoshopping photos, GIFs, and short vids. They created news stories from gossamer threads, as ephemeral as dreams, believable for the hours needed to get everyone riled up, start fires, or fan the flames of terrorist acts, and then vanishing like soap bubbles. But these were not the only missions of Boyko's legion of online provocateurs. Take, for instance, Nemesis, his #1 client. Its items took precedence over all others. Rather than be ephemeral, its items were meant to reverberate over and over, fomenting the widening split in the American psyche. Nemesis's mission was Boyko's meat and potatoes, the desinformatia the sovereign counted on and in which Boyko specialized. Sammy took the general's coat and accompanied him into his office, where a carafe of coffee and a bottle of iced vodka awaited him at his desk. Sammy was, of course, not his real name, which was Semyon. All of the men who worked here had been given English names, the rough equivalent to their Russian names. Thus, Timur was Timmy, Oleg was Ollie, Pyotr Peter, and so on. This Americanization was dreamed up by Boyko as a way to keep the men's minds focused on their target audience. He had a fistful of American newspapers flown in daily. Even though they could be accessed online, he wanted his people to get the feel of the physical papers, complete with adverts and editorials and photos, some of them odd and salacious. America, Boyko thought contemptuously, proud to be taking part in its demise. "Sit down, Sammy," he said to his aide-de-camp. "I've got a problem that needs solving." Just then his personal mobile vibrated. Checking it, he saw he had been sent a clock face with no hands. Excusing himself, he went back outside the building. Every square inch of the inside was electronically monitored and secured. Switching to a burner phone, he punched in the only number in the directory. The line engaged. He heard a number of clicks, then a hollowness on the line that indicated it had been secured from any and all outside interference. He heard the voice, listened to the voice, said, "Consider it done," and pressed end. Then he removed the SIM card, crushed it against a rock with the heel of his boot. Back inside, he returned to his desk where Sammy waited patiently as a loyal dog for his master. Sammy, a sandy-haired man in his mid-20s, with unremarkable features and a remarkable mind, held the rank of captain in the GRU, though no ranks were ever used inside the building. Tall and somewhat gangly, Sammy folded himself into a chair across from Boyko. Unlike his boss, he was uncomfortably aware that he sat in the space where the Jews had kept their holy scrolls. The thought always made his scalp itch. He fervently wished the general had chosen another place to headquarter. On the other hand, he loved the basement, which had been gutted and repurposed to house an American-style restaurant, turning out hot dogs, hamburgers, French fries, and the like during the day, and at night ribeye and porterhouse steaks, baked potatoes, creamed spinach, and Caesar salads. Adjacent was the cinema, which screened the latest Hollywood films 3 nights a week. Attendance was mandatory. Outwardly, no one complained, but privately, Sammy felt only contempt for Hollywood's blatant pandering to the Chinese market. "The problem?" Sammy asked. "Solved," Boyko said, seating himself. "Earlier today, I had the germ of an idea. I've been turning it over and over in my head, and now you and your team are going to implement it." He poured himself some coffee, laced it with vodka, took a long gulp. "As of today, I'm retiring both APT-28 and Fancy Bear." It never occurred to him that the idea was Gorgonov's. In his mind, it was entirely his. Sammy blinked. "Sir?" Boyko beamed. "Don't look so stricken, Sammy. I'm not disbanding the unit. Far from it." He hunched forward, elbows on the desktop. "But it occurred to me that both handles have worn out their welcome." "I thought we were happy to have the West know about us. I thought it gave us, how shall I say, a kind of arrogant edge." "We were, and it did. Up until today." Boyko finished off his spiked coffee. "As of now, we are starting a new phase of our cyber warfare against the United States. We began our initiative to obscure the truth, to present a confusing array of alternate truths that would appeal to fringe groups. People believe what suits their prejudices best. We have achieved that goal. But that was only phase 1. I want everything purged as if it had never existed. Give me an update on the new generation of bots." Sammy made an internal call, spoke softly for a moment, then listened. "They're almost through testing them, sir," he told Boyko. These bots had AI brains. They could evade spam filters, CAPTCHAs, anti-malware programs, and the like. "Excellent," Boyko replied. "How soon until they can be deployed?" Again, Sammy communicated with the IT team. 5 hours, sir. Maybe 6. Tell them they have 3, not a moment more. Otherwise, they're all purged from the unit." The general checked his watch as Sammy relayed his order over the phone. "By 2 this afternoon, I want them deployed. An army of them," he resumed. "They're to be programmed to create several million new IP addresses from which we will rotate our outgoing desinformatia." Sammy nodded. "Yes, sir. And then what?" "And then we're going to use the new netbot, let's call it Soul Searcher, to target Benjamin Butler," General Boyko said. "Never heard of him, right? Neither has 99% of the GRU and the FSB. Nevertheless, he runs the blackest of black shops for the American DoD. Very smart. Very skilled. Being Jewish, he's also vulnerable. Keeping in mind the motto of the sheep we're targeting, stupidity is power. We'll tar Butler with fascist and socialist tags because our targets don't know the difference. We'll dox him as a man of loose morals, a security risk, a closet homosexual, and everything else in our malicious intent arsenal." Doxing was an internet-based term, a method of broadcasting toxic, private, and/or fake information about a person through social engineering.
And why are we targeting this Benjamin Butler? So he's a Jew, but is he a Zionist? Not as far as I know, but perhaps we'll make him one of those scum as well, Boyko said jovially. We'll create a false narrative, turn it into a conspiracy theory. Our targets love nothing better than a conspiracy theory. They cleave to those like remoras to a shark.
Boyko sat back, hands locked behind his head. He was going directly against Gorgonov's wishes, which was also the point.
However, Sammy, the real reason we're targeting him is that he's a good friend of Evan Ryder.
Gorgonov's plan was pitiable. Boyko wanted Evan Ryder dead. Period. Dead stop.
He's the bait we're going to use to catch Ryder and kill her.
Part 1. December. 2 Ravens. 1. Evan Ryder hated Washington. Like Hollywood, it was ruled by greed and fear. The frenzied stench of self-perpetuation was a smog that never lifted, even on the most sublime spring day, fouling the air inside the Beltway. Despite that, chances were it was as close to home as she was ever going to get. As someone who had lost the ability to find home or those with whom she had shared it, she supposed D.C.'s tissue-thin facade of respectability was a tonic she needed to drink from time to time, like medicine, to remind herself of mankind's essential hypocrisy and the evil that arose from it. It was this evil, this hypocrisy, and her fight against them, that gave meaning to her life. As she made her way through the morning throngs on their way to jobs at various self-important bureaus, she was reminded all over again that D.C. was like Narcissus, staring into a mirror, admiring his reflection instead of taking care of the difficult business of governing. Nevertheless, here she was in Foggy Bottom, bucking a tide of drones, suits with 1,000-yard stares, talking on their mobile phones. She moved through them like a wisp, like a ghost. Her thick black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she was clad in black pants, a cashmere sweater that matched her eyes, which were the brindled color of a gray wolf, a waist-length black leather jacket, and steel-tipped ankle boots she had had made for her in Portugal. She had a wide mouth and an athlete's body, compact, wide at the shoulders, narrow at the hips. At restaurants, sometimes, and if the diners were drunk, she would get mistaken for Emily Blunt or, if drunker still, Katy Perry. But only sometimes. Mainly, no one paid her the slightest attention. Benjamin Butler was the reason she was here. Butler was perhaps the only person in D.C. who could command her immediate attention. His briefs kept her in the field, doing what she wanted to do, what she needed to do. Evan and Butler had worked together as field agents some years ago, and they had a complex, intimate history from those days. Now Butler was a director, and Evan's boss. A dyed-in-the-wool field agent. She was fine with that. Butler was one of the only 2 people alive whom Evan trusted. The handful of others were all dead. Butler and Evan worked for the DoD in a black ops shop whose yearly budget was appropriated from one of several Pentagon slush funds without oversight from Congress. Who Butler reported to, Evan couldn't say. She only knew that whoever it was very high up in the DoD food chain. For that reason alone, Butler would have been feared throughout the clandestine community. Add to this his fierce personality, indomitable spirit, and uncanny ability to ferret out the bad apples, no matter how deeply embedded, and he should have been feared by everyone in the CI community. The reason he wasn't was simple. Unlike any other of his colleagues, Butler trained and deployed a good number of female field agents, whereas other clandestine agencies deployed none. He was alone in understanding, as his Russian counterparts did, that females could extract intel more often than male agents, and more of it to boot. Females were considered circumspect, and could play off men's weaknesses for sex, love, and affection, which most often, considering their profession, they failed to get from their wives, if they had wives, or ex-wives. Butler, having moved from his original inadequate quarters near the NSA, was now installed on the 8th floor of a massive white brick residential building, whose facade was slightly curved to accommodate a semicircular drive with a porte-cochere, which allowed its tenants to delude themselves into believing they were living in a southern mansion. True to the neighborhood's name, tendrils of fog accompanied Evan into the chandeliered lobby. Massive leather chairs and settees were ranged along the walls, below painted scenes of old-school fox hunts. Evan would have found it amusing, except for the fact that everyone in the lobby was as grim-faced as gargoyles. Stepping into the majordomo's high bank, she showed credentials identifying her as Louise Stedman, consultant. What she consulted on wasn't enumerated and wasn't queried. She asked for Paul Roswell, and after a brief exchange on the house phone, was handed a magnetic card and directed to a bank of elevators across the marble lobby. Waving the card over the reader caused the floor buttons to light up. She pressed 8 and was whisked silently up. Paul Roswell had had the entire 8th floor remade into a vast complex of rooms. The remodeling was so new she could smell the paint and corner sawdust that, here and there, had yet to be vacuumed up. The low, staticky hum of electronics filled the air. Apart from Brenda Myers, her honey-colored hair shorter and straighter than when Evan had last seen her, there were very few people in evidence. Brenda stuck her hand out for Evan to shake briefly. It was cool, dry, and hard. "You're looking good, Evan," Brenda said as they crossed from room to room. There were no doors that Evan could see. "Thank you. You too. Working for Ben keeps one in shape, doesn't it?" She smiled. She liked Brenda. Felt badly that they'd never had a chance to go to dinner and let their hair down. But then again, in the shadow world they both inhabited, confiding in anyone was not a good idea. As always, Brenda was dressed in a pantsuit that was as stylish as it was practical. It was as if she used her style sense as an antidote to her bland, old-fashioned name. And this dichotomy brought up an echo in Evan's mind. A slippery sense that there was much more to Brenda than she showed on the surface. People went into intelligence fieldwork for any number of reasons. They were misfits, deeply unhappy, sociopaths, but most often it was because they were running from something, possibly themselves. This last, she intuited, might be true for Brenda. "Are you going mad yet?" Evan asked. "Not yet. Not quite." "Won't be long now, I imagine," Evan said. "Unless he gets you back out in the field." "Any day now." Brenda left her without another word at the threshold to Butler's office. Evan stepped into a large room that might once have been one of the 8th floor apartment's master bedroom suites. It was saturated with light, but of a curious blue-green hue as if she and Butler were submerged in a fish tank. She glanced at the window glass. Bulletproof, spidery with anti-eavesdropping networks. Even though this location was well hidden, Evan saw that he was taking no chances. She approved. But then she pretty much approved of everything Butler did. He rose the instant she entered, coming around from behind his desk to meet her halfway across the room. He wore a dark blue suit, a cream-colored shirt, a regimental striped tie. He was tall and stately. The year and a half since they had seen one another seemed not to have touched him at all. He still had the smooth, pale skin and coffee-colored eyes of his Jewish mother, who, in her day, had been a ravishing beauty. Of his wasp lawyer father there seemed little, save for the wavy hair and the pronounced widow's peak. When Butler smiled, the sun broke out. "How was your flight, Evan?" "I'm alive, as you can see." Butler laughed softly. They shook hands. "And how is Zoe?" she asked.
7 going on 13?
She nodded. Then everything is in order. Butler laughed again, gesturing for her to take a seat on one of the chairs in front of his desk. He folded himself into the opposite one, crossed one leg over the other. Evan took another look around. Like the new digs? Do we have an actual name yet?
Just the alphanumeric one, M171473HG, he said.
So, still MI7. A joke of sorts. A play on the British MI6.
Sure, but right at the moment it doesn't seem so funny.
Evan paused for a moment.
Thank you for agreeing to come back to DC, he said.
You know my current brief is at a critical junction.
This takes precedence,
Butler said firmly.
5 months I've been working on this brief. Butler waved a hand. I know, Turkey is complicated, and you've done incredible work. I'm grateful, as always. And I know there are a lot of bad memories for you here. But believe me, Evan, it was necessary that I bring you back.
There was no use in digging in her heels. All that spade work down the drain. Well, it's not the first time, she thought, and it won't be the last. It was the nature of the game.
The credentials you sent me made it easy, she said, giving in, but only somewhat.
He cocked his head, his thick black hair brilliant in the light.
You know what I mean.
Indeed she did. Your summons was urgent, she said now.
What's up?
Reaching over to his desk, Butler slid a sheet of paper off it, offered it to her. Evan made no move, eyed the paper as if it were a coiled cobra.
Butler held the sheet face up so she could see it. You see? No official stamps, no circulation sign-offs. This is strictly ours. 100%.
His forefinger ran down the list.
6 names. 4 agents who disappeared over the last 10 months. 1 who came back in very bad shape, and the 6th is completely unknown to us.
Where did you get these names?
The agent who returned had the original list on him. It's been scrutinized by forensics. They found nothing, not even a partial fingerprint.
Not even our agents?
That's right.
So he didn't compile it?
He never even saw it.
Butler nodded.
It's a message. A taunt. Just like the agent's return. That's my belief, anyway.
He produced photos, grainy headshots from what appeared to be surveillance operations, to go with the names.
3 are ours, 2 MI6.
What links them? Butler sighed.
As I'm sure you know, the special relationship enjoyed by us and our British cousins has been sorely tested of late. The hard truth is they no longer trust us. So getting anything out of them is like pulling teeth. But so far as I can make out, the MI6 agents were looking for the same thing ours were. A person, or organization, known only as Nemesis.
What has Nemesis done to deserve all this scrutiny?
It controls an enormous network of Twitter bots that spew out the most egregious racial and gender epithets aimed at Democrats, women, Hispanics, immigrants, Muslims, and Jews.
Surely you have IT people who can...
The Nemesis net is like the Hydra. Cut off a cluster of ISPs and 7 others take their place. I mean, we don't even know whether Nemesis is a single person, a cadre, or a worldwide cabal. But because of our recent failures, I determined that we've been going after Nemesis from the wrong direction. Hence the deployment of field agents.
Evan frowned, shook her head as she stood up. Okay, but you have plenty of other agents to handle this kind of routine.
Nemesis is anything but routine. Evan, if you're worried that I'm going to be asking you to stay in DC and do work others could do, well, believe me, I'm not.
He took a breath as if preparing himself for what was coming next.
Jules and Albert.
2 of our best.
Were. Their throats were ripped out as if by a wild dog or a wolf or a cannibalistic madman.
How do you know that?
Traces of tooth marks at the ragged edges of the wounds. We can't get any more specific than that. Forensics in this area is notoriously inaccurate.
He handed over a sheaf of photos taken by his forensics team. Evan went through them carefully, a frown deepening the line between her eyes. Ligature marks on their wrists and ankles.
Yes, Butler affirmed. They were bound.
Evan looked up at him. I don't see any sign of blood. None at all.
The coroner we sent out there told me that the mutilations were done elsewhere. Then the bodies were drained of blood.
Evan stared at him.
After they were mutilated? Yes.
So it's possible that their throats were torn out while they were still alive.
That's the coroner's guarded opinion. And here's the kicker. The coroner found blood in their feet, mouths, and in Jules's case, hair.
Which means they were strung up by their ankles like pigs. Evan studied the photos again. Some form of ritual, then.
Ritual is my prime suspicion.
Evan shook her head. She was fully on board now. Where? She said softly. Where were they found?
You'll love this. It's why I sent for you.
He took back the photos.
The Caucasus Mountains, the ancient dividing line between Europe and Asia. Georgia. To be exact, inside a national park with the longest name in the world. Rachalechkumi Kvemos Svaneti Planned National Park.
He gave Evan a hard stare.
The Russian Federation is virtually your backyard. He shuffled the photos. This is bad, Evan. As bad as it gets. These were highly skilled field agents, not a bunch of friends out for a picnic in the park. Racha, their end point, will be your starting point.
Did you send them out together?
A month apart.
But they were dumped in the same place.
That's right,
Butler said. And our third, the one who came back. Patrick Wilson, the Toad, as we used to call him. Butler gave a grimace.
Seems an unfortunate nickname now. Save for being thinner and suffering from dehydration and exposure, he came back unharmed. Physically, on the surface at least.
How is that?
Unknown. He won't see a psychologist or even a PTSD doctor. But something major is clearly wrong. Maybe you should visit him before you head off to Georgia. He knows you. I think it would be instructive.
And? She rose and stepped toward the doorway. With you, there's always an and. The ghost of a smile played across Butler's lips.
Take Brenda with you.
You know I work better alone.
You and Brenda have history. An excellent rapport. I'm not sending another lone agent out on this.
Butler rose as well, crossed to where she stood, still holding the paper.
The two names below our people are the MI6 agents.
Dropping her eyes, Evan looked at the list. Have they been found?
Not as of today. No word from them. Nothing.
And the sixth name? She stared past the page to Butler's expression. Charles Isaacs?
As I said, there's no info on him. None at all. He's a blank slate. A tabula rasa.
His gaze turned searching.
Charles Isaacs is a legend, a manufactured identity. Must be. He's a complete enigma.
He put the list aside.
One thing I have been able to determine absolutely is he's not one of ours. And I've checked with our cousins across the pond. As I said, we're not so friendly these days, but I have a few personal friends. And we still trust one another. He's not one of theirs either. And of course, they're intensely interested as to what happened to their two MIA agents.
Isaacs belongs to an agency that Nemesis is out to eliminate, Evan said. Which could mean Isaacs is an ally of ours.
Possibly, but he could also be Russian, Interpol, or anything else for that matter.
Butler was looking more and more troubled.
As yet, we don't know Nemesis's goal, which is why we need to be extremely vigilant.
You're sending us out on a fact-finding mission?
That's a Nemesis kill list, Evan. One that's destroyed the lives of 3 of our agents and maybe 2 of theirs.
He waved the sheet of paper.
This is not simply another group of netbot trolls. It's not just another terrorist organization. Nemesis is targeting Western clandestine agents. My intuition told me that you were the right one for the job. The only one.
Out of the corner of her eye, Evan noted Brenda standing in the doorway, silent as a shadow. How much had she heard? How much did she know?
Go see Patrick Wilson, Evan.
Butler stepped closer, gripped her arm briefly.
See if you can find out what the hell has happened to him.
He nodded in Brenda's direction.
She's ready, Evan. Are you?
2. Evan, staring out the side window of the armored black Chevy Tahoe, was reminded of her history with Butler. Of their work together in the field and of the one time they had succumbed to the pain and loss that work sometimes rained down on them, and had had frenetic, sweaty comfort sex all night long in an anonymous hotel room in Berlin. She had made such poor decisions when it came to men, but none worse than Josh, to whom she had willingly given her heart, only to have him crush it. "I thought our love was forever," she had said stupidly, naively, only to have him respond, "Forever is fungible." He was a high-powered lawyer. "I live in the moment, and each succeeding moment changes." It was positively, absolutely the worst, cruelest breakup, one she'd never in a million years could have imagined. A breakup that even to this day, 4 years later, made her feel as if she had been shot through the heart. "How bad is the toad?" she asked, trying to bring herself back to the present. "I live in the moment, and each moment changes." "I think that's for you to decide," Brenda said, maneuvering deftly through the traffic flow. "And by the way, thanks for the vote of confidence." Evan ignored her gentle dig. "But you've seen him, Wilson." "Afterward, I had nightmares for 2 nights running." Evan glanced at her. "That bad?" Brenda shivered. Evan had seen Brenda on the field of battle, how fearless she was, and this made her wonder what was awaiting her in the Toad's hospital room. Then she turned back to the window, her head filled with Butler. Their shared past was why she was here, why she had acquiesced to his request to come on board when he was given his own shop. He understood her. Understood her need to stay away from D.C., her desire to have no permanent home, but rather live wherever her briefs took her. And it was imperative that she work, stay occupied. Although it certainly wasn't for the salary he paid her. She had long ago stashed away money, as well as other practical items, in a Cayman Islands account. More than she could ever spend in a lifetime. But then again, she wasn't a spender. Material things had little meaning for her. She wasn't, she reflected, much of anything. She was like a ghost, a walking, talking shell that every once in a while sprang into action, afterward retreating to her own netherworld, untouched, untouchable. That was the way she needed it, or in any case, wanted it. She had learned over and over again that being intimate with others brought only misery, betrayal, and death. Amid this wasted landscape, there was Butler. Always Butler, who lived in the shadowed margins as she did. And yet, somehow, he still managed to love his daughter, to be a good father, to be a complete human being. She envied him that, but she didn't understand it. They crossed the Potomac into Virginia. For the next 20 minutes, Brenda took them south by southwest, along a highway, before exiting onto a secondary road, passing by Tony enclaves of large homes, guarded, set off, an all-too regular sign of nervousness and paranoia. Not long after they'd passed a large shopping center, the road went from a 4-lane blacktop to a 2-lane rural byway. There were no signs, no markers in this part of Virginia's rolling hills. But Brenda obviously knew the way as she slowed and turned left onto an easily missable crushed stone lane. "We're here," she said after several bumpy minutes, pulling up before the entrance to a gated area that included a main building parking lot and heavily manicured grounds. Brenda slid down her window, handed over a pair of ID passes. The guard checked them, peered in at her and at Evan, then nodded, handed them back. "Spot 11, he said, handing her an official slip. "Place this on the dash before you leave the vehicle." The gates swung open and Brenda eased the car along a wide paved drive bordered with cherry trees, bare now in their winter sleep. Ahead of them was a large, perfectly anonymous-looking structure, similar to other hospitals Evan had seen. Brenda pulled the Tahoe into Spot 11 between a green Jaguar and a white Nissan Altima. As they got out, the chill air hit Evan's face. She followed Brenda up the gold-veined granite steps to the entrance with its seeing-eye glass doors. There was no signage, no indication whatsoever as to what the building housed. "Butler said this used to be called St. Agnes Charity Hospital," Brenda said over her shoulder, "before it fell into disrepair and the feds bought it dirt cheap." They passed through the sliding electronic eye doors. Showing their credentials at the front desk, they were assigned a nurse, who arrived at speed and walked them briskly down a carpeted hallway lined with closed doors. Wood panels and abstract paintings so generic they might have been Rorschach test rejects. The light was cool and indirect. In contrast with the institutional exterior, the repurposed interior had the feel of a 5-star hotel. The Toad was waiting for them in the library. And from the get-go, the optics were wrong. His hair was washed and pomaded, his cheeks so clean-shaven they shone in the lamplight. He wore cognac-colored corduroys, a clean white shirt with a starched collar, and a rep tie with an impeccable knot. A black wool blazer was draped over one arm of the upholstered chair in which he reposed, one leg over the other. In his left hand, he held a cut crystal glass, which appeared to hold 3 fingers of whiskey. By his left elbow was a small oval side table on which was a cut glass decanter with more whiskey. He smiled when they were ushered in. The nurse did not walk them over, but vanished the moment they stepped into the room. And what a room it was! Octagonal in shape, high in ceiling, with tall windows on 3 sides overlooking skeletal rear gardens which, apart from several yews, were showing their winter bones. Heavy velvet curtains framed the windows. 3 walls were covered in mahogany shelves filled with books of every sort. The 7th wall was taken up by the kind of enormous fireplace usually found in hunting lodges deep in the woods. The only thing missing was a mounted deer or elk head above it. Instead, there was a wall of stones, on which hung a portrait of a religious nature. Possibly St. Agnes, though whether the cowled figure holding out a hand either in supplication or in warning was female or male was difficult to discern. Patrick Wilson watched them approach with glittering eyes. It was only when Evan and her companion neared the Toad that the illusion of normality was shattered. Wilson's eyes, once the same rich hue as his trousers, were now almost colorless. They reflected the light, making them appear depthless. And then there was his complexion, which was as pale and bloodless as moonlight, and almost as insubstantial. 2 chairs had been arranged facing him. Without waving them to sit, Wilson said, "The last time I saw you, Evan, you were a lot younger." "I don't recall." Given the effect he had had on Brenda, Evan was determined to make this interview as straightforward and businesslike as possible. "Ah, yes, I remember now. Forgive me. I'm feeling a little peaked these days." The Toad smelled strongly of cheap cologne that was inadequate in masking both the alcohol on his breath and his body odor.
And looking a good deal worse.
He hadn't said a word to Brenda, hadn't looked at her, hadn't so much as acknowledged that she was even in the room with them. "Wilson," Evan said, seating herself. "We've come to find out what happened to you and where you were when it happened." Something akin to a shadow passed behind the Toad's eyes.
"Wilson, huh?"
Those colorless eyes turned canny.
"Why don't you call me Toad? Everyone else does."
"I prefer your real name," Evan said. With that, the Toad's demeanor brightened. He bared his teeth in the semblance of a smile. This was a mistake. They looked like bits of burnt toast. They reminded Evan of photos she'd seen of prisoners released from Dachau after World War II.
"Names? What are they, really? They only mask what's underneath, the rotting self inside."
Wilson took a long draught of his whiskey, rolling it around his mouth before swallowing noisily.
"Back in the day, I never much cared for this stuff,"
he said, as if to no one in particular.
"But now I've come back, I've found an appreciation I never knew I had."
"And where was that, Wilson? Where did you come back from?" Wilson twitched.
"Oh, many places, Evan. Many, many places."
"Let's start with the last place. Where were you when you were damaged?" Wilson let go a croak of a laugh, the way others pass gas. Another shadow seemed to move behind his eyes.
"Damaged, is it? Oh, yes, I'm damaged, all right. But not in any way those quacks and cranks can figure out. I'm an enigma to them, Evan. That should be familiar to you. You're also an enigma to anyone you come in contact with. No one can figure you out."
"Just answer my questions, Wilson." The Toad glugged more whiskey. The glass was all but empty. He reached for the decanter. Evan put a hand out to forestall him, but he batted it away.
"This is my place,"
Wilson said in a steely tone.
"My rules."
His voice was full of needles as he bared his toasted teeth again. They looked loose, ready to fall out, as if he were 95 years old. The Toad poured himself more whiskey.
"But I shouldn't be surprised."
As he placed the decanter back on the table, he threw Evan a sideways glance.
"You were always afraid of the past, weren't you?"
Evan was about to tell him how wrong he was, but the image of a red brick monstrosity rose up in her mind, clear as if she had been there yesterday. She could almost hear the raven's shriek. Then her eyes refocused, and she saw Wilson peering at her with a curious, almost avid expression. Without knowing why, Evan felt herself withdrawing. Felt herself wanting to be far away from here, as if she couldn't bear to be in the presence of this person one moment longer. She had to steel herself, had to remind herself that she was here for a purpose. She'd never cut and run from anything in her life. She wasn't about to start now, no matter the bizarre effect the Toad was having on her. "The last place you were, the last place you can remember, was it in the country, a city? What?"
"And ravens,"
the Toad said.
"Don't forget those fucking ravens."
A muscle in one cheek began to spasm.
"Where's that place, Evan? I don't remember."
3. At this time of day, the church was all but deserted. The morning mass had been given. The choir practice wasn't scheduled until 3 p.m. 1 or 2 penitents could be seen in the pews, heads bowed over clasped hands. A smattering of tourists standing in the rear. And a security detail.
"Ah, Mr. Secretary, I hoped I'd find you here,"
Riley Rivers said.
"You're in big trouble meeting me like this,"
Brady Thompson said, waving away one of the security suits.
Get the fuck out of here.
Thompson was Secretary of Defense. Unlike with other presidents, this POTUS used Thompson, rather than the CI heads, as his sole advisor on intelligence matters. He alone had a direct pipeline to the president. He listened to others, skimmed their daily reports, but acted only on Thompson's say-so.
I'm the newest member of our snug little cadre here in America. I have a control back in Moscow, same as you.
Thompson looked to the left, at an enormous painting of the Assumption. To his right was an old-fashioned wooden pulpit straight out of Moby Dick. He felt a shiver run down his spine. He never felt comfortable in churches. He was a lifelong politician. Politics was his religion.
Talking directly to me is way above your pay grade.
His lips barely moved, and he hadn't so much as glanced at Rivers since the other had sat down beside him.
Go, he said. Now.
Rivers made to get up, then changed his mind, plunked his butt back onto the pew.
The thing is,
the reason I sought you out, Mr. Secretary.
I have an idea I think you'll like very much.
Thompson sighed. This kid was like a no-see-um you couldn't get rid of.
Might as well humor him, he thought. What is it?
OOC, Rivers said with a sly smile. An older woman rose, threaded her way up the center aisle. Thompson waited until the church door shut behind her before he said in a harsher tone than he had intended,
"What the fuck is OOC?"
"The Office of Official Communications." Thompson cocked his head.
"There is no such thing."
"Not today there isn't," Rivers told him.
"But tomorrow's another day."
"Okay," Thompson said slowly.
"So what is OOC and what does it mean to me?"
Rivers told him the barest outline. "I'll need $50 million, he said in conclusion. "To start." Thompson was on the verge of laughing.
"You're out of your mind."
"Just hear me out," Rivers said. And he did. It was a snap for Thompson to summon the White House's Director of Communications. Dan Derry was a harried-looking man with thinning, sandy hair, flushed cheeks, and a mouth pursed in a perpetual expression of hauteur that reminded Thompson of the Russian sovereign's demeanor of choice. His hands were as small as a child's, the fingers constantly in motion, drumming on the tablecloth, fiddling with a fork, tapping the bowl of a spoon against the stem of his glass, until Thompson was compelled to say, "Stop! For the love of Christ, Dan, stop!" Derry withdrew his hands, held them in his lap. His right leg started to pump up and down as if he were about to jump on a bike and pedal out of town. They were installed at a banquette at the rear of the Thompsons' favorite steakhouse, a power lunch spot on Pennsylvania Avenue. Management always had a table for him, even if he walked in at the height of lunch or dinner hours. The two men sat across from each other. At Thompson's suggestion, they were drinking gin and tonics out of season because the place made the best gin and tonics inside the Beltway. The large menu cards lay at their respective right elbows.
"What's up with you anyway, Dan?"
Thompson said in his most solicitous voice, though he knew perfectly well what was up. "Mr. Secretary, this damn barrage of negative press is coming so fast and furious. It's all my office can do to keep the items away from POTUS." He ran a hand across his moist brow. "I'm beginning to feel like the post office on Mother's Day, except what I have to deal with 24/7 is fake news. Propaganda, actually. From the deep state." "Condolences," Thompson shrugged, cased the room, saw a justice with his flock of clerks. A couple of representatives from opposing parties, seated on opposite sides of the room. 3 members of the White House press corps, huddled at one end of the bar like Roman senators in the Forum on the Ides of March. The knives were indeed out.
"But what can you do except work harder?"
"We're already at the breaking point," Derry said morosely. "What I need is something to pull me out of the deep end. I'm drowning here." Thompson picked up the menu, pretending to study it, frowning.
Get POTUS to rustle up some appropriations from Congress.
You must be joking. What with the way the fighting on the Hill is going, I'm dreading the moment fisticuffs break out. Derry shook his head. Plus which, even if I could get that done, to do it, I would have to explain to POTUS things no one in the White House wants him to know. This was nothing that Thompson didn't already know when he'd made the lunch date.
I think I'll have the shell steak and a Cobb salad first,
he said without looking up from the menu.
What about you?
Oh, please, I haven't the stomach for lunch.
Maybe you don't have the stomach to protect POTUS from these outlandish lies.
Thompson's voice was like the point of a knife. Derry froze.
What the hell does that mean? It means that if you're going to be POTUS's champion, you've got to find another way.
Derry snorted.
Like what? I can't get the Appropriations Committee to move off the proverbial dime. I can think of a way, Thompson said. A damn good way.
Derry arched one eyebrow.
Really, Mr. Secretary? Like what, exactly? A little operation to spread our own brand of propaganda.
Derry blew air out of his mouth.
I'm listening. How about I order this meal for both of us?
It wasn't a question. Thompson summoned the waiter, gave the order, and when the waiter had taken away the menus, said,
"What if I can get you the funding?"
Derry reacted as if the Secretary of Defense had stuck a live wire into his ear.
Can you? It's possible.
Derry, firmly on the hook now, said,
"What would make it probable?" You would have to be dead serious.
Of course I'm dead serious. Jesus, man, my tit's in the fire. People in the White House want me gone. I can't have that. I won't.
Good man.
Thompson sipped at his gin and tonic. Patrons were drifting slowly from the bar to their tables, their conversations jocular or secretive.
You'll create a separate office of, well, you know.
He leaned forward, said in a whisper,
counter-propaganda.
Derry thought for a moment.
Are you involved? Not at all, Thompson said. We've never had this conversation. He cocked his head. How's your wife, by the way?
Betty's fine, thank you.
So are Rose and Philip.
Thompson nodded.
Are you ready to move on the idea immediately?
Derry nodded eagerly, with the avidity of a vulture first on the scene of a roadkill. But he would have nodded to most anything Thompson said now, seeing as how it would save him from going under for the last time. Thompson appeared to be deep in contemplation.
Who would you get to run it? The nuts and bolts of it, I mean.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I'd need someone who's IT savvy, who has connections across the internet.
As it happens,
Thompson said, just as the Cobb salads arrived.
I have the very man.
4. Brenda looked from the Toad to Evan. What ravens?
What ravens, she says.
Pat Wilson's smile was as crooked as his teeth. It was the first time he'd acknowledged Brenda's existence. He still hadn't looked at her, though. He blinked, as if she were nothing more than a speck, an irritant caught in the corner of his eye. Then, all at once, he lunged toward her. As she recoiled, Evan left her seat, caught Wilson's clawed hand before he could reach her. As Evan gently but firmly pressed him back into his chair, Wilson said in a venomous voice, "The ravens that picked me apart, that's what ravens!" Evan stared at the Toad, silent, while Brenda gathered her composure. No wonder she had nightmares about him. There was something seriously off about Wilson, something alien. Wherever he had been last, whatever had been done to him had changed him significantly, and most probably irrevocably. He seemed to exist in another land, unseen, unimagined. At length, Brenda cleared her throat. "Evan, what's he talking about?" "I have no idea." "But you will, Evan." Wilson's smile cracked his face open like the shell of a rotten egg. "It's my firm belief you will." Evan leaned forward, elbows on knees. "Why is that, Wilson?" "You never fail, Evan. Never, ever. Everyone knows everyone." "What do the ravens mean to you?" Evan said, trying to shift the conversation away from herself. Brenda looked lost, but she couldn't help that. "Death," Wilson said. "And another life." "Another life?" "The one I have now, in here in this room, drinking this whiskey." "Don't you want to get out of here?" Brenda said. "Don't you want to get better?" "I am better. Better than." The toad, staring fixedly at Evan, spoke without conviction. "And no, I'm quite content here." "Why?" Evan said. "How can you be content here?" Wilson said nothing for such a long time. Brenda began to fidget, her hands scraping back and forth along the arms of her chair. "Here I'm safe," he said finally. "Safe from what?" Evan's voice had turned urgent. "From them." "The ravens?" Brenda asked. "Of course the ravens!" He spat with the same venom as before. "What else?" "I don't understand. How did the ravens hurt you?" Evan said with grave intensity. The toad remained mute, but the pain behind his eyes spoke for him. "Wilson, I need to know." "They pecked at my brain," Wilson said, his voice suddenly silky, drifting as if on a tide of his own imagination. "As they will at yours." "Let's stop this right here," Brenda said, moving out of her chair so that she stood between Evan and the toad. "You've had your demented version of fun, Wilson. The time has come to stop talking in riddles and give us some straight answers." "Listen to her," Wilson crowed, all cocky, just like a man. As she drew her right arm back to smack him, Evan pulled her away, stood with her in a shadowed corner, holding her gaze until she calmed down. She was clearly a talented agent, agile and quick-witted in the field, but when it came to reading people, she was still raw. She had yet to learn to take the temperature of people, to control her first impulses and not allow them to get under her skin. Leaving Brenda to consider her sins, Evan stepped back to the toad. "You had better explain yourself, Wilson." The toad sighed. It wasn't one of those theatrical sighs, but one of genuine exhaustion. "It's the old bean, I'm afraid." He tapped the side of his head with a crooked forefinger. "Something rather dreadful has been done to it." His moods seemed as unpredictable as they were mercurial. "In what way?" Evan asked. "The ravens." The glass of whiskey crashed to the floor. "Death." Wilson began to convulse. "Wilson!" Evan gripped the agent's arms, felt spasms running up and down them, as if a knot of snakes were uncoiling beneath his skin. "Pat!" Brenda ran to the door, calling out for a doctor. The toad's eyes were rolling up, spittle flecked his lips, drooled down his chin. When he spoke, his voice was a dry rattle. Whatever was done to me, you've seen them." With what appeared a supreme effort, his eyes focused on Evan in a moment, possibly the last moment, of lucidity. "You'll fail, Evan.
This time you'll fail. And if you don't stop, your brain will get eaten too.
A gout of blood erupted from his mouth. Then hands were peeling Evan away as a coven of doctors, nurses, and strong-armed orderlies transferred Pat Wilson to a gurney, strapped him down, and as quickly as possible rushed him out of the library. For a long, silent moment, Evan and Brenda stood looking at each other. "What did he say?" Brenda said at length. "At the end." Evan shook her head, then swung it away, the view of the withered garden visible through the windows. The day had moved on. No sunlight reached the barren trees. The yews seemed made of brass. Nothing stirred. Not a bird. Not a breeze. Nothing at all. Outside, they climbed silently into the Tahoe. When Evan got behind the wheel, Brenda did not protest. The day was failing. The chill turned icy. The parking lot was windswept, grit whirling in ascending cones. They sat side by side. Evan did not seem inclined to go anywhere or even...
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Left no trace, crafted with skill, moving high, breaking bounds, reaching the sky.
Start the engine. It was possible that Brenda was in some form of shock. "What the hell happened in there?" she said at last. Her teeth were chattering slightly. She turned to look at Evan. "I know he said something to you before he was carted away. What was it?" Evan felt as if her mind and body were moving through melting ice. Her hands on the wheel seemed to belong to someone else. They were frigid. There was something about those ravens. She shrugged. "Nothing intelligible." "I'm not so sure I believe you." "Believe what you want. It won't change what happened." "No, it won't." She tossed her head impatiently. "How do you expect us to have a working relationship?" "We don't have a working relationship," Evan said. "I work alone." "But Butler said..." "I know very well what Butler said." Evan hadn't meant to snap, but there it was. Pat had unnerved her, him and his bloody ravens, and now that she'd seen Pat in the flesh, seen what had been done to him, what his presence had done to Brenda, she was not about to put Brenda in harm's way. Not this time, not with what was happening here. Brenda regarded Evan darkly. "You aren't doing yourself any favors by cutting yourself off like this, you know?" "That's not for you to say," she retorted. She felt raw, as if her insides had been scraped by a scalpel. "Jesus, Evan," Brenda said, clearly irritated. "It's a thankless job, but someone has to." Evan turned halfway toward the other woman. "Listen, there's nothing more for us to discuss." "And what will we tell Butler?" "When the white Nissan Altima disintegrated, it did so in 1/100th of a second." Leaving her question blown away in the shockwave, the explosion was so powerful it shattered all the glass on the front of the former St. Agnes's facade. As for the Tahoe, the blast crumpled the entire driver's side as it lifted the SUV off its tires, flipped it over, and slammed it down on top of the green Jaguar parked in the space on the passenger's side. 5. Riley Rivers should have been in seventh heaven. Ever since starting his blog when he was 19, he had dreamed of speaking to America from a national platform. But even his feverish imagination fell short of being put in charge of anything called the Office of Official Communications. What made it all the more delicious was that the propaganda emanated from various branches of the Russian Secret Service. His job now was to manipulate the material from those sources and disseminate it in the fastest way possible to the widest audience possible. Bread and circuses, as the ancient Roman Caesars dictated to help keep the rabble entertained. And wasn't that the hidden meaning of desinformatia? To keep the other side entertained, while you went about your deadly business unhindered? What a world, Rivers mused now, as he stood in his new offices, a large corner suite on the third floor of a modern office building with a smart granite entrance on K Street Northwest near 19th, 5 blocks from the White House, and coincidentally, about the same distance from MI7's new offices. Hourly news items flooded in at an even faster rate than they had before. Tweets targeting Black Lives Matter, Muslims, Jews. Items supporting what the Russians had cleverly codenamed the alt-right. And today, something new. The first of a number of items he would receive specifically targeting Benjamin Butler. Some of the nastiest innuendos he could recall seeing. He rewrote this item in his inimical style. In Rivers's version, there was a certain, well, we can't come out and say spy, can we? But because we're the OOC, the Office of Official Communications, we can strongly intimate it. Benjamin Butler is a Jew. Yes, his mother was a Jew. And he is biased toward Jews, even, especially, when it isn't warranted. There was more, much more. Some of it disgusted even Rivers. This little piece of red bait, accompanied by a photo, as many of his items were, would be disseminated as only Rivers could, as an internet item. The photo was of Butler and a whole bunch of women and men, clearly prostitutes and escorts. It had been cooked up by a program known as GAN, Generative Adversarial Network, that created what was coming to be known as deep fakes, a combination of deep learning and fake news. The process took advantage of a Google open-source program called TensorFlow, an astonishing machine learning software to insert the head of anyone you wanted into a compromising photo or short video. The original shots of Butler and the random unsavory folk he was apparently with had of course been taken at different times in different places, but GAN had deftly made them seem that they were together. Not that Rivers knew much about either GAN or TensorFlow, but through Reddit, he had winkled out a kid who did, a genius and a nasty piece of work who lived for making trouble. When he found him, the kid was using GAN to make fun of POTUS. One memorable short vid was of POTUS behind a podium addressing a rally. Someone shouts, "Raining! It's raining!" Immediately, the security detail hustles a crouching POTUS off stage. A deep fake, but hilarious, even to Rivers. He still didn't know how the kid did it. Then again, he really didn't care. It was ridiculously easy to turn the kid from making fun of POTUS to defending him. Money talks, Rivers thought. Nobody walks. Using both his new network and his old Reddit network, Rivers served up the item on Butler to a select cadre of ultra-left-wing and white supremacist sites, and the desinformatia was seen by millions around the world within a matter of hours. Rivers made copies of the whole thing. So yes, Riley Rivers should have been in seventh heaven. But he wasn't. If his life was simply to take orders from Moscow and the Secretary of Defense, everything would be going along swimmingly. But there was a shark in the water, deep down where only he could see it. This shark had him in its jaws, and its name was Isabel Lowe. "Turn your thoughts away from doubt," he told himself angrily. "Put your mind to the task at hand. Put one foot in front of the other. That is the only way to survive." He looked down at the street from his office window, at the pedestrians striding by, completely oblivious to how the world really worked. These denizens of the capital of the United States thought they knew, were convinced that they were a part of the machine. So self-deluded, Rivers thought with utter contempt. Rivers' contempt for America and his love affair with Russia began more or less simultaneously. He'd spent his senior year abroad in London, where he fell in with a drinking crowd down from Oxford. At first, these young gentlemen treated him like a mascot. If he hadn't been American, he doubted whether they would have tolerated him at all. The class system in England was still as firmly in place as it ever had been. Rivers, a born snob, found this as fascinating as it was attractive. His acid wit, which had alienated Americans left and right, combined with his encyclopedic knowledge of the American political system, so ingratiated him with the rakish English gentleman that before long he was raised into the lofty heights of being one of them. For once, he belonged somewhere. It was at an all-night drunkathon that conversation turned to the subjects of socialism, disdain for the English upper crust, and experimental dabbling in the Russian way of life. This should have repulsed Rivers, but in fact it had the opposite effect. The disgust these gentlemen had for men's clubs, inherited stone manors in Sussex or Cheshire, regimental ties, and the straight-laced, hail-fellow, well-met conventions of their parents chimed perfectly with the antipathy Rivers felt for those back home who had scorned him for his extreme politics, turned their backs on his abrasive nature, belittled him as a misfit behind his back. He wasn't handsome, he wasn't tall, he wasn't slim. That's all anyone back home cared about, whereas these gentlemen were interested in the mind. Opinions, debates, thoughtful analyses. Rivers is meat and potatoes, so to speak. A week or two after the drunkathon, one of the gentlemen introduced him to Yori. At least, that's what he said his name was. The door had opened into a new world, a world in which Rivers could see his future, his importance. Yori praised his work on Reddit, assured him that the role he was offering would make even more of a difference, would give real meaning to Rivers's life. And so it had come to pass, slowly but surely. The Russians were fond of playing the long game. As Yori had told him on his departure from London, "My good and loyal friend, years will pass, and it will seem to you that nothing is happening. But I can assure you that behind the scenes, wheels are constantly in motion, and you are a major part of that." He put a hand on Rivers's shoulder. "Patience is everything, my good and loyal friend. Patience and initiative." There was a plan. Of course there was a plan. Yori loved Rivers's Reddit political site, impressed with how many members it had amassed. He communed with his superiors, and they suggested one or two tweaks that impressed Rivers and which, when he returned to D.C. and graduated, he implemented. And so, slowly but surely, as Yori had promised, his star began to rise above the jabbering mass of the blogosphere. Whether it was because his point of view began to resonate with a changing zeitgeist, or because his posts were being favorited and repeated by the online army directed by his Russian friends, was impossible to say. Most likely, he figured it was a combination of both. And now, finally, this. Yori's advice of exercising patience and initiative seemed like the purest of prophecies. Whatever happened to him, Rivers never did find out. His former handler wouldn't tell him, and his new one had never heard of Yori. Possibly not surprising, since Rivers had never known his real name. But every once in a while, as now, standing in his new office, forehead pressed against the icy windowpane, Rivers could admit to himself that he missed Yori. Yori had been his guide through the byways and backwaters of London. Beautiful girls and boys were Rivers's without him even asking. He was a king, and if he were to be honest with himself, a queen in the world Yuri opened for him. Yuri, his good and loyal friend, now gone, his missions completed, forgotten. Except by Rivers himself, who remembered him with a fondness he had never felt for anyone else. Moments later, he left the office, locking the door behind him. As he exited the building, he was approached by a middle-aged man in a long coat and dark glasses. Rivers had been around long enough to know security when he saw it. "Mr. Rivers." It was not a question. Rivers nodded. There was nothing else for him to do. "Please come this way." The man gestured, leading Rivers across the pavement to a waiting SUV with blackout windows. It was a cherry-red Toyota Land Cruiser, which meant it wasn't government issue. But Rivers had already figured out that this security guy was private. He had a massive body and hair down to his shoulders, also not government issue. Besides, Rivers had the sneaking suspicion he'd seen this hulk before. He wasn't wrong about that, as it turned out. "Hello, Riley," a warm female voice said. The car's interior was a whisper, in contrast to the exterior that was more of a shout. Rivers sat down beside the willowy woman with devilish, tawny eyes and an enigmatic smile. "Always good to see you, Isabel. To what do I owe this pleasure?" Leaning forward, Isabel Lowe gave a destination address to the driver in a voice too muted for Rivers to hear. She was dressed mostly in black, a stylish wool coat over a charcoal gray cowl-neck sweater and a black pencil skirt. On her feet were sky-high heel Louboutin pumps, also black. A wide leather belt cinched her waist. A thin gold chain gleamed in the valley between her breasts. "You don't look like you're on your way to your office. Where's your veil?" he said with a short laugh that held a note of trepidation. He was afraid of Isabel Lowe, not without just cause. She gave him a wide-eyed stare. "I'm dressed appropriately to the moment." Rivers did not know what that meant, and he wasn't at all certain he wanted to ask, so he kept his yap shut. Not the easiest thing for him to do. "I understand you've moved up in the world," she said in that languid voice that seemed to drip honey. "And that interests you, why?" Rivers did not mean for that to come out snarky, but even he noticed the sharp edge to his words. He didn't like being picked up off the street, but truth be told, Isabel frightened him deep down where he was reluctant to look. "If I've intruded," Isabel murmured, "then I apologize." Rivers was startled. "I've never heard you apologize before about anything." "Well, I imagine there's a first time for everything." Her wide lips curved in her enigmatic smile. "Speaking of which, there's a reason I'm dressed all in black. I'm happy to see you in dark clothes because we're attending a funeral." Rivers, at a loss for words, said nothing more until they arrived at the cemetery. Apparently, it was to be a graveside service, becoming more and more common in these days of human brains being relentlessly rewired by the internet. It seemed that few people had the time or the inclination for a church service, followed by a burial service, anymore. Frankly, Rivers couldn't blame them. The cemetery was in Maryland, a rather beautiful spot with old trees and an old-fashioned air of rectitude. The day was cold and clear. Here and there, clouds raced across the sky. The wind was up, ruffling their hair as they stepped from the Land Cruiser. "So, who died?" he asked. "A woman named Yana Bardina." "Never heard of her." They began to walk, following the lines of people, moving like ants toward a single shared goal. "She was 34. She turned to Rivers. "Aren't you 34, Riley?" His brows knit together.
What of it?
Shh, she whispered. They had come upon the gravesite in far shorter time than Rivers had expected. They stood side by side, hands clasped in front of them, heads slightly bowed, like all the others. A toddler started to fidget, then cry. His mother scooped him up and walked a distance away, doing her best to soothe him. Rivers wondered whether it was a good idea to bring children of any age to a gravesite. What did they know, or want to know, of death? Rivers spent the next 20 minutes or so tuning out the droning of the priest or the pastor, or whatever he was, ditto the eulogies given by the deceased's brother, aunt, and mother. The upwelling of grief was positively stifling, as if it wanted to wring the life out of the afternoon. Rivers, for the first time in his life, claustrophobic in the outdoors, kept wondering what the hell he was doing here. Why had she brought him here, of all places? He began to fidget just like the toddler had early on, until Isabel cast a basilisk look his way. His anger, which he had kept in check, began to bubble up. The damn thing finally came to an end, and he was on the verge of turning on his heel and walking away when he noticed Isabel's attention had been diverted. She was looking at a man across from them. His head was down. He seemed to be looking at the ground between his feet. A moment later, her eyes returned to the open grave. At last, the crowd broke up, the mourners making their slow, sorrowful way back to their cars and, in the family's case, limo. "Can we go now?" he said, and hated himself for saying it as if he were a child whining at his mother. "Not yet." Now the anger took him full bore. His face flushed pink, and he said, "You can stay as long as you like, but as for me—" Isabel said nothing. She didn't have to. Clamping his wrist with her slender fingers, she held him fast. She was freakishly strong, Rivers thought, as he finally stopped squirming. "Then tell me why—" "Patience, Riley." She shot him another look. "You must have at least a bit of it left from your Russian masters, you man-child of the digital world." He should have been stung by her words, but curiously, he wasn't. She wasn't wrong to call him that. It's what he was, after all. Once she felt him settle down, she said, "This woman moved in powerful circles inside the Beltway. She knew men in ways you could not even imagine. She gained their trust, and she learned their secrets." They were alone at the gravesite now. Even the family had departed. All tears had been shed. All the sorrow was in the ground with the casket. The claustrophobia was lifting, but he needed to put some distance between himself and the hole in the ground. Some paces away, the gravediggers were waiting for these last two mourners to leave. Instead of turning away, Isabel moved them closer to the open grave, at the bottom of which the polished cherrywood casket was lying. As she did so, she raised her free arm, silently beckoned the workers to finish their job. Gratefully, they complied. As they watched the grave being filled, Riley said, "What was she to you?" "A friend." Isabel's smile had turned crooked, an expression Rivers had never seen on her before. She gestured, still holding him tight. "When Yana came, it was because she was frightened. It was to tell me things, secrets that were eating her up inside. She trusted me completely." "Why would she do that? A woman like her?" "First, I was a woman. Second, I didn't judge her. All her trainers, all her handlers were men, and they treated her like shit. She learned, did what they asked, pleased them simply because she was used to eating shit. She didn't know any better. I tried to show her there was another way. I tried to save her." "Save her from what?" Isabel, abruptly lost in thought, seemed not to have heard him. The rhythmic sound of the shoveling was like the ticking of an enormous clock. Let me tell you how Yana died, but perhaps died is the wrong term. I mean, she expired. But it wasn't from natural causes, I assure you. She died of an embolism, Rivers said. Her brother said so. Yes, she did. But it was because air was injected into her system through a hypodermic needle thrust into the crease behind her left ear. What? How do you know that? I was informed. The crooked smile again. The casket had disappeared beneath the freshly turned soil. The burial was almost complete. As I said, Yana Bardina was a precious object to some powerful men, and this made her invisible. Isabel continued. But that was deliberate. Her invisibility made her perfect. Suddenly, Rivers was listening more carefully. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a warning bell had gone off. Perfect for what? For passing secrets, Riley. Government secrets to the Russians. Are you telling me that Yana Bardina was a Russian spy? That's right, Isabel said, her smile broadening. Just like you, Riley. 6. The interior of the Tahoe was all smoke and mirrors. For a moment, Evan was seeing double. Pinpoints danced maddeningly in the corners of her vision. Everything looked dull and uniform, as if she had entered a black-and-white film. The percussion had interfered with her hearing. Dimly, she heard the wail of sirens and, closer to, shouts of human panic. She heard her sister, Bobby, telling her their parents had died in a shopping center rampage. Men with high and tight haircuts, dressed in U.S. military tactical camo, firing assault rifles. 8 dead, 20 wounded before they were brought down by mall police. They'd made no effort to hide or surrender. They were on a suicide mission. Senseless carnage. Oh, God! What are we going to do now? Bobby sobbed through her tears. Their parents had been everything to them. Now a gaping hole loomed forever. Bobby was inconsolable, an unstable state that thrust Evan into caring for her younger sister, forced her into being the strong one, the stoic one in the bleak aftermath. She didn't mind. She was stoic by nature, and she loved Bobby dearly. Evan was born on the last day of the year in the Black Hills of South Dakota. Her sister had come 2 years later, almost to the day. Their parents owned a sprawling horse ranch and tin and copper mines. Drive an hour or 2 west and you were in Wyoming. In their youth, the sisters loved to explore the nearby hidden cave system, getting lost on occasion and forever being punished by their parents. Bobby was abashed, but Evan was emboldened. Despite being grounded, she devised infinitely clever ways to get out of the house at night and head to what she thought of as her own Aladdin's caves. Each time she returned, Bobby whispered to her, "My sister, the escape artist," in a voice vibrating with awe and wonder. The forbidden drew her inexorably. Despite Bobby begging her not to go alone, she could not stop, did not want to stop. She needed to explore farther with each visit. And she did, spending nights deep inside the caves, listening to water dripping somewhere and shivering with the cold. The icy chill, the darkness. With only her flashlight for company, set every nerve ending twanging deliriously. But even that was not enough. At some point, she decided to turn off the beam of light. She wrapped the Stygian blackness around her like a quilt, and after a time began to softly sing, "Hello, darkness, my new friend," to the first few bars of The Sound of Silence. This was life, she thought. Real life. Not the dull daily existence on the ranch and in school, when time crawled on its hands and knees, when she would ask herself, is this it? Is this all there is? Her thrilling adventures in the caves proved there was more, much more. Behind their home, the dusty prairie rolled onwards, seemingly forever, but forever was shattered when their parents were killed, and Evan, at 18, was forced into her father's boots. It was too much for her, and she didn't want it. So she eagerly took the family lawyer's advice, sold the ranch and the mines, and moved east with Bobby, first to Chicago, where they went to college, and then, when Bobby had graduated, to the D.C. area. But within the hymnal near silence of their parents' funerals, Evan's grief was already turning to thoughts of action and revenge. This was how her mind had always worked. While she waited in Chicago for Bobby to finish college, Evan searched for a gym that suited her desire and needs. Here, her tomboyish childhood served her in good stead. She was introduced to boxing, then Eastern martial arts. She learned how to shoot a variety of handguns, how to throw knives, both of which she loved. But what she found she loved the most was busting skulls. Not literally, of course. In the ring, on the mat, in the dojo, winning was everything. She took her anger and despair at her parents' deaths out on every opponent, mostly male, though the few women she went up against were hardly spared. In her quieter hours, she read anything and everything. Books on religion, history, politics, philosophy, shamanism. She taught herself 7 languages, aided in no small part by her eidetic memory. Also, though she could scarcely have known at the time, she was on the lighter side of the dyslexic spectrum. Her mind worked at about 10 times the normal human speed. Clearly, these gifts were in large part why she never got lost in the vast system of caves under the Black Hills. She always had a hankering for trouble. It drew her like a magnet. And when the sisters moved to the D.C. area, while Bobby was falling in love with a lobbyist and considering how many kids she wanted with him, Evan was finding her way into the clandestine services as an administrative assistant. Had she been a man, she would have raced through the hierarchy like an eel through water. She was an astonishingly quick learner. Again, her eidetic memory was her best friend. She chose the hard road, as Bobby called it, stoically and patiently enduring ridicule, skepticism, sexism, and finally resentment all the way up the slippery slope. "Why do you do it?" Bobby asked, after the 4th time Evan was overlooked for a promotion that a man with half her intelligence and skills was offered. "I won't let the fuckers win," Evan told her. "Not this time. Not with me." "Either you're a damn fool or a courageous lioness," Bobby said. "Either way, I love you." And embraced her. And so she persevered, and in the end succeeded, as an intel collator, then a coordinator, where finally she found a superior who, after 18 months of her slogging away, agreed with her assessment that she was wasted in these desk jobs. After 5 months, something of a record, at a training facility in the deep Virginia woods, she became a field agent. Then, and not a moment sooner, her various bosses, her instructors, claimed they'd never seen her like, certainly never in a female. Each one claimed to have discovered her first. Each one claimed to have encouraged her from day one. Each one was a liar. Nevertheless, and defying all odds, she became well regarded inside the American intelligence community, then grudgingly in demand. Everyone wanted her, which was why, after 2 years of being inundated with briefs from both the DoD and CIA, she went off on her own where she could take the briefs she wanted. She rejected most. She had had no permanent boss, just the way she liked it, until she joined Ben's shop. She had no life, no joy either, but that was another matter. Something was pulling her, pressuring her shoulders so insistently she grew annoyed. At first she thought it was Bobby. Then her conscious mind popped back into the present and she realized that couldn't be. It was the seatbelt. No, it was Brenda's head. The violent left-to-right percussion had thrown Brenda's head against the passenger's side window, then bounced it back into Evan. She was bleeding from her hairline. Evan called her name, but she was unresponsive. They were hanging upside down, bats in a cave. Her fingers felt like frozen sausages as she fumbled at the clips of Brenda's seatbelt, cradled her gently as she slipped into her arms right side up. Evan had no time to assess her own condition. She had a fiercely thundering headache, and both her shoulders ached as if she had been mountain climbing for half a day. She was still trying to piece together what had happened when outside figures, peering in, jerked open the driver's side door. She saw then how far off the ground they were. Slivers of what was left of the crushed green Jaguar flashed across her vision. The figures were trying to free her, but she twisted, showing them the woman she was holding, made sure they got her out first. "Ambulance," she managed to get out. "Concussion." To her own ears, she sounded like a hearing-impaired person learning to speak. Her tongue felt as thick and rubbery as a truck tire. It wasn't until she was certain Brenda was safely out of the Tahoe that she unbuckled her own seatbelt. Strong hands grabbed her as she came loose, maneuvered her out of the vehicle. It was only as they were loading her into a second ambulance that she saw the extent of the devastation. The blast had completely disintegrated the Nissan. As for the Tahoe, it and the Jaguar had become one twisted, abstract sculpture. From some angles, it was difficult to determine that they had once been vehicles. For one moment, just after she was gently placed onto a gurney, she saw Butler's face looming over her. His expression was grim, but once he saw her staring up at him, he gave her a wan smile. He said something to her, but it was unintelligible amid the shouting, the gunning of engines, the siren's wail. "What?" she said or mouthed. She couldn't tell which. He bent lower. "Lucky the Tahoe was armored." Lucky, she thought. Very fucking lucky. She was being moved again. The lights went out, and she plunged into darkness. She is being taken through the high iron gates of what looks like a 19th century insane asylum, a red brick monstrosity complete with turreted towers on both ends and a steeply pitched slate roof. Oversized copper gutters and leaders guard the glowering eaves, as if the roof needs protection from the inhospitable elements, or perhaps from the two ravens that cling tenaciously to the roof tiles. The architectural style is nightmarish, both Gothic and Victorian, hinting at a number of add-ons over the years. Tiny windows look out over the front lawn with blind eyes, black and forbidding. She awoke with a start, an IV in her arm, which she promptly removed. A nurse popped in, responding to an alarm at her station, and rushed to her bedside. Taking up the IV, she made a grab for Evan's arm in an attempt to reinsert the needle. Evan took hold of her wrist, immobilizing her. Before the nurse could cry out or reprimand her, Butler stuck his head in and said, "Ah, good, I see you're awake." He stepped in. "That will be all, nurse." But the doctor's orders were, "That's all right," Butler said gently, showing her the door. "I'll take charge of her." "Huh," the nurse stalked out. Butler stepped to Evan's bedside. "You're at MedStar Center in Clinton, Maryland. This is the closest hospital to St. Agnes with a first-rate trauma center." "How's Brenda?" "She'll be fine." She remembered with vivid clarity their adversarial conversation, interrupted by... She sat up too abruptly. The room began to spin, and with a firm grip, Butler settled her back against the pillows. "In a couple of minutes." Reaching down, Butler activated a motor, and the upper part of the bed lifted her into a sitting position. "I have a number of questions for you first." "About the explosion, I know." "I have a forensics team on site, so no. I want to know what happened when you were inside St. Agnes. I want to know in detail about your interview with Patrick Wilson. I know you're up to it. I know you that well." Evan told him word for word what had happened, excluding what Wilson had said to her at the very end. That was meant for no one but herself. "That's it?" "Yes." "You're sure?" When she looked at him, silent, he said,
"The thing is, Patrick Wilson's dead."
Evan took a moment to absorb this, to push the ghostly image of the red brick building to the dark recesses of her mind. I kept pushing him even after he told me that something had been done to his mind, that the more deeply he tried to remember where he'd been, what had been done to him, the more his mind would freeze up.
It wasn't only his mind that froze up,
Butler said with a sigh.
Every organ in his body shut down.
An errant chill swept through her, borne on the wings of a pair of ravens.
"Evan, what is it?"
The concern on Butler's face made her feel worse. It signified a weakness on her part. She despised all weakness, and if she were to be honest with herself, feared it as well. Weakness would get her killed, therefore confiding in Butler was not possible. He would start to question her effectiveness, and then she'd be useless to him. She'd never get his trust back. It was important that he knew he could count on her. That meant keeping her mouth shut regarding whatever the connection had been between her and the toad. Had they been in the same place? The building of red brick? It would seem so, but for the life of her, Evan couldn't remember. This had never happened to her before. An insistent remnant of a memory floating into her consciousness, like a bit of a ship sunk at sea. What had happened to her in that damn red brick building? She thought of Lyudmila. She missed her. It was incredibly rare that she allowed herself to think such a thought, to feel that kind of emotion. But the fact was that in her present situation, Lyudmila would have been the one person she could have turned to. The one person who might have helped her find out where the red brick building was, what it was, and what was going on inside it.
"I don't remember," Wilson had insisted.
Remember. Was Evan's vision of the place, the ravens, a shard of lost memory bobbing to the surface of her consciousness, triggered by Wilson's ramblings? No answers. The whole incident was maddening. And yet somehow she knew that's where Wilson had been, in a red brick building with ravens. What had been done to him there, the only one of the 3 agents who had gotten as far as that mysterious building, or at least the only one who had returned?
"Evan, are you listening to me?"
Of course.
"Did you hear? I asked you what Patrick said to you just before he was carted away."
It was nothing. Gibberish.
"That's what you told Brenda."
She's conscious?
"She is. And don't concern yourself, she's being well taken care of."
I want to know what she remembers right before.
"She's already been fully debriefed."
Ignoring him, she made to swing her legs over the side of the bed, but Butler held her back with a hand on her forearm.
"Doctor's orders, plus your own debriefing isn't over."
As far as I'm concerned, it is. I've nothing more to tell you. She took his arm away, gently but firmly, eased her legs over the side, slid down until she was standing beside him. A wave of dizziness threatened to turn her knees to jelly, but she fought it, determined not to display any hint of weakness to him. But Butler felt her unsteadiness, helped her back onto the bed.
"Calm down, you've been through a serious trauma."
"Nothing I haven't been through before."
"Each trauma is different, you know that. With each one, the probability of losing a chunk of yourself rises."
The red brick building. Leaning forward, Butler peered into her eyes, first one, then the other.
"Your vision isn't back to normal."
A small, wary smile lifted the corners of his mouth.
"And for God's sake, stop treating me like the enemy. I'm your friend, Evan. Let's start from that place and go forward."
She thought about this for some time, realized that from the moment she opened her eyes and saw him, she had started erecting walls, to protect herself from his inquiries. It was a force of habit built up during long days and longer nights in the field. Tell no one. Tell them nothing. A veil seemed to pass across her vision, giving way to the ghostly image of the monstrous red brick mansion. The ravens, and what the toad had said to her at the end.
Whatever was done to me, you've seen them.
He meant the ravens. This was turning into a horror story, something totally alien to her. It chilled her to the marrow.
Evan, Brenda said Patrick said some strange things.
Evan shrugged, and somewhere inside her pain flared a fiery spike through the right side of her head. He wasn't in his right mind when he was sent back. That was the point. The warning against sending others after him.
So you don't think these ravens that picked him apart were real in some way?
No. A breath later. I don't know.
And yet, according to Brenda, he said you saw the ravens.
He must have been hallucinating.
He asked you where this place was, where the ravens were, as though you knew it.
He was not lucid, Benjamin, Evan said with a sense of foreboding. Clearly.
Really?
Butler replied flatly. To forestall him querying her any further about this, Evans said, "It occurs to me that the guard on duty will have a record of who drove the white Nissan to the parking lot. Everyone's got to show ID."
We had the same thought, Butler said. We have him at the office. I was about to go back to interrogate him.
Evan levered herself off the bed again, slowly and carefully. "I'm going with you." This time Butler did not stop her. There were many things he could have said.
"You're still under observation. You need to rest. Your faculties are not yet back to normal."
He would have said any one of these things to any of his other field agents, but this was Evan Ryder. She wasn't like any other field agent. Besides, he knew her too well to think that he could keep her away from the investigation. Once she had sunk her teeth in, she'd never let go, which was, after all, what he wanted from her. Why he'd called her back from Turkey. And in any case, unless he allowed her her freedom, she'd make his life miserable in so many ways.
"Clothes," she said. "In the closet. Be my guest."
She patted across the room. Her hearing, and therefore her balance, was not quite all there yet, but she knew from grim experience that would pass in hours, or at most a day. Taking her clothes from the hangers, she went into the bathroom and changed out of the hospital gown. When she emerged, she found the room empty. Butler was gone. She saw him briefly at the end of the corridor before he vanished into a room on the right. There was no reason to think it wasn't Brenda's. She had questions for Brenda, but only for her. She followed Butler, moving down the linoleum-covered floor, silent as a wraith. She was at the doorway to the room now, and she stepped in. Brenda was in the bed. Butler was on the door side, and a tall man with luxuriant light brown hair, fair skin, and dark eyes was on the far side. His back to the large window that overlooked the rear of the hospital. From beyond the glass, bits of treetops, bare and arthritic, appeared to reach over his shoulders. He was dressed oddly, in perfectly tailored trousers, paired with a jacket that clashed, and further was ill-fitting. A silver pin gleamed from his lapel, but it was too small for Evan to discern its shape. Noticing the direction of the man's gaze, Butler turned and, seeing Evan in the doorway, motioned for her to step back out into the corridor, where he joined her. "Who is that?" Evan said. "One of ours?"
"He's hers," Butler replied. "Brenda and Peter Lemus have been seeing each other for 6 months, more or less."
"Has he been properly vetted?"
Butler snorted. "What do you think?"
He gestured.
"We should get back to the office."
He headed down the corridor to the bank of elevators, Evan following. She had wanted to speak with Brenda alone, without even Butler present. Was the car bomb meant for her or for Brenda? The white Nissan was already parked when they arrived, which meant that rather than being followed to St. Agnes, someone knew their destination. So far as she was aware, only she, Brenda, and Butler knew where they were going, and why. That, by definition, made Butler a driver, though the idea of it seemed inconceivable. This was the essential danger of forming attachments in the clandestine world. Those attachments tended to blind you to reality. That Butler could want either her or Brenda, or both for that matter, killed did not make sense. That didn't, however, preclude it being the truth. And until she had some solid proof one way or another, her security-conscious mind prevented her from giving away anything at all. Just another troubling aspect of the situation in which she was now enmeshed. 7. Donald Beacom was waiting for them, locked in a windowless room. It was painted a bilious shade of green, carefully selected by a trained psychologist. There was nothing on the walls to relieve the awful color. Overhead, a set of fluorescent tubes buzzed, pitched to be as annoying to the ears as possible. Beacom still wore the uniform Evan had seen him in earlier in the day. Now scimitars of sweat stained the fabric under his armpits. By his right hand was a half-empty paper cup of coffee and a Twix bar, as yet unopened. He looked up as they entered, his eyes washed of color, holding an expression that was a mixture of hope and despair. His expression was slack. He had the shocked look of someone who had just witnessed a life-changing disaster. He sat on one side of a metal table that was bolted to the unfinished concrete floor. The chair he sat on was similarly bolted. The two chairs on the other side of the table were not. They sat down opposite him, without introducing themselves. Evan slapped the file Butler had given her onto the table with such force that Beacom winced. His eyes grew wider when he saw the file. Sweat sprang out on his forehead and upper lip.
"Am I under arrest or something?"
Beacom asked in a none too steady voice. He could not take his eyes off the file, which he assumed was filled with incriminating facts about him. Neither of them answered him. Instead, Evan said, "Who drove the white Nissan you let into the parking lot?" Best to point the finger right away. Keep the subject off balance.
Beacom swallowed hard. "She had proper ID."
"She?" Butler leaned forward so quickly and violently that Beacom reared back in response.
"Yeah, it was a woman."
"What did she look like?" Evan snapped.
"She was...
Come on, you saw her up close."
Okay, Christ, give me a minute to breathe."
He worried his lower lip.
"She was hot, a real looker, you know?"
Of course Evan knew. The hot girl always got through.
"Age? Maybe, I don't know, 25, 30? She was young, anyway."
"Color of her hair?"
"Blonde. Nice blonde."
"Nice?" Butler interjected.
"Like a model, you know."
Evan and Butler shared a look before Butler went on.
"Eyes. She was wearing a pair of those aviator sunglasses. I made her take them off, like the regs say. By the book, strictly."
His gaze turned purely hopeful.
"Her eyes were blue, piercing blue." "And her name?"
Butler asked in a softer, more civil tone. Beacom's eyes darted from Evan to him.
Her name was... I think it was Karen Park."
"You think?" Butler again.
"Yeah, well..."
He wiped his upper lip.
"I mean, you have the call sheet, so you must..."
Evan opened the file. Scanned the first pages on the vetting of Peter Lemus. British national, educated in Cambridge, worked for his father in the Elders Steelworks until forming Rubicon Solutions, his own cyber company, with proprietary software known as Tether that could identify the flow of ill-gotten gains across international borders. Brought it into the state 7 years ago. Unmarried, no children, a success all around. Played golf and tennis, unattached to either political party, no improper affiliations. That's all there was to the file. Bland as a slice of white bread. "There's no such person as Karen Park," Evan said, as if reading it out from the file. She didn't know this, but it stood to reason. And she was right. "We checked," Butler said. "We checked, Beacom, and there is no Karen Park in any government personnel list, let alone authorized to gain access to St. Agnes." Evan, the ID was a fake. Butler, "But I'm guessing you already knew that." Beacom, "What? No, no, I didn't. I mean, how would I?" Evan, "You knew the driver." Butler, "You two are working together." Beacom jumped up as if jabbed with a hot poker. "Why would you say that?" Evan, "It stands to reason." Beacom, spluttering, "But that's crazy. I mean, I never saw her before in my life." Butler, "So what happened to the driver of the white Nissan, the woman?" Beacom, overwhelmed, "How should I know?" Evan, "Because you were on the gate." Butler, "Did she just walk out?" Beacom, "I don't..." Evan, "Or did you plan a car ready for her to drive out?" Beacom's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. Then, "My job is to check the comings. I don't pay attention to the goings. She could have..." "Right," Evan turning to Butler. "What do you think? Do we have a conspiracy here?" Beacom, almost wailing now. What?" Butler bending over the table. "I think we do." Beacom coming apart at the seams. "Oh God! Oh God!" Evan, rising, went around the table to stand behind the guard. "A conspiracy," she said in a stage whisper so close to Beacom that the man flinched away. "I had nothing to do with this," Beacom wailed. "Terrorism." Butler left that dreadful word to hang in the air like a noose before he went on. "Two of my people, one of them still in the hospital in critical condition, were maimed when the white Nissan exploded in an act of terrorism aimed at 2 federal agents." Butler stared coldly into Beacom's face. "At best, you'll be charged with negligence. You may still be charged with treason and negligent homicide if the patient in ICU dies." When he was certain his words, a combination of lies and the truth, had sunk in completely, he softened his tone. Donald. You need to prove to us that you weren't part of this act of terrorism." "But..." Beacom swirled his tongue over his dry lips. "How can I do that?" "You need to help us," Evan said from behind him. Relief flooded across his wan face. "Of course, I mean, really help us, Donald." Evan's hand clamped down on the guard's shoulder. "Whatever it takes." Beacom winced again, hunching his head into his shoulders like a frightened turtle. The look of relief had been transitory. His face was slick with sweat. I can do that." "Whatever we ask," Evan said in his ear. He bit his lower lip, then nodded. Whatever you ask," he swallowed. Of course I will. I love my country." "And what country would that be?" Evan said. What? What country?" Beacom's eyes were as large as beacons. "The United States, of course. What other?" The tension in the small room was as thick as a London fog. The air was close. smelled foul with an almost fecal mixture of sweat and abject fear. Evan continued to hammer away.
So you're telling us that you have no idea how the driver left?
Beacom stared, wide-eyed and unseeing, down at the tabletop, then despair winning out over his moment of hope. He shook his head from side to side. Butler drew out a sheet of paper with a female face drawn on it by one of his sketch artists. He turned it so that it faced Beacom. "This is the woman?" The guard nodded, grateful to be asked a question to which he knew the answer.
"It's how I described her to the sketch artist when you first brought me in." "Look at it again, Beacom. Make sure. Make absolutely sure."
Taking the sheet up with trembling hands, he examined the sketch, screwing up his face. Then he looked up at them.
"That's my memory of her."
He licked his lips, added,
"I'm pretty good with faces. Really, I am."
Evan took the sketch out of his hands, crossed to the door. Butler, startled, said, "Where are you going?"
"I'll be in touch,"
Evan said, heading out the door. 8. Evan arrived back at St. Agnes, showed her ID, but was obliged to park the car she had taken from Butler's pool on the grass verge outside the gates. The entire parking lot, centered on the area of the blast, was completely sealed off. Apart from herself, no one was being let in or out. St. Agnes was in lockdown. Armed guards had seen to that. Butler's forensics team swarmed all over the parking lot. She avoided the black site as she crossed to the entry stairs. The front door's shattered glass had been removed, and what was left of the doors stood open. She passed into the lobby, where she was met by more feds and EMS personnel, still sorting out the mess. She had to show her ID again to the feds before she was allowed through. She passed the sketch of the woman driver around, but no one had seen anyone who looked like her. She took the elevator up to the first floor, eyeballing her fellow riders, and got out. While interrogating Beacom, it occurred to her that maybe the driver didn't leave either by foot or by car. Maybe she was still somewhere in the facility, posing as a doctor, nurse, or member of the support staff. Stopping at the nurse's central station, she showed the face around again. Still nothing. But she did discover that there was a volunteer program in place, more highly vetted than at area hospitals. Still, that would be the soft spot, the easiest place for an outsider to blend in while hiding out until the initial clamor died down. After checking all the rooms on the first floor, she continued upward, methodically searching every nook and cranny. On the third floor, she saw a volunteer whose face, from a distance, looked like the face in the sketch. She followed her into a patient's room, turned her around. She was in her 50s, too old to be the person she was looking for. With each floor, it was the same, the methodology unchanging. In the end, Evan found her in the 6th floor surgeon's lounge, adjacent to the OR area. She was dressed in pale green scrubs, which was cleverer than a volunteer's outfit. She sat at her leisure on the sofa, legs stretched out, feet on the coffee table, watching a film on her mobile phone. No longer a blonde, she was now wearing a dark Brenda-cut wig that Evan, herself an expert at disguise, could not mistake for the real thing. That proved premeditation. She had meant to stay inside the facility until the coast was clear. A well-thought-out plan, coordinated, masterminded, not by her, not by a guard, but by someone with a chess player's mind. But it was her shoes that gave her completely away. They were expensive pumps, nothing a surgeon would wear to work, let alone in the OR. When she saw Evan approach, she smiled, stood up without saying a word, and went with her willingly, even passively, head slightly bowed as if in defeat. As Evan took her over the threshold to the corridor, she slammed an elbow into Evan's throat, whirled, and delivered a vicious blow to her kidneys. Then she took off, galloping down the corridor like a crazed racehorse fleeing a stable fire. She was fleet and nimble even in those pumps, as if she had practiced running in them. "Hold on," Evan called after her. "Stop now, and I'll guarantee your safety. If you put up a fight, it won't end well for you." Ignoring Evan, the driver reached the door to the fire stairs, hauled it open, and disappeared before Evan had recovered sufficiently to go after her. But a moment later, she did, silent and deadly. A predator on the hunt. A force of nature. The stairwell rang to the pace of the driver's heels, like a bell sounding an alarm of fire or invasion. Looking down, seeing her midway between the 4th and 3rd floor landings and realizing she was never going to catch up with her, Evan ripped a fire extinguisher off the wall, aimed, and hurled it down. It struck the stair just in front of the driver, chipping off enough of a chunk that she stumbled and fell, her forward momentum tossing her head over heels onto the 3rd floor landing. "Stop," Evan called, even as she was already off and running. "This is your last warning. I'll guarantee your safety if you come with me now." Halfway down, Evan leapt over the side. Using the handrail to swing her legs inward through a controlled fall, she fetched up on the 4th floor landing. But the maneuver cost her. She was assailed by a bout of vertigo so intense her knees buckled momentarily. By that time, the driver had righted herself. Her wig had come askew, and reaching up, she tore it off, revealing natural dark hair pinned tight to her scalp. Shaking off the immediate effects of the tumble, she resumed her rapid descent. By now, Evan was only half a floor behind her, gaining with every stride. The woman bypassed the ground-level door and hurled herself into the basement, Evan mere yards behind her. St. Agnes was apparently going through a maintenance renovation. The basement was a spider's web of steel and reinforced plastic scaffolds, into which the pursued vanished, slivers of her appearing here and there, as if through a densely wooded forest. Climbing onto the scaffolding, Evan was able to speed along at a good clip, unimpeded by the stacks of cans, crates, electrical tools, and hard hats strewn across the concrete floor. Soon enough, she spied her quarry right below her, weaving through the workers' paraphernalia. Evan looked ahead, visualized the course the driver would have to take in order to navigate the obstacles. Ahead of her now, Evan waited, counting off the seconds, then leapt down onto her. They both crashed to the floor, rolled into a pile of paint cans and folded tarps. Evan was on top of her, but she produced a scalpel, wielding it expertly. The point sliced through Evan's jacket, shredding the fabric. Evan grabbed her wrist, twisted hard, forced her to drop the weapon. She drove a balled fist into Evan's ribs with surprising strength, dislodging Evan, then dove after the scalpel. Evan stopped her, but she slammed the edge of her hand against the side of Evan's head. Blackness engulfed her. A dreadful nausea washed over her as the vertigo returned in full force. The ground tilted. She could not tell which way was up, which way was down. The point of the scalpel now hovered above the left side of her chest, above the place her heart beat at a highly accelerated pace. Adrenaline pumped into her bloodstream, firing both nerves and muscles. As the scalpel drove downward, she blocked the driver's forearm with hers, used the flat plane of the stiffened fingertips of her other hand to bruise the soft flesh just beneath the woman's breastbone. An immediate exhalation came from her open mouth, and Evan once again tried to wrest the scalpel from her. She would not let go, even when Evan slammed the back of her fist into the floor. The second time, though, did it. Her fingers flew open and the scalpel went skittering away, vanishing beneath a wooden pallet holding stacks of crates. She hit Evan again in the side of the head and, clearly seeing the effect now, tried for a third strike. Evan, the world swimming around her, just managed to roll away. But the sideways motion caused her breath to catch in her throat as the nausea returned full bore, infecting every cell of her body. Her hands shook as she struggled to her knees. As the driver rose to a crouch and came at her, Evan extended her right leg, swung it in an arc, sweeping her off her feet. But Evan's balance was way off and she tipped over onto her side. From this position, she could see blood from a wound at the driver's hairline seeping into one eye. She must have hit her head on the corner of the pallet when she fell. Snarling, she leapt up, turned, and ran. Evan crawled to where the cans of varnish were stacked. Gaining her feet, rocking like a drunkard for a second or two, every movement seeming executed in slow-mo, she took aim, hurled a can at her quarry's back. It struck her squarely between her shoulder blades. She pitched forward, caught herself with her palms against the floor, then drew her legs under her and continued on. For a moment, the basement faded from Evan's vision. The walls seemed to implode, and she found herself on an icy path. Birch and pine trees on either side, laden with snow. Western sunlight slanted across her, elasticizing her shadow to a giant's height. A bitter wind struck her face an unkind blow. She was looking up at the towers of the huge red brick monstrosity. 2 ravens regarded her with a terrible intensity, opened their mouths as they lifted off into the late cyan afternoon. Then, in the next heartbeat, she was back in the basement of St. Agnes, returned to the here and now. She saw the driver desperately fiddling with the door lock, saw her wrench the door open and, with an ungainly gait, go through it. Gritting her teeth against the pounding in her head, Evan sprinted after her. Her breath came hot and fast. She nearly ran into a vertical strut of a section of scaffolding, had to duck beneath a horizontal brace in order to keep to the shortest route. Curiously, the door was not in one of the basement's main walls, but rather it was an entrance to a large vertical structure rising up through the basement ceiling. The elevator shaft. Evan pushed the door open, went in low, but the driver was waiting for her and kicked the side of her head. That was the 3rd blow in the same place, and Evan went down, blinding lights flaring behind her eyes. She felt herself being dragged to what seemed to be a plinth anchoring a central housing. Then her head and torso lifted onto the plinth. She could hear the tick-tock workings of the mechanism driving the elevators. Her eyes were slits. Her head felt like it had been torn off. She blinked, then blinked again. She found herself staring up into the angled shadows of the elevator shaft. They moved, these shadows, shifted as if alive. The elevator was descending. Maybe it was on the 3rd floor. Maybe the 2nd? In her current state, it was difficult to tell. A sharp pain in the back of her neck broke through her disorientation, warned her when the elevator car reached the basement, her head would be crushed. But wouldn't the fail-safe mechanism stop the elevator from crushing anyone underneath it? Still, she tried to move, get up, but was punched in the solar plexus for her efforts. The elevator was closer now, moving inexorably toward her. She could smell the oil, grease, hot metal. It was oddly akin to the stench of fresh blood and burst viscera. The driver backed away, kicked Evan to keep her in place. She was saying something, gloating, no doubt. But her words fell victim to the grinding of the gears, the squeal of wheels, the soft clank of the chains and metal cables singing as the tension moved them along. Then it came to her. The driver was telling Evan that there was no exit. She had disabled the fail-safe mechanism. The backs of Evan's hands were against the concrete floor, her fingers feeling for something, anything she could use, but there was no loose nail, no discarded screw. She reached for the driver's ankle and the driver kicked her leg up in reflex, her shoe coming loose in the process. The elevator car was passing through the ground floor station on the last leg of its lethal journey. Evan made a grab for the shoe that dangled tantalizingly, like a prize, found the low, sharply tapered heel, curled her finger around it, and pulled. The shoe came fully off the driver's foot, and as the car continued down, Evan drove the end of the heel into the inside of the driver's thigh as forcefully as she could, managing to puncture flesh. Evan heard her cry out as her hands grabbed at her thigh. Evan had tried for the femoral artery, a lethal puncture, but either she had moved or Evan was off slightly with her aim. Blood seeped from her wound. She grabbed the shoe, released it from her leg, and with an animal cry, drove it toward Evan's eye. But Evan had risen up, and now she flipped the driver over, reversed their positions. The bottom of the elevator car traveled the last 2 feet. The driver's scream was abruptly cut short, as the heavy metal bottom ground down onto her with the sickening sound of her pelvis being crushed like an eggshell. For a time, there was no sound. Nothing at all apart from her blood creeping from the top of the plinth down to the floor, filling the cracks and tiny indentations of the unfinished concrete, smoothing it in a dark, spreading layer, a lake reflecting nothing, only a darkness that would never end. Evan sat with her back against the plinth, her only company a dead adversary she had meant to interrogate, but had been forced to kill. Her legs were drawn up. Elbows on knees, she held her aching head, which seemed about to explode. Gradually, as the adrenaline was used up, leached out of her system, she sunk into herself, went into prana breathing. She did this unconsciously, a self-protecting mechanism. In this way, in the utter quietude of her mind, she regained control of herself, bit by bit, reclaiming it from the pain, vertigo, nausea that the blows to the side of her head had caused. It occurred to her that Butler had been right in insisting that she take more time to recover. The explosion had done her more harm than she had at first believed. The other side of the coin, however, was that, compromised or not, she was no good lying in bed, no good being idle. She was not cut out for rest or for resolution. How could you have a final accounting of your life when major parts of it had been ripped from you, when the people you loved most in the world were gone? So she kept running and fighting, running and fighting. She rose, finally, staggered, the need to orient herself while leaning against the elevator cage overwhelming. Her nostrils flared, hot metal and fresh blood. She closed her eyes for a moment. Saw a pair of ravens etched coal-black against a pure azure sky. Another intense wave of vertigo, and with a gasp she opened her eyes, breathed deeply as she trained her gaze on a distant section of crisscrossed metalwork. Gradually her head stopped spinning. At length she looked down to take a full inventory of the physical toll to her body. And there, around the dead driver's neck, shining silver, flecked with blood, was a necklace of delicately wrought interlocking rings at the center of which was attached a pair of silver corvids facing each other, curved beaks melding one into the other. Ravens. 9. In a New York minute, Riley Rivers's world had been turned upside down. 1 minute he was riding high at the top of his game, king of the propaganda mountain. The next he was sliding down the rubble on his ass. At the cemetery, the day had grown ever brighter, until it was positively blinding, the sky a piercing blue possible only in winter. Now, hours later, the aggressive winter twilight had descended all too early. He was sitting opposite her in a serpent-green fabric alcove at Q by Peter Chang in Bethesda, one of her favorite restaurants, one he'd never been to but must remember to frequent from now on. He had been her unwilling recruit for over a year now. Day and night, he was aware of her looming presence. Now and again, she asked him to pass on bits of intel to his Russian masters. Desinformatia, he was quite sure, but really the less he knew about the intel, the better. Always he felt her boot on his neck, pressing, always pressing to squeeze more of him, and he helpless to refuse her because of what she could reveal about him, being a Russian asset. They looked out on large round tables, for 8 or more, above an airy space that rose into a kind of atrium, filled with enormous square lanterns. Even though it was fairly early, the place was packed. He picked out faces he knew from the ranks of influencers and tastemakers, Pentagon officials and heads of private security firms, all more important than senators or representatives. Peter Chang used to be the head chef at the Chinese embassy, Isabel said, as drinks were set down in front of them, but Rivers was hardly interested. "I've still got lots to do tonight," he replied, a weak and futile attempt to maintain what was left of his dignity.
"I'll just bet you do,"
Isabel said with a smirk. The truth was, he'd been waiting for her to demand something big from him, and now he felt sure here it was. Slightly sick to his stomach, he said, "Okay, Isabel, what is it you want this time?"
Well...
She took a sip of her drink, set it down slowly and carefully in front of her.
"I would better say what you want from me."
He was intent on ignoring the headache forming behind his right eye.
"Meaning? Don't be dense, Riley. You're smarter than that."
She placed both her hands on the table, fingers spread like some kind of sea creature, an anemone, he thought, or a sea star. Something poisonous, anyway.
"I took you to Yana's funeral and burial so you could more vividly picture yourself in the same tragic state when your usefulness to the Russians comes to an end."
"But I've been most useful to them," he blurted out stupidly. That smile again, sharp as a scimitar. He felt as if he were in a sinking ship. Christ, he thought, the headache picking up hideous energy from his anxiety, which he realized now had seated itself inside him while he was standing graveside, and now gripped him with the tenacity of a tropical vine.
"Well, that's your perspective, Riley. But there are other perspectives to consider. Perspectives more important, more far-reaching than yours."
She sighed.
"It's a sad fact that Yana's usefulness to the Russians came to an end. Sad for her and for her family, not for her handlers, because there's another sap who'll take her place. There always is. Saps are a dime a dozen for the Russians."
She paused to let that remark sink in fully before continuing.
"As for Yana, maybe the FBI had come sniffing around. Maybe she allowed her fear to overrun her instinct and she made a mistake. Or maybe the pressure of a double life was too much of a burden to bear any longer." She shrugged. "No matter the reason, a decision was made in FSB, was executed here in D.C., and that was the end of the wasted life of Yana Bardina."
She took another sip of her drink.
"I'm sure she had other plans for her life. Other dreams. Just like you, Riley. Exactly like you, in fact."
Taking up the menu but not opening it, she continued.
"I say wasted because I could have saved Yana, if only she'd let me. If only she'd agreed to the terms of the bargain I laid out for her, but..."
Her smile vanished.
"I'm in too deep," she told me. "I can't. I won't. It's too much. If I go any deeper, I'll be buried." And in the end, she really was buried, Riley, as you saw with your own eyes.
"And so we come to you." Her gaze pierced the space between them.
"I'm particularly interested in the origin of these attacks on Benjamin Butler. I want you to get to the bottom of it. I want to know who's doing the targeting."
"Why are you so interested in this particularly?" Rivers asked. "I mean, what's so special about Benjamin Butler?" Isabel's face darkened.
"Don't fuck me around, Riley. Bad things happen to people all the time in this town."
She smiled sweetly before opening the menu. "Now, what do you feel like having?" But she wasn't interested in what he felt like having. Before he could answer, she plowed on.
"Why don't I order for both of us?" It wasn't a question.
The Peking duck was delicious, as was everything else Isabel ordered for them. One thing you could say in her favor, she had impeccable taste in just about everything. For some reason, perhaps the simple hominess of the act, eating settled him down somewhat. Maybe, after switching horses, this ride wouldn't be so bad after all, he thought. Because surely she'd want to know everything his control ordered him to do, everything he then did. Yana Bardina couldn't handle being in so deep, but he, Riley Rivers, was made of sterner stuff. He could handle anything and everything the Russians or she threw at him. So, she said, setting down her chopsticks and patting her lips free of grease. Now we get down to the nub of the matter. A tiny butterfly was born in his stomach and, rising, began to flutter its wings. The bargain, Rivers said. The terms of the bargain. Correct. She sat back, regarding him so coolly and with such concentration that he felt like a horse being considered for sale. Or a servant. First, she began, I want to know everything your control gives you on Benjamin Butler. Specifically, I want to know why he's being targeted. Second, I want to know everything your control gives you the moment you receive it. The shock showed on Rivers's face. Everything? You'd make a lousy poker player, Riley. She covered her mouth with her napkin as a small, ladylike burp burbled up. I don't think I can. Of course you can, she said. Of course you will. Do you want to end up like Yana? Or perhaps worse, in federal custody, branded a traitor? What other choice do you have? Well, Shut up and listen. Third, go about your business exactly as if this day never happened. Riley wiped the sweat off his face. And? The scimitar smile had returned, cutting into his sense of relief. And nothing. That's it, Riley. That's all. He closed his eyes for a moment. His hands were trembling. I can do that, he said when he opened his eyes. You will do that, she told him. Jesus, he thought, resisting the urge to again close his eyes, behind which explosive pain was now hammering. And in return? In return, I will protect you from any and all depredations and machinations cooked up against you by the Russians. I will extract you from any dangerous situation before it becomes lethal. How do I know you can do that? Because I'm telling you I can. I'm to take it on faith, then. Isabel laughed, not unkindly. Listen, bucko, this new world we're living in is built on faith, whether we like it or not. As she called for the check, her mobile rang. I myself do not like it, Riley, but it is what it is. Get on board or get run over. 10. According to her Canadian passport, her identity was Anna Alta, Evans said into her mobile. What her real name is anyone's guess. We'll pick up that and her driver's license when we collect the body, Butler said, a mosquito buzzing in her ear. Any idea who manufactured the passport? It's good, Evans said, studying it, but not that good. So it can't be Israeli. Theirs are perfect. She held the passport open, its leaves bent back, checking the stitching. It's Russian, Butler grunted. Mobile? Not that I found, Evans said, turning Anna Alta's phone over in her hand. She'd wiped the blood off it, made sure it still worked. She should have reported it to Butler, but she was in a bloody frame of mind and not inclined to disclose much of anything. No matter, we'll do everything we can to ID her. I did find something, though, she said haltingly. She stared down at the silver raven pendant in the palm of her hand and described it to him in detail. Butler exhaled loudly. Ravens, so Wilson was perhaps more lucid than we thought. Apparently, Look, Ben, this woman's death is on me, Evan said truthfully. I wanted to interrogate her. For a time, Butler was silent. She sat on the edge of a bed in the ER of the hospital where she had once again wound up, and where Brenda still lay recovering. She had been treated for the fresh wounds inflicted during her encounter with Anna Alta, or whoever she really was, and was now waiting for a prescription for antibiotics to protect her against infection. About this Anna, Butler said now. What's your sense of her? Not Canadian, was she? No, I'd make her as Eastern European. Russian? Possibly. With the president's intended détente with the sovereign, that would cause all manner of diplomatic complications. That's a polite way of saying it would throw a major wrench into the president's initiative, she thought. Which would please many in the American clandestine services who were, to a man, adamantly opposed to treating Russia as anything but the enemy. At that moment, she heard a little girl's high, trilling voice. Zoe just came from dance class, Butler said. She's dying to talk to you. He heard the muffled sounds of Butler passing his mobile to his daughter's little hand. Hi, Evie, Zoe piped up. No one called Evan Evie except Zoe. She laughed. Hi yourself. How's your dancing coming? I'm learning to be a ballerina. Zoe sounded so much more grown-up than the last time they had spoken a year ago. You must tell me when your next recital is, and I'll try my best to come to it. Oh, that would be super, but it's not until March. She took a breath. So, when am I going to see you? Soon, honey. Soon as I can work out a date with your dad, okay? I miss you. I miss you, too. Now, let me talk to your father. The mobile was dutifully passed back to Butler. She does miss you. God knows why. You know why? Silence for a time. They both knew why. Zoe loved her. Improbably, she'd become a mother figure. Where are you now? Butler said, wrenching Evan back to work. Getting mended. How's Brenda? He paused a moment, which was unlike him. Her injuries are more serious than yours. How bad? She's a strong girl. That's not an answer. You'll bounce back in no time. It's possible she will, too. Just then, she spotted Peter Lemus, Brenda's boyfriend, passing the ER room on his way to the parking lot. She glanced at her watch. 6:30. Lemus had been with Brenda all day. That was devotion. Evan made a quick decision. Okay, I'll keep clear for now. She slid off the bed, no time to wait for the antibiotics. But keep me informed on her progress. Of course. Go back to the hotel. Eat. Sleep. We'll reconvene in the morning. She disconnected, went into the corridor, and followed Lemus out to the parking lot. He was heading toward a Tesla SP85D, a cool $250,000 even without the special metallic electric blue paint job, which seemed just about right. Evan hurried to her own borrowed car, fired the ignition, just as Lemus pulled out. Okay, Donald Beacom said after Evan had left. I can go now, right? Butler, studying a file his assistant Cecile had brought him, made no reply. At length, he looked up at Beacom. You went to Yemen 2 years ago. Tell me about that. The guard shrugged. Not much to tell. My wife is Yemeni. She took me to see her family. Did you get along with them? Butler asked in a conversational tone as if they were friends chewing the fat over a cup of coffee. What? Did you like them? Sure, they were fine, I guess. He shrugged again. Nothing special. And how about Jaden? Jaden? Beacom repeated stupidly. Your wife's younger brother. Had Beacom gone a bit pale? What about him? Was he special? I don't... Yes, you do. You took a trip with him. What? While your wife stayed with the rest of her family. Jaden and I went fishing. Where? Alaska. From Yemen? Beacome's expression turned sour. You thought we'd never find out. He tapped a page filled with close typewritten paragraphs. I'll admit it took us all this time. I'll admit someone made a mistake. You were inadequately vetted. You people, you hear Middle East and right away you think terrorist. Fuck you, my wife's family aren't terrorists. They're law-abiding citizens. You're right, Beacom, they are. Butler leaned forward. Except for Jaden. He's jihadi. Beacom looked around, licked his lips. I want to leave. Now. I want to leave. You have no right. Butler stood. It's you who have no right. Jaden took you to Syria to one of 3 jihadi training camps. Was it Al-Noor? Deir Zor? Or maybe it was Abu Kamal? He went around behind his subject as Evan had done. No matter. The point is you were radicalized. Isn't that right, Beacom? I was never in Syria. Please, I was never radicalized. He shook his head. No. Taking a fistful of plastic ties from his suit jacket pocket, Butler bound Beacom's wrists and ankles to the chair. Beacom looked on wildly. What are you doing? Butler stood up. One way or the other, you're going to tell me the truth. I have told you the truth. You are not connected in any way with the car bomb that went off today. No, I don't know anything about it. But see, here's the problem, Beacom. I think you do. I think you know a great deal about it. You're dead wrong, he said, becoming more and more agitated. You're confusing me with someone else. We'll see. It won't be long now. What? What do you mean? Butler glanced up at the CCTV camera in the upper right-hand corner and nodded. What's happening? Beacom cried. What are you doing? The door opened and a dark-skinned man of obvious Arabic descent stepped in. He wore a sidearm and carried one of those enormous bottles of water used in water coolers. It was full to the brim. This is Abdur-Rashid, Butler said. He is an ex-Marine. Abdur-Rashid set the bottle down on the corner of the table nearest Beacom. He served 2 tours of duty in Iraq, 1 in Syria. He returned to his position behind the guard. He saw his best buddy's legs blown off by an IED. He saw his captain beheaded. He has rage issues, understandably. I don't... Beacom's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. I don't want him anywhere near me. Why not? If, as you say, you're nothing more than a law-abiding citizen, you have nothing to fear. So saying, Butler grabbed Beacom's head in one hand, pried his jaws open with the other. Abdur-Rashid unplugged the massive bottle, picked it up, tipped the opening into the guard's gaping mouth. He sputtered and choked, the water spilling out of his mouth, down the front of him and onto the floor. Swallow, Beacom, Butler said gently. Swallow. The water went down, lots of it. Then Abdur-Rashid tipped the bottle back up. The idea wasn't to drown him, or nearly drown him. That wouldn't be good for anyone. While Beacom coughed and groaned, Butler went around to stand beside Abdur-Rashid, who had placed the bottle back on the table. Butler sat, thumbing idly through the file Cecile had brought in. Abdur-Rashid preferred to stand, arms crossed over his muscular chest while he stared fixedly at the subject. 20 minutes, Butler said in Arabic without looking up. 20 minutes, Abdur-Rashid affirmed in the same language, and then, he understands. Uh-huh, Butler replied, unsurprised. 20 minutes later, almost to the second, Beacom gasped, said, Please untie me. I have to take a piss. No one answered him. Butler didn't even glance up. Some minutes went by while Beacom began to squirm in the chair.
No, really, I have to pee real bad.
Still no response.
Hey, my bladder feels like it's going to explode.
And then a moment later,
If you don't, I'll have to pee in my pants right here.
that roused Butler. He went over to Abdur Rashid, who unsnapped the safety strap on his holster, handed him his .45 handgun. Taking it, Butler sat on the edge of the table directly in front of Beacom.
Here's the thing,
he said, again in that mild, conversational tone.
I'm not going to untie you or give you permission to urinate until you tell me the truth.
Something seemed to come over Beacom. A certain hardness in his expression, a darkness behind his eyes.
Permission? I don't need your stinking permission. I'll pee right here, right now. There's nothing you can do about it.
Really? Is that what you believe? Butler aimed the .45 at his groin.
I see one drop of urine, and I will shoot your dick off.
Leaning forward, he put his face close to Beacom's.
Am I clear?
Something odd happened then. Beacom burst into tears.
I told them,
he wailed between sobs.
I told them I wasn't cut out for this.
11. Why did you lie to her? Brenda asked. My injuries aren't bad at all.
For the time being, I want to keep her away from you, Butler replied.
They were seated in Butler's office at right angles from each other, Butler on a chair, Brenda on the sofa. In front of them was a low table on which sat a carafe of strong coffee, half-filled mugs and small plates with roast beef sandwiches, half-eaten, a glass beaker of oatmeal chocolate chip cookies. On the other side of the closed door, Zoe sat, swinging her legs, eating one of the clutch of cookies her father had given her. Cecile was keeping an eye on her. But why lie at all? Apart from a patch of 4 stitches on the right side of her forehead, a bit of bruising here and there, she looked remarkably fit. Why don't you want her to talk with me? Butler took up his mug and frowned, sipped at his coffee meditatively.
I'm taking a major risk in asking Evan to go where our other agents died.
I don't get it. She's a hunter, an infiltrator, a killer. She'll go anywhere and survive. You've got to know that. But the lies...
Lies are what she expects, Brenda. Lies are what she feeds on. She feels most comfortable when she's around them.
He put down the mug.
So she can figure them out.
But...
I have no doubt that she's lying to me, possibly to you as well.
Butler eyed his protégé. He'd prefer to be having the conversation with Evan directly, but the world wasn't perfect, not by a long shot.
I think what Patrick said to her at the end was not only intelligible but important, something that meant something to her.
Why would she keep that from you?
And that's precisely what you're going to find out. The sooner the better,
Brenda replied. Butler nodded.
I agree. But first, I want you to tail Donald Beacom.
He handed Brenda a receiver.
He's being fitted with a wire now.
So you were right about him?
I knew it from the moment I first spoke to him. I could smell the fear on him.
Not defiance? Not sullen resentment?
He stank of it. That's how I knew I could break him.
Clever. Brenda did not try to hide her admiration.
See where he goes, who he speaks with, Butler continued. He's promising to make contact with his handler, but he says he's got to be circumspect, and I believe him. I believe everything he tells me now.
If the people he's mixed up with know he's been in custody.
That's right. They may be suspicious of him, that's where you come in. Intervene as forcefully as the situation requires.
Brenda nodded.
The doctors have cleared you, Butler said, so...
Got it. Then Butler made a sound between his lips.
I hate mugs,
he said, abruptly changing subjects.
Don't you hate mugs? They're an aberration. Plus, no matter what you do with them, they're aesthetically ugly.
He called Cecile on the intercom. Several moments later, Zoe came in holding a pair of porcelain cups and saucers.
Thank you, ma petite.
Butler smiled as his daughter placed them on the table, one in front of each of them.
I won't be much longer.
That's all right, Zoe grinned. She wore pale blue leg warmers, white tights, and a blue hoodie zipped up the front. Her ponytail was tied back with a purple scrunchie. It was Cecile, not Butler himself, who had picked her up from dance class.
Cecile is teaching me how to play poker.
Butler rolled his eyes as his daughter closed the door behind her.
Poker? And she'll be good at it, too.
He poured them both a fresh coffee, spooned a great deal of sugar into his cup.
Growing up too fast.
Shaking his head, he added,
Everything happens too fast these days.
He lifted his head, a sad smile on his lips, a melancholy cast to his eyes.
You're like Zoe, you know. Growing into very adult situations so quickly it's dizzying.
Brenda, leaning forward, put her hands together, her head down.
Was it really necessary to bring Evan into this?
She's not really one of us. And as you've said often enough, she never will be. Yes, I understand your reservations, but she is the one we need. I'm more sure of that than before. Our target has retaliated close to home now, Brenda, which I hadn't expected. This was as decisive and direct as the killing of our agents. If the SUV hadn't been armored, you and Devon would likely have been killed. I've gone after them, and now, not content with ultimately killing all 3 of my agents, they've struck back.
And we don't even know who their leader is, Brenda said bitterly.
No, we know him only as Nemesis, Butler agreed. A shadow cast over the world. We know only these things about him. He lives in both the real world and the cyber world. He's made probing hacks into at least 3 major nuclear generating plants around the country that we know of, as well as our national power grid and the NYSE and NASDAQ trading platforms. No one's talking about it, though, and they won't. Too scary. Anyway, all of this means the head of Nemesis is very smart and very clever. 2 different traits. He's super tech-savvy, or someone at his right hand is. He is exceptionally well organized. He's got a highly trained, disciplined international network. He's a murderer. He's out to disrupt the world order. He gets pleasure in torturing human beings. Nemesis is the most dangerous adversary I've ever come up against, and I've been pitted against the best, or, if you prefer, the worst. Nemesis is on an entirely different level. He's a clear and present danger about whom we know precious little. But believe me, if anyone can find and destroy him, it's Evan.
A premature darkness had fallen over the city like a veil, winter murdering the abbreviated afternoon. Across the Potomac, the lights of D.C. shone, the spotlit monuments and monolithic buildings, and above, the winking lights of jet planes gliding through the grayness that passed for night over the big cities. Evan kept 2 car lengths behind Lemus, moving in and out of lanes, though she doubted Lemus would be looking to see if he was being tailed. As she drove, she considered Butler's position vis-a-vis Brenda. It seemed odd to her that he would want to keep the 2 of them separate, that he didn't want them comparing notes. Evan continued to follow Lemus's electric blue Tesla S for just over 20 minutes, whereupon he turned into the parking lot of the Federal Case Steakhouse. Evan followed, waited until Lemus had pulled into a spot, gotten out, and entered the restaurant before she too parked. Inside it was dim and swanky. To the left was a long S-curved bar, 3 deep with suits all clamoring for their bourbon rocks or vodka martini. To the right, a line of lipstick-red banquettes cozied in along the wall. Ahead of her was the maitre d's podium, behind which stood an impossibly thin brunette whose beautiful face was marred by a permanent smirk. Evan ignored her, went in search of Peter Lemus. Federal Case was one of those places, a high-end steakhouse featuring world-class beef to which businessmen and divorce and tax lawyers of a certain wealth gravitated with unerring and uncanny accuracy. Federal Case was not a politician's hangout, either unknown to or ignored by the federal bureaucracy and the judiciary, who were in any event, owing to their lower net worth, hardly welcome. But Federal Case was definitely a haven for Peter Lemus and his techie pals, riding as high as they were. The 4 cardinal rules of the tech world, Evan knew, were 1. Keep your gaze fixed on the horizon ahead. 2. Never look back. 3. Keep moving. 4. Protect your profits from everyone, especially the ex-wife and the taxman. Peter Lemus certainly looked the part. Evan spotted him in the last booth. He was sitting alone, speaking into his mobile as if whoever was on the other end was sitting across from him. No doubt he would be doing the same thing even if he was sitting in a cubicle in the men's room, Evan thought, as she slid onto the banquette opposite him. He took no notice of Evan, so wrapped was he in the business conference that was transpiring through the ether from cell tower to cell tower, all corners of the world available all the time. But Evan, forearms on the table, did notice that the silver pin she had briefly observed from a distance at the hospital before Butler had hustled her out of Brenda's room was of 2 facing ravens, the tips of their beaks touching. When Butler was abruptly summoned to the Secretary of Defense's office, he asked Cecile to take Zoe home, give her some dinner, and wait with her until Butler could get there. He was expecting the worst. Then he let that expectation go. Conjuring up anticipatory scenarios was not only a waste of time, it was counterproductive. Therefore, as he sat in the anteroom of Thompson's offices, he relaxed, willing his mind to go blank, trusting that in the empty space would form both his tactics and his strategy. He had seen the wretched news item targeting himself. It was trash, but it was out there in the brave new world filled with similar trash. That was where the country was at these days. Sometimes he regretted ever returning. He might have been far better off staying in Berlin, but his rabbi, the most unconventional rabbi imaginable, had made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Besides which, he'd never have been able to run his own intelligence shop in Germany. And taking Zoe to another foreign country without her mother was out of the question. After 20 minutes of waiting, the better to put him in his place, the adjutant escorted him into the secretary's inner sanctum. Brady Thompson's office was approximately the size of a ball field. What he did with all that space, scrimmages, pick-up basketball games, was anyone's guess. He sat behind a desk as imposing as a judge's bank. It was at the far end, obliging Butler to walk the length of the office over a plush carpet of presidential blue. Behind Thompson, to his right, was an American flag on a gilded pole, and to his left the flag of the District of Columbia. Several straight-backed wooden chairs were aligned in front of the desk with such precision they might have been part of a jury box. In fact, now Butler thought of it, Thompson's office had about it the air of a judge's chambers. Airless, intimidating, vaguely frightening, like the entrance to a traveling carnival's house of horrors. And it seemed as if Thompson himself had inculcated this atmosphere. As he looked up from whatever he was pretending to read, he seemed mightily pleased with himself. King of the castle, lord of his domain. What a dick, Butler thought as he sat without being asked to. At this act of insolence, Thompson frowned deeply. His tanned, leathery face was reminiscent of any number of cowboy actors out of the 40s and 50s. He was lean, with big, heavily veined hands, and a face as furrowed as a plot of land ready to be seeded. He rose, crossed to the darkened window that looked out over the perfectly manicured spotlit grounds. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back. When I was a young lad, my father would take me hunting.
We'd overnight in a log cabin he had built when he was a young man. He was proud of that cabin, as would anyone.
Though Thompson stared straight out the window, it was clear he was speaking directly to Butler.
At night, I'd lie in bed, listening to the crickets chirping, the hoot of a horned owl, the occasional howl of a wolf or a coyote. None of those sounds bothered me. I loved them. Felt close to them. But there was another sound, closer to my ears, that disturbed me greatly. It was the sound of massed powder post beetles eating away at the logs. From the inside out. Many was the time I'd beg my father to have the cabin tented and sprayed. It was the only way to save it, you see. But my father refused. From his point of view, the powder post beetles were part of nature. He wasn't going to kill them. Well, one summer we went up there only to discover that the damn thing had fallen down. It was nothing more than a pile of sawdust. Those fucking beetles.
Thompson shook his head.
I loved that cabin. It was like my own little kingdom, but it was rotten. It was being destroyed from the inside.
He turned to face Butler.
But I could hear the destruction inch by rotten inch.
He returned to his chair but didn't sit down, stared at Butler with his hands wrapped around its back, as if it were someone's throat. Someone who was destroying his current kingdom from the inside.
Like Gary Cooper, I'm a straight shooter, so I'll get right to the nails and hammer.
He leaned forward slightly. The chair creaked beneath the pressure. His eyes looked like poached raisins, at once small and swollen.
I was adamantly against your appointment, and I'll tell you why. First, you've spent too much time overseas. Second, you're a Jew.
My time overseas was in service to this country, sir. Butler said automatically to stop himself from commenting on how utterly appalled he was.
And yes, I am half Jewish, so what? Third, you're an insolent son of a bitch. Thompson plowed on like a steamroller. And fourth, it seems mighty suspicious to me, you hiring female agents. What the fuck is that all about? They your own private harem?
Butler had to keep an iron control, not to leap at Thompson and batter that smug expression off his face. Everyone dismisses the idea of female agents, Mr. Secretary, clearly yourself included. That's what makes them so effective in the field. Thompson bit his cheek, making a god-awful sucking sound as if that would bury Butler's rejoinder.
I know General Aristides is your rabbi, he said, the nasty edge to his voice like a razor slashing the air between them. Those DOD people are a fucking red flag danger. They have their hands in so many pies, it's like trying to figure out who owns a shell corporation. So you have juice behind you, there's no denying that, but...
He held up the news item that Rivers's OOC had disseminated, and which had been picked up by countless outlets around the country.
This here is a leak, Butler. A leak of monstrous proportions. Someone's eating at my kingdom from the inside. Rabbi or no rabbi, I intend to find out all there is to know about you. I'm going to be strongly suggesting to my good friend Senator Willis. You know Senator Willis now, don't you? Head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, that he immediately launch a closed-door investigation of each point made in this leak. And I'm here to tell you that I'll be as good as chairing this investigation, and I assure you it will unearth the truth, even if that truth proves inconvenient to your rabbi.
He placed the news item on his desk midway between him and Butler.
Your days are numbered here, Butler. Frankly, I'd prefer it if you packed your bags today and flew back to Berlin, or even better, Israel. You'd be more comfortable among your own kind, I have no doubt.
He shrugged.
Though I know you won't comply. It may not happen today, tomorrow, or even next week, but rest assured as soon as Congress reconvenes in the new year, it will happen. That's a promise from me to you.
smug as the president himself, he sat back, hands over his belly, fingers intertwining, basking in the tongue-lashing he had just delivered to someone his inferior in every way he could be inferior. As if he were an uppity plantation slave, foolhardy enough to step out of line. Butler, having absorbed these personal and religious blows, and not for the first time, smiled his most gracious smile and rose. "Thank you for the update, Mr. Secretary." Pretended he was smiling at Zoe. "But to be honest, you haven't told me anything my own intelligence network hasn't already informed me of." Thompson's frown deepened. Clearly, he didn't like that, just as he didn't care for Butler dismissing himself before he had done so in his own time and manner. "I don't like your tone, Butler." "You don't have to like it, Mr. Secretary. I do my job, and I do it better than anyone else." His smile widened. "You see, my set of balls are brass." With that, he turned on his heel and made his long, humiliating exit. Once in his car, as his driver navigated their departure from federal grounds, he sat back, took a deep breath. His heart was beating like a trip hammer, and his gorge had risen into his throat. His left hand, where it lay on the armrest, was trembling. He wished it was merely from the rush of adrenaline that had flooded his system the moment Thompson started his abominable harangue, but the truth was that he was frightened. He had not come back from overseas to take this job to be harassed and intimidated. His rabbi had assured him this would not happen. He had had no illusions when he had taken the position. As Evan had pointed out, D.C. was still a snake pit crawling with the worst poisonous vipers. But he had been guaranteed an endless supply of antivenin. Now this. Leaning forward, he said, "Mitchell, I need to go to McLean." "Yes, sir." Mitchell was ex-Special Forces with 2 tours in Iraq in his quiver. He was also utterly dedicated to Butler. Moments later, they were crossing the bridge into Virginia. So far as Butler was concerned, the Pentagon was a place he was happy to visit rarely and only in times of extreme duress. This was one of those times. And as he showed his ID to the first of many guards at the many security checkpoints, he felt the claustrophobia of the federal government closing in on him like a locked cell. General Brian Aristides' office was in one of the inner rings, as benefited his rank and standing. What division he worked for and what it was he did precisely, Butler had no idea, nor did he feel the need to know. What had, however, been abundantly clear to him when the two of them had been put together was that they both had a fierce and abiding interest in Russia, the sovereign, and in particular the sovereign's plans for the continuing infiltration and subversion of the American way of life. It took a full 10 minutes from the moment Mitchell drove Butler through the first checkpoint until General Aristides' adjutant guided him into the inner office. These checkpoints, delays, long walks down corridors, confusing as those on an aircraft carrier, were no doubt intended to intimidate the visitor, though they had no effect on Butler other than to increase his impatience. When he was at last ushered into the general's office, Aristides was behind his desk, squinting at a sheaf of papers and muttering to himself. He was one of those no-neck behemoths who had almost certainly been made fun of at school until his fists came out to silence his tormentors. He had the hunched shoulders, beetling brow, and heavy blue jowls of a college lineman running to fat. After several seconds, he glanced up to notice Butler standing behind an upholstered chair that Butler knew from past experience was not nearly as comfortable as it appeared at first glance. "Benjamin," he said in his deep, gravelly voice, "I was about to leave for the night, but I heard you were coming." He gestured with his pen hand. "Take a pew." Squinting at him, "You look like you could stand to get off your feet." Something about the oddly shaped room and its complete battleship grayness caused a wave of dizziness to sweep over Butler. He dug his fingers into the back of the chair, or perhaps it was because he could not remember the last time he'd had anything to eat. "I'd prefer to stand," he said, determined not to give in to any weakness. The general shrugged.
Suit yourself, you always do. Putting down his pen, he laced his fingers together. I've already got your dailies. What's so urgent that you needed to see me in person? Brady Thompson, he began. The general's thick eyebrows seemed to close in on themselves. That prick. What shitstorm is he brewing now? I suppose you haven't looked at your online news updates lately. The general shot him a look before swiveling to his left. Unlike other people in the federal government, his monitor was on a side table, not directly in front of him. The Cyclops, as he called it, was, in his opinion, an unsecure gateway to lies, disinformation, and junk, none of which he wanted clogging up his brain. The walls and security gates that protected him also, it seemed, cut him off from the incessant electronic din of the outside world. Still, out of deference to Butler, he scanned through his dailies. Oh, shit, he muttered. And then as he read further, oh, fuck. Butler told him then about Thompson's blatantly expressed hatred of him based on the premise that he was not merely a mongrel Jew, but also both a Washington outsider and an insolent son of a bitch. Well, he's right about that last part, Aristides said astutely. But also, you frightened the crap out of him, on any number of levels, including the fact that you operate out of the usual chain of command. You get results, so he hasn't been able to move against you. Until now. He's going to pressure Willis to order a closed-door Senate Intelligence Committee investigation, which he himself will ride herd on. He's coming after me and, by extension, you. Aristides sat back. I didn't sign up for this level of shit. He ran a hand across his forehead. I have assets to protect. Butler felt his stomach plummet. And I'm not one of them? You're different, Benjamin. He swiveled away from the Cyclops. You knew that the day you walked in here. You had to have your arm twisted, I understand. The general made a face. Figuratively speaking, yes, I was skeptical. Even after you read my CV? Well, it was an outsider issue, General. So much time spent overseas, away from America. Let's call a spade. But it did me a world of good. I have a broader perspective on issues than anyone in this administration. And as I said, Aristides hurried on, leapfrogging over Butler's comment, you've come through time and time again. I'm a valuable asset to you. At this, the general clammed up. He looked exceedingly unhappy. And yet you won't defend me. Look, Benjamin, you have to understand. Right now, Thompson's star is in the ascendant. Going up against him is not the smart play. For you. General Aristides stared at Butler as if he was made of granite. I see. Butler nodded. Get back to me when you've grown a pair, General. Then he turned on his heel and got the hell out of there before the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach overwhelmed him. Mitchell, you know where? Yes, sir. Mitchell made the necessary recalculations in his head, then turned off the car's GPS, a redesign Butler had installed privately, outside the government's purview. And thank God for that. This particular address must never show up on the GPS. Back across the river into D.C. they went, but not before, having heard his boss's stomach rumbling, Mitchell stopped at a diner, ducked in, and brought Butler back his favorite, a Greek salad with extra dolma. Butler thanked him, but the dolma tasted like sand and the greens stuck in his throat, as if he had swallowed a pine cone. Mitchell took them through a maze of streets, continuing to check his side and rear view mirrors every 30 seconds to see if they were being followed. Only when he had reassured himself that they were clean did he head for the highway. But even then he took a confusingly circuitous route to their destination. Butler stared out the window. He was breaking protocol, but there was good reason. More than good reason. He'd made the briefest of texts, just the numeral 2 and a time 10 minutes from now,
using the latest of the burner phones that arrived in the mail every 5 days like clockwork. At this moment, he was leaving nothing to chance. Just because Brady Thompson was a racist pig did not mean that he would make the mistake of underestimating him. Thompson had given him, and by extension, General Aristides, his rabbi, a very deliberate shot across the bow. Thank God he didn't know the identity of Butler's real rabbi, and he was making damn sure he never would. Now, more than ever, it was absolutely vital that Butler's security be airtight. He had just gone to their own private DEFCON 2, the last preparations to defend against disaster. 12. Butler's car arrived on the end of Tracy Place precisely 10 minutes from the moment he had sent the text. As soon as it appeared, a figure wearing sunglasses, wrapped in a thick winter coat, designer scarf around her head, stepped smartly out of the mansion's back door. Mitchell unlocked the car doors and the figure slipped into the back seat behind Butler. The soundproof partition slid up, sealing them off from the front. Mitchell relocked the doors and drove off at a leisurely pace. "Not too far," Isabel said. "I've got a pressing engagement." "I know, we're only going around the block," Butler replied. Isabel took off the sunglasses, slipped the scarf down to her neck. "So," Isabel Lowe said, "I think I know what has your knickers in a twist." Butler gave her a wry smile and told her about the cyber story, being summoned to Brady Thompson's office, and the hell Thompson had promised to rain down on him. "Yes, I saw the story," Isabel said. "Thompson, that cocksucker. I assume you went to see Ryan." She meant General Aristides. "For all the good it did me?" He whiffed. "Yeah, I doubt he's prepared to go full tilt with Thompson and POTUS." "So you needed to know ASAP." "I certainly do." To Butler's great surprise, Isabel produced one of her wickedest smiles. "Don't give the threat another thought. On the inside, that is. On the outside, give Thompson every indication that he's scared the bejesus out of you. He'll like that so much, he'll feel comfortable going forward." "But that's just what I don't want." "Au contraire, darling. That's just what we do want." She took Butler's hand. "I want him distracted while I figure out what to do. Trust me." "Our partnership is built on trust." Their partnership had been a decade in the making, a secret he held back even from Evan. He and Isabel had met in Israel. He'd been a field agent then, before he and Evan worked together. She was ostensibly a tourist, but in fact was with Mossad. They were after the same target. An SVR agent posing as a businessman in Haifa. After some fireworks that came close to bursting into violence, they had formed a détente of sorts. This was all before Isabel came back to the States. But they had stayed in touch, and after she became disenchanted with the current Israeli government and quit Mossad, had decided to clandestinely work together. Her distrust and hatred of Russia never wavered, however, aligning with Butler's own antipathy. Now she worked for one of those Silicon Valley companies that had amassed more personal data on more people worldwide than the NSA and the DoD combined. Isabel squeezed his hand. "These are some crazy lives we've chosen for ourselves." "I think my life chose me," Butler said. "Yes, I suppose you're right." "Unlike you love your work." Isabel chuckled. "Come on, Ben. So do you." "Maybe. But I hate the people I have to report to." Time to return the subject to the here and now. "Listen, Izzy, Evan Ryder is about to pay you a visit." "You know this will happen now?" "Yes. If we suspect Roger Hollis of using his and Peter's company as a spy network, you can be sure hanging around Peter she will too." "You think a great deal of this woman," Isabel said,
I've heard the stories, but I figured like all such gossip they were exaggerated.
Usually, yes, Butler said in all seriousness.
With Evan, they're all true, and then some.
Pulling out her mobile, she punched in Hollis's number. Roger. Tonight's game will be starting an hour earlier. She nodded as he agreed. Then she cut the connection. Done, she said to Butler. He nodded.
And listen, as we discussed, the visit isn't likely to be a friendly one. Leave it to me.
She patted his hand.
Perhaps this will work. Your plan of throwing Peter and Brenda together was a good one. But these things have a more or less 50-50 success rate. That's why I asked Evan to come back here. We have struck out badly against Nemesis.
You're saying you need the A-team?
Butler laughed. I'm hoping that's the case. I need to propel her on her way.
And who better to do that than me? 3 people went by, a woman striding smartly, laden with shopping bags, a pair of elderly men, one with a walking stick, taking their time, deep in conversation. Isabel gave Butler a serious look.
I went to Yana's funeral.
I never doubted you would.
Hollis was there.
She really hooked him, didn't she?
Isabel nodded. Another kind of cuckold.
It's sad.
No, it's not. It's how our life works.
Isabel kept staring out the window. A young woman with a helmet of blonde hair and a nose like the prow of a ship stepped across the street, ignoring the light.
It seems odd, but I miss her.
Who?
Yana. The first law of espionage, Izzy. Don't get involved.
She turned back to give him a level gaze.
Does that include you?
His eyes widened in surprise.
Me? You and Evan.
They stopped at a red light. The street was nearly empty. Just the occasional vehicle thrumming by.
I deserved that, Butler thought. Izzy's far too savvy for me to be reminding her of security protocol. She called me on it, and rightly so. There's nothing between me and Evan.
His voice was devoid of inflection. Isabel, who seemed not to have heard him, leaned forward, tapped the soundproof panel. When Mitchell slid it down, she said, "When you turn the corner, pull into the curb.
I'll walk the rest of the way back."
The panel slid back into place. The car turned right, pulled into the curb, and stopped. Isabel turned to Butler.
I forgive you.
She placed a hand lightly on his forearm and smiled. But inside, as far as neutralizing Thompson was concerned, she was not overly optimistic. Butler nodded.
I understand. Ben, our best hope is Evan. If she's as good as you say she is, if she can get to the heart of Nemesis, Thompson is going to have more on his plate than he can handle.
Be careful, Izzy.
And you, Ben.
She kissed him on both cheeks, and then she was gone amid the movers and shakers striding back down the street.
I'm having dinner, Peter Lemus said. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't have you thrown out of here.
He had concluded his call, presumably to his satisfaction, and had placed his mobile face up on the table. Evan reached for Lemus's menu.
I'm starving, she said. What's good here? The steak sandwich, the Caesar salad, the shrimp cocktail.
I'll have all 3. Evan signaled for the waiter cruising past, closed the menu, held it out to Lemus.
What about you?
Lemus, slightly bewildered, took the menu, stared up into the expectant face of the waiter, a large man named Paul. Clearly he was debating whether or not to have Paul escort this interloper out of his presence. Then he shrugged.
A shrimp cocktail, Caesar salad, steak sandwich, medium rare for both of us, Paul. Very good, Mr. Lemus.
Paul took the menu, turned to Evan.
Perhaps a drink before dinner, ma'am?
Thanks, no, Evan said. Just ice water. Paul nodded and departed, following which a somewhat awkward silence arose, as Evan stared into Lemus's face. He was a handsome man with large black eyes that looked out on the world with a kind of amused curiosity from beneath long dark lashes. He sported a small gold ring in the lobe of his left ear. A Patek Philippe watch that cost a small fortune rode his left wrist. A man, then, who was comfortable wearing his wealth on his sleeve.
"Have we met before?" Lemus asked. His accent was pure British upper class.
Evan, extending a hand, wondered whether Lemus had picked up on a shadow in Evan's expression, or whether his question was merely coincidence.
Vesper Lind. Lemus laughed. "And I'm Hugo Drax," playing along with Evan's joke. The two shook hands. His was cool and dry.
"Louise Stedman," Evan said. Using the legend Butler had had his people cook up for the false IDs that got her into the country without lighting up the clandestine service's computer terminals. She showed her ID to Lemus.
"I'm a colleague of Brenda's."
"Ah, so that's it." Lemus waggled a forefinger.
"Was that you who popped her head inside her room at the hospital?"
"It was." Lemus's face darkened.
"You were in the SUV with her when—"
"That's right."
"No wonder you look worse for wear. You should see the other guy."
Lemus's smile was wan.
"Terrible thing, this."
Paul set the shrimp cocktails before them along with a small cup of white horseradish, asked if there was anything else they needed, then departed as silently as he had arrived. Evan took a spoonful of the horseradish to add to the blood-red cocktail sauce, squeezed a hefty wedge of lemon onto the shrimp, which were the size of a Chinook salmon, took up her delicate fork.
"How long have you known Brenda?" "We've been going out for about 6 months."
"You seem pretty devoted for a fairly new relationship."
"Life moves at the speed of light, my friend. I'm simply going with the flow."
They ate for a time in silence. Lemus at the speed of a seemingly starving man. He nearly swallowed each gigantic shrimp whole. Following this feeding frenzy, he wiped his lips, said,
"Is there something you wanted to ask me? And by the way, how did you find me here?"
"The federal case seems to be a favorite hangout of yours."
"It is?"
Lemus eyed her.
"But how did you know about it?"
"Brenda told me," Evan said, which was, of course, a lie. "She was eager for us to meet."
Another lie.
Nevertheless, it sounded like the truth, which was all that mattered. "I'm just back from overseas." It was always best to mix in a bit of the truth to lend credence to the lies.
"I won't ask where," Lemus said. "I know if you told me you'd have to kill me."
This accompanied by a weak smile at the too-oft-uttered phrase. A busboy cleared away their plates, and moments later Paul arrived with the Caesar salad on a cart laden with a large wooden mixing bowl into which he added each ingredient separately, tossed the whole, then served 2 portions before rolling the cart away.
"You don't get Caesar salad like this every day, made from scratch that way,"
Lemus said, back on solid ground.
"When I was just a young lad, my aunt, God rest her soul, used to take me to this one restaurant every time she came to London, as a special treat. She taught me about real Caesar salad, how to eat steak, and also how to drink liquor."
He tucked into his salad, eating as if he had an appointment in 5 minutes. While she picked at her own salad, Evan considered Lemus's ill-fitting jacket, and the silver pin on the lapel. The sight of the facing ravens, while the matching necklace she had taken from Anna Alta's corpse burned a hole in her pocket, put a serious dent in her appetite.
"So," Lemus said at length, "you never did tell me what you wanted to ask me."
Evan had been going to ask him what Brenda said about what had happened at St. Agnes, but the pin Lima swore had changed her mind. It would be difficult to credit anything he had to say about Brenda. Instead, she said, "I was curious about the pin on your lapel. The two ravens." For a moment, Lemus appeared flummoxed, twin creases appearing on his forehead. That is, until Evan brought out the raven pendant, set it on the table between them.
"Oh, that."
He touched the pin on his lapel, shrugged.
"No idea. This isn't my jacket. It belongs to my partner. I ripped mine on a nail early this morning as we were going through a site we're considering for new offices. After I got the call about Brenda, he lent me his jacket so I'd look presentable at the hospital."
Touching the pendant, his frown deepened.
"Do the ravens have a particular meaning?"
"I was going to ask you that." Evan swept the pendant off the table, pocketed it.
"Okay, well..."
Lemus glanced at his watch. Getting up, he walked a few paces away and fired up his mobile. After a short, muted conversation, he returned to the table.
"I know where Roger is. I'll take you to see him."
Lemus threw some bills onto the table. He'd apparently been here so often he didn't need to ask for a check. 13. Brenda's current brief was to follow Donald Beacom to his source. The hope was that Butler and Abdur Rashid had sufficiently frightened the wired-up guard to ensure he would do Butler's bidding. But just in case, Brenda was to be the goad as well as the close observer. Beacom had left Foggy Bottom via the metro. He took the Silver Line west 6 stops to L'Enfant Plaza, where, amid passenger cross-currents pushing and shoving every which way, he leapt onto the northbound Green Line at the last instant. Brenda just made it aboard before the doors closed. As the train sped up, she picked her way slowly toward where Beacom stood, swaying slightly as he held onto a vertical pole, staring blankly at the tunnel rushing by outside the window, deep in that kind of netherworld akin to daydreaming passengers of all transport fell into. At Gallery Place, he exited. Brenda followed him up and out, watching him pass through the enormous, many-roofed blue, gold, and crimson gate that marked the 7th Street border of Chinatown. Stone foo dogs, symbols of prosperity and good fortune, sat up on either side of the street. Past the gate, Beacom took a circuitous route through Chinatown itself. They passed restaurants with red-lacquered ducks hanging in the steamy windows, bakeries, beauty parlors, souvenir shops hawking paper and bamboo parasols, CDs of Chinese pop music, bootleg DVDs of the latest Hollywood films. In every shop, a garishly painted cat statue sat on its haunches, right forepaw rising and falling as if in greeting. Brenda hung back as he slowed, checked reflections in storefront windows, then darted into one of those sketchy check-cashing places that took a cut from giving you an advance or just to cash your paycheck when you didn't have an account at a bank or didn't want the scrutiny a bank teller would give a check from an equally sketchy source. Following him in a moment later, she saw a bare-bones business. Just a counter 2/3 of the way into the store behind which a young Chinese woman dispensed bills to a middle-aged Hispanic worker. Not even a cheap plastic chair. No one was expected to linger. And if there was a line, standing was just fine for you. Brenda watched the Hispanic worker stuff the money in his pocket and head out the door. The furtive air left with him, leaving a smell of fried garlic and money. "The man who just came in here," Brenda said at the counter. "Where did he go?" The Chinese woman regarded Brenda with an expression as unreadable as a mahjong tile. "He just walked out the door." She looked as if she had never been taught to smile. "You saw that, no?" "Not him," Brenda said. "The other one." "No other one," the Chinese woman replied with a hint of disdain. Her eyes looked like the coins used to put over a dead person's eyes to pay her way into the underworld. "Slow day." Brenda sighed. brought out her fake FBI ID. She was carrying, which was illegal for her inside the United States, not so for the FBI. Nevertheless, the Chinese woman made a move with her right hand. Brenda grabbed it, drew it up slowly. A 9mm Glock with a noise suppressor came into view. Slowly and carefully, Brenda took it from her, ejected the magazine, cleared it of bullets, took it apart, set the pieces on the counter. Then, keeping her eyes on the woman, she came around the end of the counter. Using a plastic twist tie she pulled from a box on a shelf inside the counter, she bound the bitch's wrists behind her back. "Sit down there." She indicated the corner. Glaring at her, the bitch curled herself up like a cat, curved spine against the wall. Back around the counter, Brenda turned the open sign on the front door around so the closed side faced the street. Then she locked the door. Behind the space at the rear of the shop was a door. "Is this where he went?" "Drop dead," the woman spat out. Brenda smiled at her, blew her a kiss, then passed silently as a cloud through the door. Unexpectedly, she found herself in a warren. How could she have imagined that such a small storefront would harbor a small village? Corridors, narrow and dimly lit, beckoned her on. After several minutes of trying to find her way through, she stopped still and, cocking her head, listened. The slow drip of water, the sweetish smell of earth and rot, open sacks of trash, the soft, stealthy patter of rats' paws. Then, so soft she almost missed it, the creak of a wooden floorboard. She held her breath. Another creak. 2 more. She swiveled in time to catch the next creak and to let it guide her. She went down corridor after corridor. None of them went far, but instead branched off in a series of right-angled T's. She followed the floorboard creaks until, straining all her senses, she caught the low sounds of a hushed conversation, just before she came upon a door. Pushing it open, she heard first the click-clack-click of mahjong tiles being played so quickly they were almost a blur. No one looked up when she walked in. Old women, old hands sitting around 12 square tables, so engrossed in their games it would have taken a hand grenade explosion to break their eerie concentration. The air was stifled by body heat and exhalations. Beyond the farthest row of tables from where Brenda stood was a beaded curtain, behind which a pair of shadowed figures moved, murmured. Picking her way around the players, she stood in front of the curtain. The wooden beads clacked softly on a breeze from a rotating fan on the other side. Leaning forward, she tried to make out the conversation. Other than the fact that it was between 2 males, she couldn't hear a word. On the other hand, she did feel the knife point in the small of her back. Turning her head, she could just make out one of the mahjong players, her black hair plastered into a kind of pyramid atop her head. "Get in there," she commanded first in Mandarin and then in Cantonese. Brenda spoke both, but, unmoving, played dumb. All that got her, though, was a sharp poke with the tip of the blade. "Go," the old woman said in harsh English. "You go, now." Brenda went, through the beaded curtain that her hands parted in front of her. She found herself in a small room, windowless like the mahjong parlor, like all the corridors she'd come down to get here. The electric fan blew the smells of rice, fried oil, and soy sauce, fermented beyond its usefulness, undoubtedly from a restaurant somewhere above them. Across from the fan, the 2 men sat on either side of what appeared to be a discarded card table. One of them was Donald Beacom. The other a slim man, made, it appeared, of solid muscle, with a head round and hairless as one of the beads in the curtain behind her. He had large black eyes that seemed to burn right through her. He wasn't Chinese or Asian at all. The bead had the swarthy skin of a desert dweller. It looked like he'd recently shaved off a full beard, which made sense since he was here in America, where such accoutrement on a face like his was bound to garner attention. And it was perfectly clear to Brenda that attention was the last thing this man craved. "You're the bomb maker," she said. In for a dime, in for $1 million, she thought. Beacom looked like he was about to have a stroke. The bead looked blandly at her. "This prick was telling me all about you and your boss." His lips moved, searching for the thick beard that was no longer there. "He seeks asylum here. With me. Trading, you see. Information in exchange for his life." He shrugged. "Desperate times call for desperate measures. Is that what you Americans say?" "You're not going to," Brenda began. "But I am," he said. "Giving him asylum." Beacom, relaxing, gave her a disdainful glare. The bead sat a bit forward. Both his hands were under the table. One of them held a gun, but that was verifiable to Brenda only after he had shot Beacom twice in the abdomen. "Asylum," the bead said. "Of a sort." Beyond the beaded curtain, the click-clack-click of the mahjong tiles being played never missed a beat. The old woman with the knife had returned to her hand. It must have been a winning one, Brenda thought. Beacom, chair tipped onto its back from the force of the bullets, still sat, bleeding quickly out. There was nothing Brenda could do to save him, assuming she even wanted to, which at the moment was highly debatable. This man was responsible for letting the white Nissan and its driver into the restricted parking lot of St. Agnes. The bead's head swiveled toward her like a vulture or an owl. He smiled in the most disarmingly benign manner as he said, "Now, what can I do for you, Brenda?" Then the gun appeared. 14. "This is quite the mansion," Evans said. And Peter Lemus's head swiveled toward her. "When you're Isabel Lowe, you can buy yourself just about anything," he said in a light tone of voice. They were mounting the stone steps of a 3-story cream, stone, and butterscotch stucco mansion near the corner of California Street Northwest and Massachusetts Avenue, 2 or so blocks from Rock Creek Park. That might have housed the embassy of a major foreign power, but didn't. A small courtyard paved with octagonal tiles was guarded by a pair of stone urns, each filled with a holly bush, ruby-colored berries set off by glossy, dark green foliage. 1-foot evergreen hedges guarded the front of the building. The man who stood in the vestibule between the outer and inner doors, black skin gleaming, looked like he could go 15 rounds with Ruslan Shagayev before knocking the former heavyweight's block off. He nodded to Lemus and said, "Good to see you again, sir." If he'd had a hat, Evan was sure he'd have tipped it. "And you," Lemus said. "This is my good friend Louise Stedman. Say hello to Ms. Stedman, Mike." "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Stedman. Anything you require, just let me know." "Thank you, Mike," Evan said. "I'll keep that in mind." Mike smiled with large white teeth while holding open the wood-framed glass door for them both to enter. "This way, please. I will escort you upstairs." "Charming fellow," Evan said, as she and Lemus trailed after Mike. Lemus chuckled. "Being so powerful does have its drawbacks. A certain level of security is required." It was the violet hour, already dark outside, and lamps were lit throughout the entry, hallways, and what rooms were visible from her current vantage point. "Tell me, just how well do you know Isabel Lowe?" "Relax, Louise. I would never cheat on Brenda. What kind of a man do you think I am?" "I wouldn't know." "Right." His smile was as genuine as it was disarming. "Not yet, anyway." "But this is her home, presumably, not her office." About 3 times a week, Roger joins a small select group for several rounds of poker. Mike had led them across the vestibule and up the curved staircase with its magnificently carved newel post and polished oak steps to the second floor, where a pecan wood-paneled corridor branched off to their left and right. They went left, past several closed doors. At the end of the corridor were a pair of polished mahogany doors with brass knockers in the shape of closed fists. Mike grasped one and knocked on the door 3 times, then opened the door inward and stepped smartly aside, taking up position just outside. Crossing the threshold, Evan and Lemus were assaulted by a fug of blue cigar smoke. Lemus shrugged off the jacket his partner had lent him, draped it over his left arm. 7 men and 1 woman sat around a green baize table, playing poker. Plain vanilla 5-card draw from what Evan could see. The shades were drawn over 2 windows that faced out onto California Street. Evan's unerring sense of direction informed her. There was a heavy tiger oak sideboard on which was arrayed an impressive drink service. On the opposite wall hung a pastoral painting of French origin. The lone woman looked up when they entered and, smiling, laid down her hand, excused herself, and rose to greet them. She wore a dark-colored Armani power suit, under which was an oyster-colored silk shirt unbuttoned enough to show off her impressive cleavage. An elegantly worked gold choker showed at her throat. An emerald ring graced the 3rd finger of her right hand. "Hello, Pete," she said in a husky voice. Her attention quickly turned to Evan. "And who is this vision of loveliness?" She held out her hand. "Isabel Lowe. Welcome to my home. Any friend of Pete's is a friend of mine." "Louise Stedman." Isabel Lowe had a grip like a man. "And thank you." "Not at all." Isabel's smile was disarming, warm and welcoming, but there was a steel mesh behind her eyes that Evan caught in intermittent flashes. "You here to observe or to play?" Lemus glanced over her shapely shoulder. "Is he winning?" "Roger? He's always winning. And off the same poor schmucks, too." "Louise needs to speak with him," Lemus said. Isabel made a sound deep in her throat. "You know Roger better than that, Pete. When he's on this kind of a roll, he won't budge until either he cleans everyone out or is cleaned out himself." "But—" She regarded Evan. "Miss Stedman here could take my place at the table. She'd be sitting directly across from Roger. Maybe they could get to know each other. There's no better place to get the measure of a man than at the card table." Her right eyebrow arched. "If you know how to play poker, that is." The eyebrow arched higher. "Are you, Miss Stedman? A player?" Evan normally had no desire to play poker, but from the moment she saw that Lemus had taken her to a high-stakes poker game, she had formulated a plan of getting to Lemus's partner as quickly as possible, and she hoped, with the most impact, she needed to be on Benjamin's chartered plane to the Caucasus Mountains tomorrow morning. "Is that a challenge, Miss Lowe?" "Of a sort. And call me Isabel. All my friends do, Miss Stedman." "Louise," Evan said. "And to tell you the truth, Isabel, I'm always up for a challenge." "Fair warning, this is a difficult one. No one I've ever seen here plays better than Roger Hollis." "The more difficult, the better," Evan said. All eyes were on her as she went around the table. She sat down in Isabel's seat, introduced herself while looking directly at Roger Hollis. Hollis was a round man with a large, squarish head jammed onto a squat neck. He stared back at Evan with a coolness bordering on chilling. His ice-blue eyes and long nose only added to the effect. "Everyone starts off with 50,000, Isabel said, placing 3 piles of different colored chips in front of Evan. "This is a gentleman's game. We all assume each player can cover his or her losings. No IOUs." Evan nodded. Ante is 1,000 a hand. Hollis shuffled the deck without taking his eyes off Evan. No limits on raises. Lemus took a step forward. Now, wait a moment, Rog. This isn't Texas Hold'em. Isabel laid a hand on his forearm. Roger's deal, she said. Roger's rules. For this hand only. She said this last, firmly, finally. One hand is all I'm going to need. Hollis dealt the cards. No worries, Louise, Peter said. I'll stake you to whatever losses you incur. Very kind of you, Peter, but it's entirely possible I won't be needing it, Evan said, which caused Hollis to snicker under his breath. Everyone anteed up, fanned out their 5 cards. Play began. The player on Hollis's left bet 100. The next 3 checked, putting no further money up. Evan, frowning, checked. This brought a predatory smirk to Hollis's mouth. For the next round, the discard, all the players were required to bet. Another 100 from everyone, including Evan, who drew 2 cards. Hollis drew 1 card and bet 300. Half the table threw in their hands, and when Evan bet 500, the remaining 2 players dropped out, leaving only Evan and Hollis. Hollis saw her 5 and added 5,000 to it. The pot now stood at $15,500. Evan bet 10,000. Hollis 12,000. The pot was $37,500. Got another raise in you, Miss Stedman? Hollis said with no expression on his face. Or have we gotten too rich for your blood? Louise, I've got your back, Lemus said. No, you don't, Petey. Hollis didn't bother to look over his shoulder at his partner. This is between Miss Stedman and me. When Peter started to object, Evan stopped him. He's right, Peter. This is strictly between the 2 of us now. There was silence for a moment. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath, even Isabel, who had seen many a game devolve into a nasty pissing match. This seemed different somehow, the animus greater, dangerous even. Well, Miss Stedman, what'll it be? Death by folding or defeat by cards? Evan, who had appeared to be weighing her options, added money to the pot. I'm all in. Too bad, Hollis said. I'm raising you 10. $55,500. I win. Hollis leaned forward, hands ready to scoop up the chips. I hope you're good for it, Miss Stedman. One moment. Evan dug in her pocket. I've forgotten all about this. She drew out Anna Alta's pendant, laid it on top of the pile of chips. The pair of ravens seemed to stare up at everyone. Isabel gestured. She could not have made people vanish more quickly had she been a sorceress wielding a magic wand. 15. Relax, the bead said. I'm not going to shoot you. Proving his point, at least for the moment, he set his handgun, a Walter PPQ, on the table with the muzzle pointed at the wall. He gestured. No, you. Brenda hesitated, then unholstered her Glock, laid it on the table opposite the Walter. Good. The bead gave a high, ululating whistle, and 3 women pushed their way through the beaded curtain. One carried a galvanized pail of an evil-smelling liquid and a scrub brush. Without a word, 2 of the women dragged Beacomb's corpse away, while the 3rd got down on her knees and began to clean up the blood so quickly and methodically, Brenda was certain she had done it many times before. Make yourself comfortable. The bead gestured toward a chair against the left wall. Brenda hooked her shoe around a leg, drew the chair up to the table. She sat facing him, careful to keep away from the kneeling woman and her industriously circling scrub brush. Do you by any chance speak Pashto? The bead asked. Arabic. Brenda shook her head.
Pity. We could have begun our talk immediately. He shrugged. Oh, well. I'm a patient man. How many bombs has this man made? Brenda wondered, tapping into the river of rage that flowed through her. He shook a cigarette out of a battered pack, offered it to her. When she declined, he shrugged again, flipped it between his lips, lit up. He inhaled extravagantly, blew the smoke straight up at the ceiling. But the electric fan caught it, distributing it around the small room along with the sharp stench of ammonia and bleach. They sat looking at one another through the curls of smoke. So, Brenda, he said after a time. I don't know your name. He eyed her through the veil of smoke. Let's keep it that way for the time being. They were alone now, the third woman having taken her bucket of pink fluid and her pink scrub brush and vanished behind the beaded curtain. He stubbed out his cigarette in a black plastic ashtray with a gold dragon emblazoned on it, regarded her appraisingly, and in a conversational tone said, You look like death warmed over. It was all Brenda could do not to leap at him, squeeze his throat with her hands. After a moment, he went on. I haven't looked in a mirror for some time, but I imagine we both look the worse for wear. He shook out another cigarette, apparently thought better of it, put it back. You killed Beacom, Brenda said. Why wouldn't you kill me, too? Beacom was damaged goods. In all ways possible. Your people captured him, subjected him to torture until he cracked like a nut. So how could I trust him, would you? Brenda opened her mouth to answer, but shut it again. She had no desire to engage this monster as if they were friends chatting over coffee and croissants. Of course you wouldn't, he answered for her. So what do you want? He was still staring at her. Had he even blinked? She shifted nervously. Oh, I see. Oh, no, he shook his head. You misunderstand me. My choice for intimate companionship is elsewhere. When he smiled, he showed his teeth, nicotine-stained and pointed. No, Brenda, but you're right about one thing. I do want something from you. She barked out a laugh. You must be joking. I'm perfectly serious. She crossed her arms over her chest. Please. You haven't heard what it is yet. Doesn't matter, I'm not interested. Or, he picked up the Walter. I could kill you. Brenda spun the Glock so the muzzle faced him. Not if I kill you first. Now you see the futility of the situation, the absurdity. Sadly, he was right. Like a scene out of a Tarantino film. I don't understand the reference. Never mind. It simply means you're right. If we take up our guns, we'll likely kill each other. Is that what you want, Brenda? Of course not. Then listen to me. You almost killed me. Me? He cocked his head, kept his bad teeth hidden. Ah, no. I didn't make the bomb that hurt you. Brenda shook her head. I don't believe you. I don't even know who did. Again. But I do know who planted it. He lifted a forefinger. She's dead. But I can tell you her real name. She said nothing. Will you listen to me? I don't see why. My name is Charles. Her expression showed how little this meant to her. Your operational name, I assume. Actually. He had a smile like a shark, wide, toothy, and more than a little menacing. Charles Isaacs. Brenda stared as if he'd hit her with a taser. Her arms unwound, her hands on the tabletop somewhere near her Glock. You're on the list. What list? The Nemesis hit list. 3 of our agents are dead.
2 MI6 people are MIA. All of them were trying to find out intel on Nemesis. Then there's you. Her eyes narrowed. What's your affiliation? Interpol, Charles Isaac said. I work out of Munich, normally. He spun the pack of cigarettes around and around. There's nothing normal about this situation. I'm following the breadcrumbs of anti-Semitism. Jews are being targeted by the Russians, and by this unknown group called Nemesis. What do you know about Nemesis? I was hoping you could tell me. Jesus, how is it Beacom came here to see you? Charles snorted. Beacom. Well, I believed I had bought him. You believed wrong. So it would seem. To disastrous effect, she said. Charles took this body blow with admirable equanimity. Beacom was working both sides of the fence. He was a lot cannier and more treacherous than he let on, or our previous intel on him indicated. He put his hands together. So, I need your help. I already have a job. You see this weapon? He tapped the Walter. It's here to protect me. This isn't a game we're playing. We're both in the shadow world, fighting for truth, justice. And the Interpol way? This time his smile was somehow less shark-like. She could even discern a bit of sadness in it. I'm counting on the fact that you and I can help each other, Brenda. I'm listening. Yes, I believe you are. At last. The girl who set the bomb, who drove the Nissan into the parking lot of St. Agnes, her name is Marina Medvedeva. St. Petersburg, born and raised, given the legend of Canadian citizen Anna Alta, forced into the service of the SVR. Ah, no, Charles said. Worse. Far worse. What could be worse than the SVR? She's an agent of Nemesis. Deciding to smoke again, he shook out another cigarette, gripped it between his lips, lit it. At least the smoke cut through the ammoniac stench that was making Brenda's head throb. What was the mission's objective? We believe to kill Evan Ryder. Charles covered the Walter with his hand, put it away. You, Brenda, were collateral damage. How do you know about Evan? Come on, Brenda, think. She did, somewhat abashed. So again, I have to ask, what do you want from me? I need your help to find the bomb maker. Is that your objective in coming here? It is now, Charles said. In the field, objectives turn on a dime according to situations, which are always fluid. So, Charles began again. I must be careful here in D.C. and everywhere else, especially so now that I'm on yet another kill list. He produced a death's head grin. You have contacts I don't in D.C. Plus you have federal credentials, he gestured. Whereas I am a stranger in a strange land, I am asking you to be my Virgil. Brenda's brain was working overtime, extrapolating from everything she had heard so far. What lethal spider's web had she entered? So you want to find the bomb maker because, with Marina Medvedeva dead, he's the next breadcrumb leading you to Nemesis, right? Yes. The bomb maker will lead us back to his control. If we handle him correctly. Brenda frowned. You have to know something right off the bat. I don't condone what you did to Donald Beacom. We all contributed to his death. No, it was you. All you. Charles took a deep drag, let the smoke out through his nostrils in a double stream. He tapped the ash off the end of the cigarette. It was already half finished. You mean you and Benjamin Butler and whoever else was involved in his interrogation didn't use him? Of course we did, but that was different. Of course it was different, he said in a sardonic tone. You broke him. This is wrong, just plain wrong. Then you're playing in the wrong sandbox. Charles pushed her Glock toward her.
You need to grow up, Brenda. The faster the better.
He blew a lungful of smoke upward.
And there's no one better than me to teach you.
I already have a mentor, thank you very much. Charles grunted.
You're a stubborn one. I like that. You're not a pushover.
Call it what you want.
I'm loyal. Loyalty I appreciate even more. Listen, Brenda, what I'm asking is only temporary. Best of all, it chimes with what I assume is your own overarching brief to rid America of Russian agents.
Brenda was silent for some time, lost in thought. An add-on part of her brief was to find out who Charles Isaacs was and what happened to him. Now that she knew who he was and what he wanted from her, she was inclined to go along with this. Weighing the pros and cons was useless here. There were too many things unknowable. Unless she moved forward. And wasn't that what Butler had trained her to do? Always move forward, occasionally sideways, never back. She was almost ready to capitulate, on the precipice of stepping into the spider's web. The question was, who was the spider? Nemesis? Or Charles Isaacs?
Why are you on the Nemesis kill list?
She asked.
No idea, Charles said. It's not uncommon for field agents to be on one kill list or another. If we took all of them seriously, we'd do nothing at all. Full paralysis.
Okay, I get that, but...
So, you still don't know what to think, he said, interrupting her internal debate. I get that. Do I trust this man, or do I think he's conning me, correct?
She nodded.
Something along those lines. Okay. At least now we're getting somewhere.
He stubbed out his cigarette, laid the butt to rest beside the first one.
So now I will provide proof that my intentions concerning you are pure.
How on earth will you?
Your boyfriend, Charles said. What's his name?
He snapped his fingers.
Ah, yes, Peter Limas. Well, this boyfriend of yours is a Russian agent.
Brenda nearly leapt out of her chair.
What? A sleeper. A player of the long game.
That's insane. No way is Peter... I mean, he has his own company. He went to Cambridge.
A known hotbed of communism from the time of Burgess, Philby, Maclean, and the rest of the Cambridge Five.
That was a long time ago.
Not for Cambridge, which counts its years in centuries.
This is all bullshit. Now Brenda was truly hot.
Charles sighed. Would that it were so.
He produced a photo, small, slightly blurred. A shadow in one corner. A rather poor long-range surveillance shot. Nevertheless, the two men in it were visible and recognizable to her. One was certainly Peter. The other was someone she had never met, thank God, but whose face she knew almost as well as Peter's. Anton Rasidovich Gorganov. Peter and the head of the SVR were deep in conversation. That much was obvious. The rest, the implications, made no sense to her whatsoever. The earth began to tilt under her. Charles pocketed the dreadful photo.
Listen to me, Brenda. Peter Limas is a Russian spy.
Brenda's spirit had left the building.
She felt like an automaton.
Her pulse was racing as if she had just run a 3-minute mile. There was a throbbing behind her eyes. The thick atmosphere of the room had intensified, and she felt as if she had passed through Alice's looking glass and was now in some alternate dimension ruled by the Red Queen, Anton Gorganov. Peter. The man who had kissed her so tenderly, whom she had sat astride, who had exploded inside her, was a Russian sleeper agent. She gagged, retched, and, turning away from the table just in time, vomited the contents of her stomach and her faith in human beings onto the just-wiped floor.
16.
The room had cleared. After a moment of heart-stopping silence, chairs had scraped back, jackets had been lifted, and 6 men had vacated the premises without a word or a backward glance. The rush for the door was like a mini stampede. Only Isabel, Lemus, Hollis, and Evan remained. Isabel, breaking her stasis, crossed to the door, shut it behind them. She locked it, then gestured to Lemus, who crossed the sideboard, poured 3 fingers of bourbon into an old-fashioned glass, set it in front of Roger Hollis. "Drink," she said. And when he failed to respond, "Now," in a sharper tone. Only after he did as she commanded, swallowing the liquor in 2 convulsive gulps, did she seat herself at the table midway between Evan and Hollis. Lemus remained with his back to the sideboard. For the first time, Evan realized that in draping the jacket over his arm, he had hidden the raven pin from view. "First things first," Isabel said, still with that don't-fuck-with-me tone. "Show your cards." Hollis and Evan turned over their cards simultaneously. Hollis had 2 pair, kings and 10s. Evan had 3 queens. "Louise wins," Isabel said. Isabel picked up the pendant as carefully as if it were radioactive. Her gaze rested heavily on Evan. "Now the game has been settled. Louise, if I may ask, where did you get this?" Evan, wanting more time to calibrate the sudden gushing of high emotion, said nothing. Isabel turned the ravens around between her fingertips. "It's not yours." It was a statement, not a question. "No," Evan said. "It isn't." "Then who?" Isabel's raised hand forestalled Hollis's outburst. "Your story must be told," Isabel said to Evan. "Here. Now." Evan glanced first at Isabel, then at Hollis. "Otherwise what?" Isabel sat for a moment, immobile. Then, "Pete, perhaps you should give us the room." "He stays." Evan's tone was one Isabel recognized as her own. She nodded. "As you wish." Evan turned her gaze on Hollis. "Do you know what a group of ravens is called?" Evan asked. Hollis stared blankly at her. "I can't say that I do." "A conspiracy," Evan told him. "A conspiracy of ravens." Hollis's smile was frigid. "Useless knowledge." "I would say it's quite useful," Evan countered. "In this instance." Evan kept her attention on Hollis, but Isabel was always in the periphery of her vision. It was clear who ruled this roost. "And are you also part of this conspiracy of ravens?" "I don't believe that's any of your business," Hollis said in a tone that sent a chill through the room. Evan took the silver pendant from Isabel's hand. "The person who this belonged to is dead." "I'm sorry for your loss," Hollis said dryly. "I didn't know her." "Then what's this all about?" "I want to know if you knew her." "Me?" Hollis barked out a laugh. "Why on earth?" "I want to find out everything I can about this group she belonged to." Hollis shrugged. "Then I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person." Evan was trying to get a rise out of Hollis, an angry outburst that might reveal something, but Hollis was not to be goaded. "And how did this dead stranger's pendant come to be in your possession?" he said almost casually. "How did the woman I took it from get it?" Hollis cocked his head. "Why do you answer a question with another question?" Evan settled herself. She had asked for this, run full speed into it, in fact. Somewhere deep inside her, she heard 2 ravens calling. To one another, or to her? There was nothing for it but to push forward. "I'm waiting for an answer." Hollis smiled thinly. "I'm not the sharing type." "Of course. You're far too inner-directed." Hollis's brows furrowed.
I don't like being psychoanalyzed.
An edge had come into his voice again, which pleased Evan.
And I don't like being lied to.
Hollis readied himself to stand up.
I've had enough of this.
Not at all, Evan said. She'd gotten Hollis to open up a bit, no point in pushing her luck further. Her name was Anna Alta, at least that was the name on the passport she was carrying.
Why wouldn't you think that's her real name?
Hollis seemed relieved to get off the subject of himself.
I'm coming to that.
Hollis looked hard at Evan.
Please, don't keep me in suspense.
She was carrying a false passport.
How do you know the passport was fake?
I have a history with Russian counterfeiting techniques in this area. I know the signifiers.
So this Anna Alta.
Hollis leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest.
Are you saying she was Russian? How do you know? She could have been anything.
I looked in her mouth, Evan said. The dental work was definitely Russian.
All right, she was Russian, so what?
This response was interesting to Evan in and of itself. Any true civilian would have said, "What the hell were you doing looking in her mouth?" or something along those lines. Hollis hadn't batted an eye. This confirmed her initial sense that Hollis was far more than he appeared to be. The response told her two other things. First, Hollis knew who Anna Alta was. And second, he was surprised by the Russian angle. Had he perhaps known her as a member of Nemesis? Is Nemesis a Russian SVR initiative? Evan said, taking a stab in the dark.
How the hell should I know? Hollis snapped. What's Nemesis?
Evan dangled the pendant at the end of its chain.
I was sure you could tell me, seeing as how you seem to be a part of the conspiracy of ravens.
She motioned for Peter to lay out Hollis's jacket so the raven pin was visible, then turned to Hollis.
What's your explanation?
Hollis spread his hands.
I saw the pin in a jewelry store window. I liked it. I bought it. End of story.
Evan had to give him marks for staying cool under pressure. He was a good improviser. Still,
you don't expect me to believe that.
Frankly, I don't give a flying fuck what you believe. I don't know who you are and why Peter had the poor sense to bring you here.
He turned his lambent eyes on Lemus.
Peter, who is this girl, really?
Lemus swallowed.
A friend of a friend, that's all I know. Well, it isn't enough, not nearly.
Hollis started to get up again, and Evan said, "Sit down and listen." He glared at Evan. "You might even learn something." He hesitated long enough to make it seem he wasn't acquiescing, that he was sitting because he wanted to sit and for no other reason. Evan admired that, too. Whoever he was working for knew what they were doing in recruiting him. Evan fingered the ravens as if trying to tap into their wisdom. Earlier today, the Russian agent known as Anna Alta loaded a bomb into a white Nissan and, with the help of the guard on duty, drove it through the gates of a restricted compound. Subsequently, the bomb detonated while I was in the vehicle next to it. I was with Brenda Myers. She turned her gaze on Hollis. That's how I came to Peter. That's why he brought me to meet you when I asked him to. Her gaze seemed to bore into Hollis. Happily, that vehicle was armored. As you see, I survived. So did Brenda. Some hours later, I returned to the site and found Anna Alta. She was in hiding. She wasn't interested in answering my questions. Instead, she ran.
So you're a federal agent? And you killed her?
Hollis spit this out with a heavyweight hostility.
That's how you got that fucking pendant.
You're upset. Angry, Evan said. So you knew her. Hollis screwed up his face.
Yes. All right, she was Nemesis.
Isabel's eyes snapped toward him. Roger, you never told me any of this.
You knew about this? Peter leapt at his partner, and Evan was obliged to pull them apart. While Evan sought to calm Peter down, Isabel pushed a button under the table. Immediately, Mike opened the door, peered in.
Please escort Mr. Lemus out.
Mike was about to take possession of Peter when Evan said, "Wait a moment, Mike, would you?" She turned to Lemus. "Peter, Hollis might not be responsible for the bomb. Let's hear them out first. What do you say?" She stared hard at Lemus, trying to get her point across. Lemus was still, his fists slowly uncurled. "Thank you," she mouthed silently to him before turning back to Isabel. "I'll vouch for Peter. He gives his word he's calmed down. Let him stay." Isabel sighed, gave a nod, not to Evan but to Mike. Immediately he turned and left. When the door closed behind him, Evan pocketed the pendant. She leaned in, hands flat on the table. She looked from Hollis to Isabel, then back to Hollis. "Anything to say, Roger?" Isabel continued to glower. Hollis's face was as blank as a windowless building. "What is your conspiracy of ravens? What are you mixed up in?" Hollis's response was to pull a pistol. It was small, a .22, easy to conceal. It didn't have a lot of stopping power, but at this close distance, it didn't matter. A .22 bullet could kill Evan just as efficiently as a .45. 17.
That's not what you want, sir,
Mike said darkly. Isabel had signaled him, and he had re-entered the room, silent as a cat. Hollis turned his animus on him.
"Don't tell me what I want, black boy."
Mike's interjection and Hollis's shocking response gave Evan the opening she needed. She upended the card table with such force the opposite edge struck Hollis, tipping him over backward. Leaping onto the canted-over table, Evan slid down toward Hollis, who was sprawled on the floor, half in and half out of the chair. The .22 had skittered away, lodged under the sideboard.
"What the hell?" Hollis roared.
"Tell me what I want to know," Evan said.
"What do you think you're doing?" Hollis shouted at Mike. "Your security, for Christ's sake! Do your fucking job!"
Isabel gave the smallest shake of the head. Mike made no move one way or the other. Hollis squirmed beneath Evan's grip.
"Jesus, who the fuck are you?"
It was Lemus who answered him.
"What I want to know is who the fuck you are."
Evan shook Hollis until his teeth clacked together. "Tell me about the ravens, now." Evan saw Hollis's hand moving. A miniature knife appeared on his fingertips and was thrust at her so quickly she managed only a partial escape. The blade penetrated her right cheek, missing her eye by inches. Peter waded in, slamming his fist into his partner's mouth.
"You motherfucker!"
Hollis's voice was guttural, half-strangled. His face worked, turning it hard and ugly. Taking in the scene in one visual sweep, Mike aimed his drawn Beretta at the center of Peter's back. Turning on her heel and rising into a crouch, Evan whipped Hollis's jacket off the floor where it had landed when the table was overturned. Hurled it so it opened like a cape or a bat swing in front of the guard's face. While Mike was fending it off, Evan leapt to the sideboard, swept a bottle of gin off the top, swung it into Mike's temple. The glass shattered. The alcohol splattered into his eyes. Mike struck out blindly, sent Peter hard into the side wall, shoulder first. Hollis had gotten out from under the chair, and now he threw himself at Evan, struck her a savage blow on the forehead with his balled left fist. Evan staggered for a moment. Mike slammed his fist into Hollis's throat. His head snapped back, and he staggered against the wall, dazed. Then he came at Mike, his head down in a bold charge. Mike caught him in a headlock, twisted him around. Hollis punched him in the kidneys, and again before Mike buried a knee in his groin. Still, Isabel did nothing. It was as if she were paralyzed by the rapid series of events. Evan grabbed Peter by the arm, dragged him out of the room and down the corridor toward the stairs, hoping to make a quick, clean exit. But as they reached the top of the staircase, another of Isabel's muscle appeared at the bottom, larger even than Mike. He stared straight up at them with a wicked expression on his granite face, and with the grace of a dancer, leapt up the stairs 2 at a time. Evan hauled Peter left down the hallway as fast as she was able. Lemus was hurt. How badly was yet to be determined, but it was all too apparent that being thrown against the wall hadn't done his focus or his ability to reason any favors. He was like a sleepy child being tugged along by a hurrying parent. The first 2 doors they came to were locked. The third, on their left, opened onto a smallish storeroom without a window. That left the last door on the left. This, too, was locked, but a well-placed kick from Evan and it burst inward. She manhandled Lemus inside, then turned. The muscle was nearly upon her. Evan was in no shape to take on this moving mountain in a prolonged hand-to-hand. She ducked the muscle's first punch, came inside it instead of backpedaling. A quick jab to the ribs brought home to her the muscle's body armor-like physique. He didn't even appear to feel the blow. Instead, he rocked Evan back on her heels, causing her to stagger against the broken doorframe. Hands as huge as the side of a pig clamped around Evan's neck. The spatulate thumbs, rough as sandpaper, dug into the hollow of Evan's throat, seeking to shatter the hyoid bone, which would lead to dysphagia, difficulty swallowing, and asphyxiation. Evan, turning herself this way and that, struggled to keep those colossal thumbs from finding their target, but it was no use. Sooner rather than later, that precious bone would be fractured and she'd be done for. Her vision was starting to go. Black spots danced before her eyes, and her view of the world narrowed as if she were looking at it through the wrong end of a telescope. Then Peter was on her left side. He pulled the miniature knife out of her cheek, plunged it all the way into the muscle's right shoulder. A roar like a bear caught in a trap, and the thumbs came off as the muscle's hand flew to the wound. Evan ripped off a piece of the splintered wood from the doorframe and slammed it into the side of the muscle's head. Turning, Evan saw that Lemus had opened the window as wide as it would go. They were in an immaculate, modest-sized guest bedroom at the back of the house. But Evan had no time to appreciate its tasteful furnishings. Joining Lemus at the open window, she could see the back alley with its lines of trash bins and the windowless walls of the building across the narrow way. To their left, a drain pipe led down to the ground. Beside it was a nasty-looking hackberry tree, its raised bark looking like drooling candle wax. Evan swung out onto the drain pipe. Reaching out, she grabbed hold of one of the upper hackberry branches, transferred her weight onto the sturdier support. "Come on, Peter," she called. "Get a move on." After a moment's hesitation, Lemus slid his hands, then his arms around the metal, hugged the drain pipe as he stepped off the windowsill. Almost immediately, a bracket snapped. Then another gave way, and the drain pipe started to come away from the building. Lemus was bug-eyed, clearly terrified. Swinging around, Evan wrapped her legs around the trunk of the tree. She could feel the scaliness of the bark as she pressed her knees against it. Reaching out with her upper body, she caught Lemus by the elbows, then, as he let go of the drain pipe, the armpits. For a moment, Lemus swung precariously over the line of metal trash bins. Any of the handles would pierce his back if he fell. Then Evan had him more firmly in her grasp. Her muscles cried out in agony, strained to their limit. Halfway down, Lemus's shirt snagged on a branch and ripped. Blood oozed and then stopped as together they climbed down through the bare branches of the hackberry to the stinking pavement below. "What the hell happened up there?" Butler said when he arrived, private ambulance and medical team in tow. When Evan told him, he said, "I ought to shit-can you." Evan grinned. "You knew I'd do it, didn't you?" "I knew you'd run down anything and everything, yes." Well, it was worth it. Roger Hollis confirmed that Anna Alta was a member of Nemesis. The question I now have to answer is if she had a Russian-made legend. And I'm sure she herself was Russian. Should we assume Nemesis is Russian? Unknown as yet, but I'll get to the bottom of it. Butler said.
It's more urgent than ever that you find out what happened in Georgia.
About Hollis,
He'll be taken care of,
Butler assured her. And Isabel. She claimed she knew nothing of Hollis's involvement in Nemesis, but it would be best to keep her under surveillance, too.
I know all about Isabel,
Butler said. It was at this point that he considered revealing Isabel's role as a stringer, a very powerful stringer for MI7. On the verge of telling Evan, he drew back, realizing that this impulse stemmed from his personal relationship. Security dictated that he keep the intel he gave his people compartmentalized. He switched gears.
I'll have a doctor on board the flight. He can stitch up your cheek. We'll need a nurse as well.
Not for me. A doctor is enough.
I'm thinking of Peter Lemus.
Why? He's going to the hospital.
No, Butler said. He's going with you.
You can't be serious.
I've got everything the two of you will need, Butler said,
as if Evan hadn't spoken.
Including passports for your new identities, which will be delivered to you at the plane. There's also this.
He handed her a mobile phone.
It's linked directly to my mobile via a scrambled VPN network. Call me as needed.
Butler looked down at Lemus, who was sitting on the back edge of the ambulance being checked by members of the medical team. One of them was shining a penlight into one eye, then the other. Evan had a sterile pad over the wound in her cheek. It was only temporary, the doctor had told her, until the wound could be cleaned and stitched. On the other hand, her body felt as if it were coming apart. Evan did not want to take the phone.
You know that's not how I work. This is a case of a different stripe on every level.
I don't care, Evan said stubbornly. Butler clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, a sure sign that he was vexed. Then he bent over her, lowering his voice.
Listen to me, Evan. There's something I need to tell you. Something I deliberately didn't tell Brenda. There was a 7th name on the Nemesis kill list. I redacted it before she saw it and before I showed you.
Despite her aches and pains, Evan's mind was working overtime.
Not Peter Lemus.
Butler nodded.
Lemus goes with you,
he said in a tone of voice Evan knew all too well.
We need to find out who he really is, and why he's on that list. Why he has a business partner who wears a raven pin.
So sweat him, Evan said. We have people who are good at that. Butler took the shot, shook his head.
That's just what I won't do. Too many questions he may not answer or will lie about. Same goes for Hollis. For the moment, I want him in place. He'll be closely monitored, believe me. As for Lemus, his girlfriend's been injured. His partner has proven completely unreliable. He needs a real friend now. You've developed a rapport with him, forged in battle, so to speak. And you of all people know how strong that sort of tie is. String him along, play it right, and he'll open up to you. The situation's a perfect setup.
He pressed the mobile into her hand.
He's got nowhere else to turn but to you.
The moment Evan and Lemus left with their escorts, Butler pulled out his latest burner phone, pressed a speed dial number. When Isabel answered, he said,
Are you okay?
Right as rain.
You're not alone.
Correct.
Everything went well on this end.
Capital. End of conversation. Butler cracked open the burner, slipped out the SIM card, ground it underfoot. On the way back to HQ, he slid down the window and threw the burner into the Potomac. 3 hours later, Evan, Peter Lemus, a doctor, and a nurse were wheels up over the Atlantic on their way to Malpensa Airport in Milan. On the first leg of their long, lonely trip to RLK Svaneti National Park in the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia. Evan, her face stiff from Novocaine and 7 stitches, sat drinking her 3rd bottle of water, rehydrating. Across from her, Peter Lemus was slumped in his seat. Knocked out from a powerful sedative the nurse had administered before the doctor reset the dislocated shoulder, he gave Evan a 7-day supply of a powerful antibiotic for herself, along with 2 syringes full of a painkiller for Evan to use on Peter after they landed, and a vial of anti-inflammatory tablets for Peter to take every 4 hours. "That's all I can do," the doctor said. "The rest is up to you." Evan, exhausted, having never felt more alone, closed her eyes and, within moments, plunged into a deep sleep. The red brick building looms up before her, backgrounded by a sky white from the blinding sun. Where is the red brick monstrosity? How did she come to be here? She cannot move. When she opens her mouth, she emits only silent breath. The glowering eaves, the ravens, and the turrets fill her field of vision. Has she passed out? Is she in the grip of a waking nightmare? She tries to sit up, tries to take several deep breaths. She wants to call for the doctor. Where is the plane? She stops so abruptly that the woman says, "Are you all right?" When she doesn't respond, the woman frowns. "You haven't been here before? I mean, it's not in the file they showed me, but then, as they said, there are any number of things that didn't make it into the file, didn't even get to the redacted stage." Evan blinks. She hears the ravens calling to each other. Or to her? "I'm fine," she tells the woman as she is brought through the enormous front door of the red brick building. But her voice seems to come from far away. Then the door shuts behind her with the sound of a coffin lid closing. Part 2. The First Tribe. 18. Anton Rasidovich Gorganov was in the VIP room of the Icon nightclub in the Arbat district of Moscow when he was given the news. It was a particularly inconvenient time, being Daniela's 24th birthday. He knew that his mistress had been looking forward to this evening for 6 months, maybe more. Now, because of the news he'd received, it was ruined. Ordering one of his bodyguards to take Daniela home because, with what had just hit the fan, God alone knew when he'd be able to return to his apartment. He kissed her brusquely on the lips, ignored the tears springing from her eyes, and hurried out into the street dominated by velvet ropes, long queues of impatient scions of leading oligarchs, and bouncers with billiard ball skulls. Snow lay in the gutters like the huddled masses around church fronts. An icy wind off the river made for hunched shoulders, and thick scarves pulled up around the ears. Inside the Lincoln Navigator, however, it was toasty. Say what you will about the Americans, Gorganov thought. They know how to heat and cool their living spaces, even the temporary ones. Christmas had come and gone like the thief in the night it was. How he despised this time of year. When his wife expected more of him, when gifts had to be bought and presented, when Lolita was sullen and resentful for being pulled away from her friends, and his mother-in-law came to stay for the Russian Orthodox holiday. Which was why a work emergency always came up, so that he could be with Daniela, free of family constraints and strife. Only this time there really was an emergency, and his very exacting plans with Daniela were in the toilet. He stared out the blackened windows of the SUV as it sped across the city to the safe house where the alarm had been raised. No one inside the car spoke. No one dared. Heading south, they crossed the Moskva, the city lights liquefied on its surface, like the tear stains on Daniela's cheeks as he left her. The SUV came to a stop at the head of Tolmachevsky Lane, where before the glorious revolution the court translators were housed. It seemed like an apt place for the main SVR safe house. Gorganov reemerged into winter along with 2 of his heavily armed men. Their boots crunched softly through the snow. Gorganov's eyelashes felt heavy with it. His men went first,
guns drawn as they entered the building, past the concierge's closed and locked door, cautiously ascending the stairs to the top floor. The hallway was deserted. It smelled of boiled cabbage and melted candle wax. From a floor below, a baby cried. A radio came on, the Sovereign's voice penetrating the floors. Inside the safe house, he found a mess. Chairs smashed, the table overturned, a blackened crater in the center of the mattress where a small fire had once bloomed. A lone bottle of curdled milk stood uncertain guard inside the refrigerator. The cupboards were still stocked with whatever his men had originally laid in. His 2 men were in the bathroom, sitting, legs splayed, backs against the red porcelain of the tub, lined up like proper soldiers as they were executed. 1 bullet to the forehead of each. Blood had congealed on the tile floor. Gorgonov glanced out the window. It had begun to snow again. The sky low, a gunmetal gray. The snow made everything look forlorn, more forlorn than it already was, but perhaps that was simply his mood, he thought, as he turned away and stepped out of the apartment. He cursed aloud. From the way his men had been lined up and executed, the operation smacked of a GRU hit. It smacked most of all of provocation, a shot across the bow. He had warned General Boyko. He could never think of him as Yuri Fyodorovich, no matter how long they had known each other, not to interfere with his plans for Evan Ryder. But the head of GRU had gone and done just that. He was doing whatever it took to distract Gorgonov from concentrating on Evan. Evan was a difficult enough target without Gorgonov having to divert his energies elsewhere. That Boyko had pulled this off was enough to make Gorgonov want to torch the entire building. But, with an effort, he restrained himself. In part because he did not want his bodyguards with him to see how vexed he was, but mostly because he had a better idea. One that would get under Boyko's skin, make him want to scratch an itch he couldn't reach. If it was a war Boyko wanted, it'd be a war he'd get. As for the aforementioned Boyko, he was contentedly ensconced in his apartment in Tverskoy, having cajoled his wife to spend the season with her family in St. Petersburg. Of course, work prevented him from joining her. What a pity. But he assured her he would somehow survive. Now, on this icy winter's eve, he was sitting in his den, outstretched legs crossed at the ankles, sipping an iced vodka, watching his cache of Leni Riefenstahl films. Somewhere in the secret heart of the apartment, where neither his wife nor his cleaning lady would ever find it, was a lockbox chock full of Nazi paraphernalia. Long ago at school in St. Petersburg, he had come to the conclusion that there was very little difference between fascism and communism, being 2 paths to the same goal, to keep the masses under control. What he admired most about Hitler was that, up until his hubris had revealed his inner madness, he had kept the masses in complete thrall. That was the endgame, after all. The Sovereign had proven that. In this day and age, however, when the Russian Federation was teetering on the brink of economic disaster, when formerly posh neighborhoods like Rubliovka were now ghost towns because their former residents, oligarchs all, had fled Russia in order to keep intact the fortunes they had extorted out of the economy, there had to be a different endgame that would make Russia great again. Boyko had to admit that there were times, like now, when, overwhelmed by Russian melancholy, he envied those wealthy sons of bitches. They had the right idea. Having wrung all the money they could out of Mother Russia, they felt no compunction about abandoning her to the predations of its sovereign and his small coterie of Politburo insiders, of which the general was sadly not a member. Lyudmila Shokova, the last person Boyko knew personally who was part of that coterie, was MIA. Maybe dead. Served her right, too, cozying up to the American agent Evan Ryder, But still, how Boyko ached to be within that inner circle, to bathe in the unique light of the sovereign's trust. Shokova had betrayed that trust, and spoiled it for all of us, Boyko thought bitterly. He tried to concentrate on Riefenstahl's images of supermen and women, so exquisite they verged on the pornographic, but it was no use. His mind, now relentless with envy, would not allow it. With a grunt, he rose and, refilling his glass, stepped to the window that overlooked Samotechnaya Street, under which the Neglanaya River flowed through a hidden tunnel. Snow was falling from a sky livid with the northern lights of oil and gas refineries, the insistent glow of government buildings, built on a colossal scale, the better to intimidate the citizenry, who hurried by them, faces averted, hearts beating jackrabbit fast. If the Americans were expert at heating and cooling their buildings, the Russians were expert at using theirs to crush the souls of the populace. Never mind the great unwashed, all loved their sovereign. But then they had no choice, Boyko thought gloomily. The Russian people were not good with choices. Change was not part of their DNA. They much preferred the status quo, even with all its deprivations. The country had been built on deprivations, both before and after the Glorious Revolution. Was the sovereign that much different than the Tsars? Boyko thought not. Anyone who believed otherwise was fooling themselves. The snow was piling up, the sounds of car tires turning it to slush were a constant rhythm now, like the ticking of his grandfather's ship's clock. He had been a fleet admiral, much decorated, venerated by his colleagues and those who had come immediately thereafter, but, like all war heroes, he was forgotten now. A relic of Russia's past, constantly remade by drone-like apparatchiks under the sovereign's thumb. He drained half of his vodka, glanced back over his shoulder at the large box, wrapped in gold foil tied with a crimson ribbon. He'd bought an ermine coat for Reza, a surprise that would surely rock her back on her heels. She had asked to come over earlier, but he had wanted some time alone. He'd been surrounded by people, light, noise, rushing, high energy for close to 18 hours. And he needed a brief respite. Now he found himself missing her acutely. He glanced at his watch, then down at the street. She'd be here within minutes. He allowed his mind to move a half-hour into the future. In the 2 years since she had become his mistress, he'd never given her anything close to the ermine. She'd squeal, just seeing the box. Then, tearing off the wrapping, she'd open it, plunge her hands into the impossibly soft fur, and her eyes would get big around. He'd fetch the caviar out of the refrigerator, pop the cork on a bottle of Agrapart Venus Blanc de Blanc he had on ice. They'd drink the champagne down, and the all-night festivities would be underway. Outside, the car he had sent for her turned onto Samotechnaya Street, slowed as it approached his apartment. He could feel himself getting hard just at her proximity. The curbside rear door opened, and Reza emerged, elegantly dressed as ever. At least, what one could see of her apparel, her Zac Posen opera coat and her Louboutin pumps. He'd made sure when he bought the coat for her that it was short enough to show off her long model legs. Underneath, however, he knew she wore nothing but agent provocateur bustier, panties, and garter belt that held up her old-school nylons. He was so excited thinking about this, he almost raised his hand to wave, but it wouldn't do to let her see him standing at the window, waiting for her like a lovesick schoolboy. He was about to step back when he saw her stumble over the curb. One more step and she toppled to her knees. Her Zac Posen opened, and he saw the blood. The raw wound in her abdomen was enormous, as if she had been shot at close range with both barrels of a Saiga tactical shotgun. He screamed her name, but of course she couldn't hear him through the double-paned window. Then, as she collapsed onto her stomach, like a marionette whose strings had been cut, He wondered whether she could hear anything at all. 19. The taxi let Riley Rivers off outside Isabel's mansion. It was a clear day. The bright sunshine, brittle as ice, was exhausted, without warmth. Puffballs of clouds dotted the sky as if it were a painting. California Street was, as usual, quiet at this time of day. Mounting the steps, he pressed the buzzer. When there was no response, he buzzed again repeatedly until, after an unconscionably long time, the door opened inward, but just a crack. He was surprised to see Mike looking the worse for wear. He was savvy enough not to mention it, though.
"Mr. Rivers,"
Mike said shortly. He moved with uncharacteristic stiffness. Rivers stepped into the entryway, took off his coat.
"Ms. Lowe will be with you presently."
"She's upstairs, yes? I know the way," Rivers said. Which wasn't the smartest thing to say, given that Mike took hold of his biceps in a grip that was just short of being painful.
"Please stay just where you are, Mr. Rivers. There's a good boy."
Rivers looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. He wondered what the hell was going on, but was now certain he'd learn nothing from Mike, who acted as if he didn't know Rivers at all. 10 minutes later, Mike must have received a signal in his earbud. He lifted an arm, pointing.
"Library."
Rivers, feeling more and more shaky, as if he were stepping out into quicksand, stepped down the hallway to the right of the staircase. More muscle, highly refined, more than was Isabel's wont, watched him from the far end. When he reached it, the muscle frisked him, much to his surprise and chagrin. Only then did he open the heavy mahogany door. Across the threshold, Rivers saw Isabel perched on the arm of one of two matching chairs, legs crossed at the knees, smoking a long, thin cigarette. The chairs were covered in tobacco leather you could get lost in, even if you had the legs of a runway model. He went toward her as if magnetized. "Isabel,
Not a fucking word."
Cigarette in one corner of her mouth, one eye half closed against the blue smoke, she held out a hand. She knew what was required of her in her double, sometimes triple, life. It was vital that she exhibit an unmistakable change in demeanor. Rivers needed to feel an added pressure because Ben was feeling added pressure. But there was another reason. Ben had warned her that Evan Ryder was coming, warned her further that the visit could get rough. But she'd had no way of knowing how formidable Ryder would turn out to be. In any case, Ryder was on her way to whatever destination her brief dictated. Everything now revolved around Isabel keeping her marks on a tight leash. Any break in their routines might very well alert their higher-ups that they had been compromised. The way to do that with Rivers was to keep him scuttling, so busy he had no time to think. Hollis was her mark, as was Rivers. The little twerp was easily manipulated, and thus neutralized, but Hollis had put something over on her with this nemesis business. It was all she could do not to strangle him. She hated him with a fire that would never be extinguished until he got the end he so richly deserved. "Just give me what you have." Her voice sounded strange, rough and uneven. Rivers handed over the packet of the day's desinformatia. She opened it and began to read as she drew on her cigarette. She took short, quick, agitated puffs. Halfway through her reading, she said, "Sit down, Riley," without looking up. He sank into the enormous chair facing her. He held his hands together between his knees. "Pour yourself a drink," she said, still not looking up. "You look like a penitent schoolboy." He rose, crossed to the sideboard against the left-hand wall, fixed himself a generous portion of bourbon and water from the array of bottles and the stainless steel pitcher. He noticed with chagrin that his hand trembled slightly as he lifted the water jug. He bit down on his lower lip, took a nice long slug of the bourbon.
Reading through the last page, Isabel closed the folder, set it down on the cushion of the chair upon which she perched. Only then did she finally look up at him.
There's nothing here about who is spearheading the attacks against Benjamin Butler.
Her eyes glittered like knife blades. Didn't I ask you to find out? Did you not hear me? Are you stupid? She tilted her head, and before Rivers could respond, added,
Or maybe you're simply incompetent.
Rivers swallowed hard.
I'm still digging.
Well, dig faster. Her fingernails clicked like an impatient insect.
I want to know who or what is behind the online attacks. I want to know who's pulling the strings.
Besides you mean? It was a feeble joke, and he cursed himself silently. His voice sounded weak, watery. Isabel produced the ghost of a smile, but it wasn't a happy one.
Yes, Riley. Besides me.
Whoever it is well hidden. It's like going through a maze that leads nowhere. She drew on the last of her cigarette, nodded.
Finish your drink.
Rivers did as he was told.
From this moment, you're on the clock, Riley. You have 24 hours to find out who's targeting Butler.
Isabel. Sweat broke out on his hairline. He spread his hands. Have a heart.
I can't give you what I don't have,
she said so softly he had to strain to hear.
My heart was incinerated long ago, Riley. Now there's only fire and ice inside me.
You don't want to come up against either, believe me. During this discourse, she had become more animated. A fierce energy poured off her like a furnace going full blast. I'll do my best, you know I will, Isabel. Uncrossing her legs, she stood up. I don't want your best, Riley, she said emphatically. I want it done. Her hand swept out, making him cringe. Work your contacts, squeeze them hard, call in favors, promise them the moon, whatever it takes. Find out who's behind this campaign against Benjamin Butler. Right, absolutely. Rivers' head nodded as stupidly as a bobblehead in the back of an off-road vehicle. Whatever it takes, he parroted. When she was sure Riley Rivers had vacated the premises, Isabel returned to the entry staircase, ascended to the second floor. Before heading to her bedroom, she looked the other way down the hall and winced to see the damage to the guest room door frame, which was worse than she had first thought. Ben owed her one, a big one. Her own bedroom, at the other end of the hall, was large and light, beautifully furnished in boot-leather tans and sky blues. To the right was a king-size bed. To the left, a love seat, an armoire, a chest of drawers, and a closet door. Windows along the walls, straight ahead, brought in western light. Every single item was aligned perfectly. The room was immaculate. Roger Hollis was standing, gazing out the window, smoking idly, his pose relaxed as if he owned the room and whatever was in it. The windows overlooked a pair of pencil pine trees, beyond which was the street, a hurrying figure now, a car starting up, driving slowly away. He stubbed his cigarette out in the crystal ashtray on the windowsill, turned back into the room. She stared with a kind of abstract fascination at the bruises and swelling on his face and neck. Now what? He asked. The pain, along with the swelling, lent him a disfigured look, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. She snorted, crossed the room to where he was standing. Her hand was a blur as she struck him across the face, so hard his head snapped around. What the? Isabel's gaze was like a second blow. What the fuck, Roger? Nemesis? What of it? Hollis said sullenly. He was about to raise a hand to his cheek where she had struck him, but apparently thought better of it. Shall I spell it out for you? You work for me, that's what. I ask you to gather intel on targets, and you use the Rubicon software to find it. You're handled by the SVR, Roger said, somewhat defensively. I get my orders from GRU. Isabel watched him, doing her best to keep calm. How had it taken Evan Ryder to crack this rotten egg open? No matter. Why feel jealous when, because of Ryder, she was finally getting somewhere with Hollis?
So Nemesis is a Russian initiative.
Hollis shrugged.
I don't know who's behind it, but it's been clear to me for a while that it's needed.
What the hell does that mean? She snapped. He grinned. Clearly he felt on firmer ground.
Do you think you're the only one with a secret life?
That pin.
The double ravens, yes.
Hollis shook out another cigarette, and without offering her one, lit up.
They're a symbol. A symbol of a new era, the start of a cleansing.
A fist gripped her heart. Cleansing? She shook her head.
Be clearer, Roger.
But she knew. Of course, she knew. She just didn't want to believe it.
What kind of cleansing do you... This country needs an enema, Isabel. It needs to be cleared of all the... How shall I put it? The deadwood. The unclean bloodlines that have been befouling America. Ethnic cleansing.
The memory of him calling Mike Black Boy came upon her with the force of a speeding train. Bad enough he was a bigot, but to learn he was...
That's what you mean. You're a white supremacist. What's the matter, Isabel?
He leered at her.
We'd all be better off, and you know it.
Isabel didn't know whether she was more appalled or furious at this creature standing before her. Him being a Russian agent, she could understand. He was all about money. He went through it like water through a sieve. But he was such a good gambler, he was almost never in debt. One thing you could say in his favor, now the only thing, was that he refused to embezzle from his company. Its welfare and growth was of paramount importance to him, but ironically, his weakness for sensual women exposed him to certain determined predators. He had been one of Yana Bardina's first conquests. He'd bought her hook, line, and sinker, fell deeply, irrevocably in love, so much so that when she asked him for favors, for my father, he didn't hesitate to comply. Because of its sensitive work in cybersecurity, Rubicon Solutions had been on the Russians' radar since it opened its doors for business. They had monitored his spending, and at the most opportune moment, when he was deepest in love, they instructed Yana to begin milking him for information, more and more. Every time he balked, she threatened to leave him, and abjectly he stood down. Hollis disgusted Yana, as did all her business paramours. In those last weeks before her murder, her skin had become thinner and thinner. She was terrified that one day soon she would inadvertently bare her soul to one of them. Her friendship with Isabel, being able to confide in someone, kept staving off that moment. Unfortunately, her masters, ever vigilant, somehow got wind of her change of heart and had her eliminated. It was through Yana that Hollis had come to Isabel's attention, so this libidinous side of him was all too familiar, even as its indiscriminate nature turned her stomach. But this dangerous, fanatic credo of his was anathema to her and everything she believed to the bottom of her heart. Debate was, of course, out of the question. She knew from experience that these people only dug in their heels against what they saw as antagonists. It was incumbent on her to bury her distaste for him and everything he stood for. She needed to keep Hollis close. For now. In the meantime, Hollis moved beyond her shock. He simply didn't care.
With my company's software, I could probably find out if Stedman works for the same people Myers does.
Maybe you could, maybe you couldn't, Isabel said, still fighting to keep her rage in check. She knew she needed to get this dialogue back on track. But do you want to risk being picked up by an NSA netbot? Hollis, lighting yet another cigarette from the butt of the last one, didn't seem entirely convinced. This Stedman, if that's even her real name, knows I'm attached to Nemesis. So does my fucking partner. I don't know what got into Peter. Then his expression grew canny. Or maybe I do. I think the fucker's been recruited by Myers, his fucking Fed girlfriend. He sucked in smoke, let it hiss out through his nostrils. I mean, you think you know a guy. Peter was the most politically agnostic person I ever came across. How did you two meet, anyway? Of course, through Ben, she knew, but Hollis wasn't aware of that. He sighed. We met after he came down from Cambridge. He had a lot of ideas, I had the financial wherewithal, it was a good match. And hey, listen, I've kept an eye on him since we first met. We drink together, we've told each other our past histories. I trust him as a business partner. And I've never heard him utter a political opinion on any subject, great or small. His bruises were turning dark and ugly like his mood. But now my supposedly apolitical friend brought some kind of agent in here asking about Russians and Nemesis. What the fuck? We need to find her. Isabel stood, hands on hips. Listen to me, Roger. Going after Stedman is a distraction, a wrong turn. The last thing we need now is to go after a federal agent. Then fire that useless muscle of yours. Who? Mike? Out of the question. She swept her hand out. And don't ask again. But look what that monkey did to me, he cried, indicating his bruises. For a moment, her rage sneaked through her facade. It's you who needs to apologize to him. When he said nothing, she took a step toward him. You will apologize, Roger. He crossed his arms over his chest. You can be sure he'll put you in a hospital if you don't. You wouldn't allow that. Isabel gave him a basilisk stare that made him blanch. Finally, he gave the briefest of nods, then, struggling lamely to regain some of the face he had lost. The least I can do is inform Nemesis about this Stedman. Isabel's eyes narrowed. Take a moment to think that through, Roger. Why? It's actionable intel. Nemesis can go after this fucking female spy. It's also going to tell them that you're incompetent, maybe no longer of use to them. Then they get rid of you to seal the leak tight. If that's what you want, go right ahead. A charged silence built between them. Hollis was the first to break. Shit! Fuck! Averting his eyes from hers, he looked in the mirror over the chest of drawers. There isn't any makeup in the world to cover the mess that cunt made of my throat. Leaning forward, Isabel slapped him hard across the cheek. Don't you ever use that word or the names you called Mike in my hearing again. She tossed her head. Now, forget about your bruised ego. Forget about Louise Stedman. And what if Peter blabs about me to his girlfriend? He was seriously injured getting out of here. Who knows if he's in any condition to tell anyone anything. In any event, I have it covered. Go back to the office. Concentrate on Rubicon. You have double the work now that your partner is incapacitated. He frowned. And what if Peter... he's a friend as well as my business partner. Jesus, Isabel thought. This guy. We'll deal with that then, okay? He shook his head. Why are you always right? Because I'm the only one who takes care of you, Roger. Remember that. She gave him a steely smile lacking all warmth.
And remember, too, there will come a time when you will be telling me everything I want to know about your nemesis contact.
Hollis winced.
He's nothing. A nobody.
As far as you've been told.
He leaned in to kiss her cheek.
She tolerated it, even though the touch of his lips made her skin crawl. She wondered how in the hell she was ever going to get his stink out of her bedroom.
20. As soon as she had sufficiently recovered her equilibrium, Brenda called Butler, telling him about the beads and Peter's real identities. Clearly, Peter was trying to infiltrate our shop through me. I require proof. Charles has a photo of Peter meeting with Gorgonov. I'll get it from him and send it to you. I'll have IT Forensics check it for photoshopping or any other digital manipulation. Get it to me ASAP. Sure thing. Also, what? Are you all right to continue in the field? The dual meaning wasn't lost on Brenda. Perfectly, she lied. I don't want you distracted. No worries on that score. Okay. Don't worry about Peter, Butler told her. Concentrate on your own brief. On that note, they ended the call. Having waited patiently through her conversation, Charles said, All I know is the bomb maker's name, Charles said. Voron. An operational name, surely, Brenda said. Undoubtedly, Charles replied. But a clue to his identity nonetheless. They were in Brenda's car parked on a side street in Northeast Washington. Not a good neighborhood. Run-down buildings, crumbling bodegas, boarded-up storefronts. Rubble-strewn open lots populated by makeshift tents, fronted by purloined shopping carts that spoke of a scavenger, drug-addled society of the poor, the desperate, and the hopeless, dangerous when on the prowl for payment for the next high. A clue, Brenda said. How so? Now I have to wonder whether the operation is Russian at all. What? How do you get that? Isn't Voron a Russian word? Indeed, but it's Russian for raven. This immediately rang a bell in Brenda's mind. Wilson had been ranting about ravens. She frowned. Does raven mean anything to you? Indeed, he nodded. We've discovered that Nemesis has its own sigil. Double ravens facing each other. Was that what Wilson was trying to say? She asked herself. Had he been captured and tortured by members of Nemesis? Was Nemesis a Russian operation? The raven was too much of a coincidence, but she knew she needed some direct evidence to link the two incidents. There was something about Charles that rubbed Brenda the right way. What it was exactly, she was hard put to say. Perhaps it was his plain way of speaking, as if directly from the heart. Then again, he could be the world's best liar. But to be that, he would have to be a sociopath, or worse, a psychopath, and she just couldn't see either being the case. On the other hand, there was Peter. She kept coming back to how successfully Peter had lied to her. And there was this. His legend had beaten Butler's vetting process. It was the vetting process that had caused her to let her guard down. She was so full of spiteful rage that she'd briefly entertained the notion not to tell Butler about Peter, but at the moment she couldn't even bring herself to look at the photo of Peter and Gorgonov, let alone have the people back at HQ poring over it, laughing at her humiliation. Helping Charles to bring down this cell that had almost killed her and Evan was the best way to channel her anger. Okay. Actually, I'm thinking this has Russian fingerprints all over it. She checked her mobile. As it happens, I know where we can start. There's a man named Nal. Russian, but definitely a man with his own ideas. Nal the wild boar, Charles provided her with a sly smile. It seems we're overrun with animals. Nal lived in a 2-story, wood-shingled shoebox of a building attached to a number of others of identical size, shape, and design. The street was as undistinguished as the neighborhood. Small trees struggled, half dead, perhaps. It was difficult to tell in the depths of winter. Planted by civil engineers, without a single thought of keeping them alive. telephone poles leaning exhausted into the wind, were more numerous than the trees. The block looked forlorn and forgotten. When Charles commented on this, Brenda said, "That seems to be the way Noel likes it. I'm sure he must have enough money to live elsewhere."
"What does he do?"
Charles asked as they stepped out of the car. She laughed softly. "If you ask him, he'll clam up like a mafioso. Actually, he's into all sorts of things, most in gray areas that are at best semi-legal, at worst. Well, neither of us wants to know the worst." Brenda knocked on the front door, waited, knocked again. He glanced at her.
"Morse code?"
She nodded. Like a 1930s speakeasy. The door swung open. A blast of sweetly pungent weed smoke wafted from the interior, out of which, like a genie from his lamp, appeared a small man with a halo of salt and pepper hair, eyes like ripe olives, and a mustache as thick as his eyebrows, inhabiting his upper lip like a caterpillar.
"Hey, Brenda!"
He reached out a hand, the back of which was covered in dark hair.
"Long time, huh?"
They shook hands briefly, like two businessmen who knew each other well, but not that well. His gaze shifted.
"Who's this darkening my doorstep?"
Considering Charles's swarthy complexion, he thought this hilarious. But that was Noel all over.
"My name's Charles."
"Charles what?"
"And you are Noel."
"What?"
Noel nodded.
"Fair enough. I'm Muslim." He squinted. "You?"
"I'm half Muslim."
"And the other half?"
"Jewish."
Noel grunted.
"Well,
"Half is better than none. You have aversion to weed?"
not a bit,"
Charles answered.
Noel grinned, gestured as he stepped back.
"You'd better come in. The neighbors will be wondering at my hospitality." He found this hilarious as well. He led them through a dingy entryway dominated by the steep staircase up to the second floor. They followed him to the right, down a hallway, and into a surprisingly bright kitchen. There, a woman, presumably his wife, was busy at the chopping block and the stovetop. She gave them a quick look over her shoulder, then bustled out the back door. Through a smeared window, they could see her bending over a root and vegetable garden.
"Coffee?"
Noel asked.
"It's Turkish, strong enough to put hair on even your chest, Brenda."
When they both declined, he got the message. They sat at an old-fashioned table with chrome legs and a gray Formica top with a pink boomerang pattern. The walls were painted a quaint 1950s shade of avocado green. Noel lit a fat spliff, sucked the pot deep into his lungs, then spread his hands, which were large, square, and knobbed. He wouldn't need a pair of brass knuckles to knock you cold in a fistfight, Brenda thought. He offered them both a hit, but they declined that as well.
"What can I do for you?"
he said through a cloud of sweetly aromatic smoke.
"We're looking for a bomb maker,"
Brenda said.
"He's probably Russian,"
Charles added.
"He's known as Voron."
"The Raven," Noel nodded, took another toke.
"I've heard of this one."
His voice was thin and strangled from holding the smoke in.
"Very meticulous, very excellent."
The smoke emerged from between his lips in a hiss like a steam engine.
"Also very unusual, possibly unique."
"Why is that?" Brenda asked.
"Firstly, Voron does not work for the SVR or any other faction of the Russian intelligence commandatura in this country."
"Who gives Voron his orders?"
Noel shrugged. "That I don't know. What I can tell you is that up until several months ago, Voron was freelance. Now not."
Noel grinned.
"Secondly, Voron is not a man."
His eyes were very large in their sockets.
"Voron is a woman."
21. After several stops, in Milan, then Istanbul, the Mi-7 jet finally arrived at Shoro Rustaveli Tbilisi International Airport, a.k.a. Tbilisi Airport. During the journey, Evan had given Peter the first of his painkiller shots. and had made sure he took the anti-inflammatory tabs the doctor had prescribed. Butler had provided them with new passports and legends. They were also equipped with cold weather clothes, including fur-lined hiking boots and toasty Canada Goose Arctic anoraks for their foray into the Racha Park area. Twilight had descended with them. By the time they took a taxi from the airport into the heart of the city, the lights were on and the sky was streaked with charcoal. Tbilisi was a far different city than it had been before the Rose Revolution of 2003 ousted the post-Soviet Shevardnadze government. Evan and Lemus found themselves being driven through a vibrantly painted, bustling city, with good food and rosy-cheeked people with smiling faces. But Old Town was still Old Town, with its pastel-colored wooden houses, liberally sprinkled with the confetti of filigreed porches and railings. And, of course, the Kura River still placidly divided the city. The light faded fast here, and the nights were long, all through a dinner of roast chicken with sour blackberry sauce, cheese bread, and stewed wild greens at a restaurant fronting the river. There was nary a word exchanged between the two. Lights twinkled beyond the trees on the far bank. The sky was clear navy blue, but for Evan the image of the red brick mansion with its towers and its ravens flickered before her, superimposing itself like a shimmering mirage over the peaceful cityscape and the snow-capped peaks toward which they were headed. That night she rolled off the narrow bed, its thin, sagging mattress, happy to be relieved even of her weight. She turned on the light in the bathroom, through squinted eyes looked at her battered face. Her cheek was still swollen and the wound was throbbing. Peeling off the antiseptic pad, she examined the fine job the doctor had done stitching her up. He had used dissolving stitches. She thought if they left a scar it would be all right with her. Not so bad, all things considered. She swallowed an antibiotic capsule, spread antibiotic cream on the inside of a new pad, applied it to the wound. Afterward, she stood at the window, looking out at a foreign street in a foreign land, and thought of Lyudmila. Where are you? I know you're not dead. If you were, I'd feel it in my bones. And I miss you. All the while, she searched for familiar signs, the shadow in a doorway across from the entrance to the hotel, the anonymous dark car parked along the curb, the occasional movement of men on watch inside a cramped space. But as hard as she looked, nothing of the sort was visible. Perhaps they weren't being tailed. But constant vigilance had become such an ingrained part of her life it was impossible, not to mention inadvisable, to stop. The moon presented itself as a crescent scar in the darkness. A truck rumbled by, and that was all. Not a pedestrian out for a late-night stroll or walking his dog could be seen. The street was as empty as a disused warehouse. At that moment, Tbilisi seemed a lonely city, but possibly that was just her, the failure of her life, the life she had chosen, or had it chosen her, a question she had never been able to answer, was forever with her. She had a blank spot in her memory. From 3 years ago. A gap of 3 months, during a time when she was overseas working with Butler. A gap that began soon after their mission outside St. Petersburg and ended right before Josh broke her heart. And it was during those 3 lost months that Bobby had been killed. Back home in Bethesda, her sister had stepped off the curb at a busy intersection and had been struck by a hit-and-run. It had happened so fast. The scene so chaotic that no one could provide a reliable description of the vehicle. It was dark blue. No, black. It was a Chevy. No, a Ford. No, a GMC. Big car, though. Everyone had agreed on that point, if nothing else. So an SUV. Good freaking luck finding it. But an accident? Evan thought not. Especially since Butler's wife had been killed 10 days earlier in the same way during a trip back to D.C. to visit her ailing father. The GRU Preferred Way. That damned mission she and Butler had been on outside St. Petersburg. They had taken out the deputy director of GRU as he sat feasting with his cronies and satraps at a glittering restaurant that had been cleared of all other patrons. It had been a bitch infiltrating the restaurant, but infiltration was one of Evan's specialties, and by hook and by crook, they had pulled it off. Retaliation. Both Evan's sister and Butler's wife, victims of hit-and-runs within months of their returning from their mission in Russia. The GRU could have handled the two murders in different ways, but hadn't. The Russians had sent a message. You hurt us, we hurt you back. A terribly steep price had been paid for success. A Pyrrhic victory, if ever there was one. Another example of the quicksand of the world in which they lived. 1 step forward, 2 back. 2 steps forward, 1 back. Evan had never forgiven herself. For 6 months, had taken herself out of the world of the clandestine agent, traveled on her own without mobile phone or laptop, completely disconnected from the modern world. She was fed up with the shadow and modern worlds and her place in either of them. She had missed Bobby desperately, wondered how her 2 kids were dealing. But as with many things in the so-called normal world, she was no good with kids. Sooner or later, usually sooner, they tried her patience. Her niece and nephew were no different. She looked at their photos every morning and wept, but she didn't go back to D.C. to see them. She hated herself for that, just as she hated herself for having put Bobby in harm's way, inadvertently or not. There was a photo of the 2 of them she kept near her, studied every night before turning off the lights and sinking into nightmare. She was 19, Bobby 17. To ease the sadness of their first birthdays since their parents' deaths, Evan took her sister to someplace far away from everything they'd known, far away from the Black Hills, the prairie, the big-shouldered bustle of Chicago. She plunged into homework and came up with Sumatra for a week of sun, swimming, fresh food, massages, walks in the rainforest, and one night, guys who had no clue how young Bobby was. The photo had been taken by one of the resort's staff on the beach. The sun was in their eyes and their hair was flying. Wide smiles of bliss. Behind them, the sea. Evan came away from the window, overlooking the desolate Tbilisi street. She still missed Bobby. She took a small wooden carving from the inner pocket of her jacket, which she had thrown over a chair. They had each chosen one from a carver's street stall, and had exchanged them as a remembrance of their week together. A week that had reminded them of the joys of being alive and their love for each other. Evan had given Bobby an amulet of the shaman of healing and divination, a figure in a conical hat. In return, Bobby had gifted her with a carving of a Sumatran mythical beast, a Naga Morsarang, part horse, part dragon, part lion. Evan had always thought of it as a fanciful seahorse. Its surface was shiny as glass, rubbed smooth by her fingering. It was always with her. Behind us, the prairie. Behind us, the sea. Evan thought, her eyes clouded with tears. Oh, to turn back time. To have Bobby back again. I was supposed to protect you. I failed. She put the Naga Morsarang on the bedside table, lay back on the bed, her mind trying to work out the writing on the blank page out of time and space. 3 months, beyond her grasp, a black hole, a moment, or forever. It was obvious to her now that Patrick had triggered her memory, sparking flashes, images of what had happened to her. Pat had known. If only he had been able to tell her before he died. But life was never that easy. Life was hard, and getting harder by the day. And yet, perhaps Pat's death would serve a purpose. That would surely be appropriate, a fitting epitaph for the toad. She felt herself drawing closer to the answers that had eluded her for years. Where had she been during those 3 months? What had happened to her? Finding those answers, she was quite certain, would bring closure, retribution for what she believed to be Bobby's murder. Outside, the night stood still and stark. An owl hooted, the lonely cry of the eternal hunter. Morning dawned bright and clear, and cold enough to take their breath away. After a hasty but satisfying breakfast of khinkali, the delicious spicy mushroom dumplings that were one of Georgia's national dishes, they were directed to a store where they bought a sledgehammer, a pickaxe, a spade-bladed shovel, and a pair of powerful LED flashlights. Evan exchanged the equivalent of $200 cash for a week's rental of a Range Rover with a built-in GPS, and loaded the tools in the back. They picked up a driving map at the rental agency and were on the road by 9:30. It was 187 miles from Tbilisi to the park. In just under 5 hours, they had arrived. The temperature was already near zero at the entrance to the park, and as they drove higher into the Caucasus, it began to drop further, precipitously, obliging Evan to turn up the Range Rover's heater to the maximum. An icy wind, bitter and inhospitable, traveled over the land, racing down from the tops of the Caucasus. Butler had given them the GPS coordinates where the agents had been found. A mile into the park, they pulled over and had their last stretch before they reached their destination.
"How lonely you must be," Lemus said. "The life you lead."
Evan said nothing, remembering the sadness she'd felt while she'd stood at the window of their exhausted hotel. Instead, she surveyed the mountains, as if they were enemies arrayed against her. A couple of eagles could be seen high up, and just below them, what appeared to be a very large, very ugly turkey buzzard. Other than these avian predators, not a creature was stirring, not even a field mouse. And not a single raven.
"I mean, I know Brenda is lonely,"
Lemus prattled on nervously.
"Not that she's said so in so many words, but I can tell, so I'm assuming—"
His voice trailed off. He glanced at Evan, then away. His breath floated away like smoke.
"Christ, it's cold up here."
He shivered within his thick anorak.
"Bleak and lifeless."
Possibly, Evan thought. But it seemed to her that there was also something impossibly majestic about the Caucasus.
"Kakaz," she said.
"What?"
"Kakaz was the original name,"
Evan said.
"Also the Hittite name for the people living on the southern shore of the Black Sea."
She made a sweeping gesture.
"There are centuries of history here, Lemus. Greek mythology set these mountains as the place where Prometheus was bound.
Jason and his Argonauts sought the Golden Fleece in Colchis, the modern Kolkita lowland of Georgia, which is hard by the section of the range along the Black Sea coast, and the passes through these mountains, impassable in winter but extraordinarily beautiful in spring and summer, became a major northern migration route for the ancient Fertile Crescent people of the Middle East. The peoples of this region have exhibited an extraordinary ethnic and cultural diversity since early times. Believe it or not, the Colchians were described by the Greek historian Herodotus as being black-skinned Egyptians."
"Do you really believe that?"
Evan shrugged.
"To date, no one's ever had reason to doubt Herodotus." "How do you know so much about this area?" Lemus asked. "Have you been here before?"
"I haven't," she said automatically. "Not to this specific region, anyway." But the fact was, she wasn't sure. The moment she'd caught her first glimpse of the Caucasus, she'd experienced a dizzying sense of déjà vu. She thought she'd heard the flapping of wings, ravens cawing as they landed on leaded slate roof tiles. "Another life, maybe," Evan said. But her tone sounded defensive even to her ears.
"I'll say."
Lemus was watching Evan more intently than she cared for.
Evan turned abruptly, her boot soles crunching on the icy gravel, and slid back behind the wheel. When Lemus closed the passenger side door, settled himself in the seat, Evan started the car up, put it in first gear, and drove up the steepening road. They hadn't seen another vehicle since they'd entered the park. Tourist season was a distant memory. The long season of death had settled over the landscape, raking it raw like talons in flesh. "I imagine you're wondering why I brought you with me," Evan said after a time. "I have been wondering that. And I'm wondering why you agreed to come." "I'm always up for an adventure," Lemus said with a grin. "I mean the real reason." Evan watched the rear view for a moment, then went back to scrutinizing the road which wound above them, seemingly into the heavens. The switchbacks were becoming more numerous and more acute. "Ah, that." Lemus laced his fingers for a moment, pulled them apart. "The truth is, what happened back there scared the pants off me. Really, I don't know what the hell was going on with Isabel. And Roger, Jesus Christ. I mean, he's my business partner, for God's sake. Now he seems like Mr. Hyde." "Maybe he was never Dr. Jekyll." "Huh, yeah." Lemus ducked his head. "But I mean, 7 years. That's not a short time to think you know someone." He sighed. "I just figured. I mean, after what happened to Brenda and to you, what could have happened? And then this violence over, what, a silver pendant and pin?" He shook his head. "I thought I've been working non-stop since we opened our shop. Maybe a little ad hoc sabbatical. I mean, I don't know." "Sure you do." Lemus's head swiveled in her direction. "What do you mean?" "The pendant. The pin. Come on, Peter. You know perfectly well what the two ravens mean." "The hell I do," Lemus said hotly. Evan slowed, pulled onto the shoulder, put the car in park, and engaged the parking brake. "Those two kissing ravens are the reason I brought you with me. You know something about them. Maybe everything." She let the silver pendant hang from its chain in the air between them. "You heard what I said to Isabel." This came from the woman who drove the car bomb onto the St. Agnes parking lot. "I found her, ran her down. She forced me to kill her. She was wearing the two ravens, just like your partner Roger Hollis." Evan swung the pendant into his cupped palm. Lemus shook his head. "Whatever Roger might be up to, he's on his own. I'm as much in the dark about it as you are." "Really? Nemesis is a cabal of some kind. A group of conspirators that crosses international borders," Evan went on. "That's nothing new for me. I specialize in destroying conspiracies, in bringing cabals down. What Nemesis wants, what you want, Lemus, is why you're here with me now. Why we've stopped on this deserted stretch of road in the middle of nowhere. No one will hear you scream, except maybe the eagles and hawks. They'll be more than happy to pick you apart after I throw you out of the car." All the blood had drained from Lemus's face. He looked sick to his stomach. "I never heard of Nemesis until you brought the name up." Lemus chewed his lower lip. "I know you have no reason to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth." He gestured. "Listen, I helped you out of that mess at Isabel's. I mean, that's got to count for something." He listened for an answer, some sign from Evan that wasn't forthcoming. "Can we please come to some kind of an understanding?" he asked. Evan's reply was as icy as the wind sweeping over the landscape. "Only when I can be sure you're not holding out on me." "Here you are, sir." Commandant Christoph handed Gorgonov a black file folder with a red stripe slashed diagonally across the top right corner.
All confidential and urgent communiques were delivered to him by Kristoff's hand only. Nothing appeared electronically on any SVR server. IT paranoia was a watchword Gorgonov had instituted the moment he became director of the SVR.
Direct from Turkey forward station.
It was late in the evening, long past dinner time. Gorgonov had shoved some food into his mouth at his desk, though he'd have been hard-pressed to tell anyone what it was. He had more important things on his mind. He was about to open the file when his personal mobile buzzed. Kristoff raised his eyebrows, about to reach for the phone, but Gorgonov waved him off.
It's all right. It's my daughter.
Nodding, Kristoff let himself out of his boss's office. Sighing, Gorgonov picked up the phone.
Hello, my Lolushka, he said.
How are you, Papa?
Lolita's high voice piped through the earpiece.
When are you coming home? I miss you.
I miss you too, little one.
Gorgonov was staring at the black folder with the red stripe. He needed to see what was inside immediately.
I'll be home as soon as I can.
I want to tell you about the gymnastics tournament.
That's right. He'd forgotten all about it. He swiveled his chair to look out the window at the falling snow, deepening the blanket covering Moscow like winter's ermine fur.
How did you do?
First place on the balance beam, Papa.
How wonderful. I want to hear all about it.
Every detail, Lolita cried. I won't go to sleep until after I told you.
He could hear her yawn.
I promise.
Sugar plum kisses,
Gorgonov said, his usual sign-off. He turned off the phone. He did not want to receive the inevitable call from his wife asking why he hadn't been at the tournament. She knew why, of course. Sometimes she was just into breaking his balls. One of the reasons he had a mistress, compliant and willing no matter what he asked of her. Tossing the mobile in a drawer of his desk, he slit open the file with a penknife and shook out the contents. Printouts of chatter on the secure network's Turkey forward station monitored. As he read, his pulse climbed. These communiques involved Nemesis, an organization he and his team had been monitoring, gathering intel about for the Sovereign. But more than that, one of them hinted that Boyko had a private connection to Nemesis that no one, least of all the Sovereign, knew about. This news was so hot, he knew he needed both clarification and confirmation before he could believe it and act on it.
You don't look yourself, Lemus said.
Evan stared out the windshield.
How's your shoulder? I don't need another shot yet.
Evan nodded, seemingly satisfied. They sat side by side in the car. Evan gripped the wheel with knuckles white with the tension of her repeated mirage. She wanted to bang the side of her head, shake loose the rest of the memory of the red brick mansion and the two ravens. At length, Lemus said,
"What is it?"
Evan ignored his question, released the brake and put the car in drive. Checking the Range Rover's GPS, Evan saw they were less than a mile from the place where Jules's and Albert's mutilated corpses were discovered, and where they suspected the two MI6 agents might be found as well. Tension of another sort filled the Range Rover's cabin. They were fairly high up now. The sky had turned dark and ugly. But being inside the vehicle, and so concentrated on what lay ahead of them, they had scarcely noticed the change. When they arrived at their destination, however, and stepped out of the SUV, they felt the wetness in the air along with the release of the fierce grip of the cold.
"It's going to snow,"
Lemus said, glancing up.
"No," Evan said. "Something much worse."
They hurried over to the place, perhaps 300 yards west of the road, where the bodies had been dumped. Due to the lack of blood in the forensic photos, Evan was certain the bodies had been killed, mutilated, and drained of blood elsewhere. Where?
The red brick mansion. Before being dumped here in the desolate wastes of the park. At first, it appeared as if the killer or killers had chosen the dumping ground at random, but closer to it became apparent that the area must have been scouted extensively. The bodies had been laid in a shallow depression in the icy rock. There was nothing for Evan and Lemus to look at now that the corpses had been removed. Butler's forensics team, and presumably one from MI6, had been all over the area with a fine-tooth comb. She squatted down in the center of the depression, gathered up as much of the snowy earth the frozen ground would allow without a pickaxe. Doubtless, Butler had asked her to come here hoping she would spot something the forensics team had missed. But there was nothing. Nothing at all. It was at that moment that the sky decided to open up. The hail began as a benign patter, but soon enough turned into a torrent that bounced off every hard surface like steel ball bearings. They beat a hasty retreat to the Range Rover, where they sat in silence amid the deafening racket the hail made on the vehicle's roof.
"This looks and sounds biblical,"
Lemus observed, after about 10 unrelenting minutes of the hailstorm. Visibility had been reduced to almost nil. They were hard put to make out the front end of the Range Rover's hood. They were locked in a metal cocoon. Their breath fogged up the windows.
"Louise."
Lemus had turned toward her.
"Louise,
He kissed her then, hard on the lips. His arms, awkward in their Arctic coat, went around her, pulling her to him. Evan straight-armed him, pushed him back against the passenger door.
"For fuck's sake, Peter."
"What?"
"Are you kidding me? Brenda's your girlfriend. She's my friend. What's the matter with you? This is how you'd never cheat on her?"
His expression was stricken. His face was darkly flushed.
"You're right. I don't know. I just thought..."
"Well, don't. Think along those lines." He looked abruptly miserable.
"I know. I'm so sorry, Louise. But you're so..."
A charged silence that Evan knew she had to puncture because he wouldn't. She bristled.
"I'm so what?" "So goddamned beautiful. And then I saw you in action. I saw how you handled difficult, frightening situations. I saw how you handled men, and I thought..."
"What? Wonder Woman?" He hung his head.
Well, you know, I loved Wonder Woman when I was a kid. Drooled over her, I bet, or..." "Please," he cried. "Stop," shaking his head. "I can't."
"No," Evan said. She didn't know whether to slap Peter or feel sorry for him.
"You can't."
The hailstorm was gone almost as quickly as it had begun. They exited the car. The air had a bruised feel to it, making everything in the immediate vicinity seem culpable. Evan's glance wandered back to the shallow depression, but immediately her attention was drawn toward the rock formation just beyond it. The hail, acting just like the ball bearings they resembled, had eaten away at the snow and the ice, which was now as heavily pockmarked as the surface of the moon. She went around the back of the vehicle, handed the pickaxe to Lemus, took out the sledgehammer for herself. The ground, which had been hard and true, was now slippery and treacherous. What was left of the hail rolled under their boot soles, threatening at any moment to upend them.
"Where are we going?" Lemus asked. "What have you seen?"
Then he got it and hurried after her as fast as he could manage.
"There's a hollow in there,"
Evan said, indicating the pockmarked rock face, maybe even a shallow cave. Taking up the sledge, Evan swung it down hard, and the center of the icy face exploded outwards. Lemus wanted to use the pickaxe, but Evan snatched it out of his hand.
"You're making me feel like an invalid,"
Lemus protested.
"Relax, Bruce Banner." Evan wielded the pickaxe over and over, and slowly but surely the weakened wall of ice gave grudging way, making a small window through which they peered, playing the beams of their flashlights into the space.
2,
Lemus said.
I count 2 bodies.
Now, bum shoulder or no, Lemus insisted on working beside her. Half an hour of hard labor brought them their prize, 2 frozen bodies. They were male, in their early 30s, clearly had been very fit when alive. Like Butler's agents, they both had ligature marks on their wrists and ankles, and had been drained of blood, no doubt hung upside down while someone or something ripped their throats out. When she looked more closely, Evan could just make out the semicircular indentations made by teeth. Animal or human, it was impossible to say.
Christ almighty!
Lemus sat back on his hams and rubbed his shoulder.
Who are they?
Evan recognized them from the photos Butler had shown her.
These are the 2 missing MI6 agents.
Simon Fraser on the left, Ian Ridgely on the right.
Look what's been done to them. I mean...
Lemus rose on unsteady legs, backing away. Ritual murders. Like the others, Evan said.
Same killer or killers. It's bestial, like they were attacked by a mad dog or a wolf.
Lemus was white as the calcium rock over which he was stumbling. How many others?
2 of ours.
Hey, Peter. Deep breaths. Lemus nodded uncertainly. Then he turned away abruptly, bent double, and vomited onto the icy ground. Evan went to him, held him as his body shuddered and spasmed. It's okay, Peter, just try to take deep breaths. When she was sure he was sufficiently recovered, she went and took out the small Leica Butler had provided, snapped as many photos from different angles, including close-ups of the faces, the feet, dark with coagulated blood, and the mutilated throats as she felt was necessary. This new tricked-out camera was connected to the internet, and she uploaded the photos to Butler's private server.
Looks like we did MI6 a big favor finding their missing people,
Evan said when Lemus tottered back, eyes still half averted from the corpses.
Well, at least there's no smell.
Lemus's eyes were tearing, and he wiped his mouth with the back of his glove.
Sorry,
he muttered. He staggered back to the Range Rover, leaving Evan with the task of returning the tools to the boot. When that was done, Evan returned to the far edge of the depression, crawled into the shallow cave, ran the beam of her LED around every square inch, looking for something, anything the killer or killers might have left. All she found was some dark rubble in little clumps near the bodies. It was not until she brought it out into the daylight that she saw that the rubble was actually small pieces of red brick. 22. The sun had not yet risen when Gorgonov and the Sovereign set out on horseback. Mist cloaked the lowlands outside Moscow in a mystic shawl. The horses' hooves beat the frozen ground to death, cracking ice, kicking up clods of snowy earth as the steeds thundered across the grasslands, heading for the dense pine forest to the east. The sky was streaked marble. Crows cawed and circled. The Sovereign wore leather breeches that came up past his navel. Above the waistband, he was naked, his hairless, hard-nippled chest bare to the first crescent of sun appearing over the horizon. He wore high boots, polished to a high gloss. Strapped to his right thigh was a leather holster that held his custom-made Colt 45 with cross-hatched gold grips. It seemed to amuse him to be using an American-manufactured sidearm. The Sovereign had a head like a bullet, with close-cropped steel-gray hair and the eyes of a fox that missed nothing. He was not a large man, but terrifying for all that. He had a wrestler's build, and was damn proud of it. In fact, Gorgonov knew he had wrestled in his youth in St. Petersburg, rarely losing. He had continued that pursuit even when he joined the KGB, this prowess helping him on every rung of the government ladder he climbed with terrifying speed. People died in his wake, or went missing. No one dared question what had happened to them, or even looked very hard for the perpetrators. Certainly they never turned their gaze toward the sovereign himself. Shokova and the sovereign had been close during her time as a high-level apparatchik in the Kremlin. Maybe he even helped her rapid rise to power. Maybe he was fucking her brains out, or more likely, the other way around. In any event, the sovereign came to trust her opinions, which made Shokova's ultimate betrayal that much more difficult for the sovereign to swallow. If Gorgonov were to be honest with himself, nothing had been the same since Shokova had vanished. It was only afterward. Sifting through numerous clues they had all ignored before, that he had unearthed her close friendship with Evan Ryder, a betrayal that eclipsed all the others she had committed. The horses galloped full out across the icy field, the sovereign slightly in the lead. Gold and rose shards of light filled the morning. The horses' breath made constant puffs of steam as if they were iron horses of old. This was not the first time Gorgonov had been asked to go riding with the sovereign, and though it was a rarefied privilege, it invariably filled Gorgonov with the unpleasant sensation that at any minute the ground he was crossing would open up and swallow him whole. In the sovereign's presence, he was constantly grinding his teeth until his jaw became one giant monkey fist. At the leading edge of the pine forest, they slowed their horses to a walk, leading their mounts through the labyrinth of trees. At length, they arrived at a clearing. Anyone else would have dismounted, but not the sovereign. He sat straight-backed on his saddle, peering at God knew what. Gorgonov remained a silent observer. He knew better than to speak unless spoken to. After a time, the sovereign jerked the reins, turning the horse around so that they both faced Gorgonov.
I'm starting to harbor doubts about our General Boyko. I don't think we have half the number of bots we should have. We need to be flooding the American internet with desinformatia. Now that they have a comically ineffectual party in power and the opposition is in total disarray, it is our time to do anything with the government we want. And this president is nothing more than, as the Chinese say, a paper tiger. I can make him do or say virtually anything I want.
Like his mount, the sovereign breathed out through his nostrils in twin clouds of smoke. Gorgonov had the sudden notion that although the sovereign's horse could do no better than breathe smoke, the next time the sovereign opened his mouth, he'd be breathing dragon fire. With anyone but the sovereign, the idea would seem absurd.
Instead, all Yuri Fyodorovich appears concerned with is bringing down that American agent.
He meant Evan Ryder. Gorgonov knew that the sovereign would never speak Ryder's name, referring to her only as that American agent.
In fact, to my mind, he appears obsessed with her since the incident outside St. Petersburg.
It had been Boyko's hand-chosen deputy director who Ryder and Benjamin Butler had murdered in the Korova Room restaurant near St. Petersburg. In Gorgonov's opinion, the general had never been the same since.
I don't care about that American agent, Anton Rasidovich, the sovereign was saying. She is of no moment to me or to the Federation now that the traitor has been erased in the revision of our past.
By the traitor, he meant Lyudmila Shokova. He had ceased to utter her name as well.
Do I make myself clear, Anton Rasidovich? As always, sir.
Gorgonov was elated that his one-time school chum and friend, now his bitter enemy, had fallen from grace. At the same time, he thanked his lucky stars that he had kept his own attack against Evan Ryder secret, oblique though it might be. The sovereign nodded.
Good. I know I can count on you, Anton Rasidovich.
It still astonished Gorgonov that the Sovereign's bare skin wasn't even goose-fleshed in the icy morning wind. The Sovereign brought his mount close behind Gorgonov's. Their knees were almost touching, and Gorgonov thought he could feel a fiery heat emanating from his leader.
Now, Anton Residovich, you have news for me about this group, yes?
Nemesis, yes, sir. Gorgonov held his reins barehanded despite his wind and cold-reddened flesh. He resisted the urge to turn up his collar, was peeved at himself for not having done it earlier. He'd misjudged just how cold the morning would stay. The sun, struggling over the horizon, was helpless in the grip of the icy chill.
Nemesis is a neo-Nazi organization, Gorgonov said. My suspicion is that they're an action group funded and controlled by our own RNU.
He meant the Russian National Unity Party, an ultra-right-wing group espousing neo-Nazism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and Russian nationalism. It also wanted the Russian Orthodox Church to have a larger role in Russian life and government. As such, the RNU was anathema to the sovereign and the state.
Well, that's a surprise.
The sovereign's voice dripped contempt.
I've tolerated these criminals long enough. I want your keen eye trained on the RNU. That might be construed as stepping on the FSB's toes.
The FSB, like the American FBI, was in charge of internal security.
I'll handle Roskov.
Alex Roskov was the head of FSB.
You do what you need to do with the RNU. It's grown at an alarming pace, and according to you, that's due to Nemesis. The two are bundled, I'm quite sure. There's a serpent at the bosom of Mother Russia, Anton Residovich. Find that serpent and kill it. No matter how deeply inside Russia's bosom it resides. Absolutely, yes. You have my imprimatur.
Gorgonov nodded.
At once, Sovereign.
The sky had clouded over, and there came a change in the wind, still icy, but now carrying a dampness that penetrated Gorgonov's thick coat all the way to his bones. For his part, the Sovereign seemed unaffected. Even the small silver cross that hung from a chain around his neck hugged his breastbone as if for warmth. A few moments later, the first flakes of snow began to filter down into the clearing. Both horses stamped their hooves, as if anxious to return to the warmths of the Sovereign's stable, where they would get a good brushing down and a galvanized metal bucket of oats. The Sovereign's expression made it clear that he was deep in thought. He jerked on the reins, bringing his horse back to attention, as if it, as well as Gorgonov, needed to hear what he said next.
Attend me well, Anton Residovich. The rise of fascism in America will tear the country apart.
His eyes narrowed.
That will never happen here. I couldn't agree more, sir.
The Sovereign's vulpine eyes fixed on Gorgonov with terrifying intensity.
Good. Good. Then get to work. I will need funds, sir, quite a lot. You'll have as much as you need, my friend, the Sovereign assured him. He grinned. One day soon, when your mission is accomplished, Anton Residovich, you and I shall go bear hunting together. How I love to kill those huge beasts. You will too, once you get a taste of it.
With that pronouncement, the Sovereign dug his heels into the flanks of his horse. It wheeled around, taking its master back into the trees, where he vanished amid the pine needles and the snow that drifted down from a low, formless sky. Gorgonov returned to his dacha in a state of elation. His meeting with the Sovereign could not have gone better. In the matter of Boyko, the Sovereign said, render, therefore, unto Gorgonov the things that are Gorgonov's. He had made perfectly clear to the Sovereign that only he had the means of defeating the RNU and, by extension, Nemesis, and thus his standing with the Sovereign was both cemented and, if he played his hand right, elevated. The sovereign had called him my friend for the first time ever. He basked in this glory while he took a long, hot shower, returning to his extremities the warmth in which they functioned at optimal level. Upon his arrival, he had told his chef to haul the goose he himself had shot 2 weeks ago out of the freezer and prepare it with figs and lingonberries for dinner. He left the rest of the menu to his chef while he went upstairs to clean his body and clear his mind. His spirit in a kind of ecstasy he hadn't experienced for many months. He lay naked on the bed, a bearskin over him while a fire burned in the hearth opposite the foot of the bed. Sheer white curtains stirred in the firelight as if Daniela was singing him to sleep. He drifted off, missing her. He awoke to the mouth-watering smells of the goose roasting in the oven. It was late afternoon. He realized that he hadn't slept so well, so deeply in some time. Throwing off the bearskin, he rolled out of bed and dressed for dinner in a newly pressed linen shirt, a light tunic. Downstairs, the table had been laid using his mother's Reichenbach Dresden china with the cabbage rose motif as he had directed. The crystal sparkled beneath the diamond light from the Swarovski chandelier. The silverware shone like his polished shoes. Fyodor, coming from the kitchen, informed him that dinner would be served in 5 minutes.
Would the director care for an aperitif? Fyodor asked solicitously.
Gorgonov almost said yes, but then he remembered the barrel of 71 Côte de Beaune Grand Cru Red he'd opened when he'd had General Boyko to dinner, and thought that wine would be a perfect companion for the richness of the golden roasted goose flesh. Dismissing Fyodor, he went out the back door, walked the short distance through the icy nighttime air to the temperature and humidity-controlled building he'd had constructed as his vast wine storeroom, a passionate adjunct to the wine cellar proper in the basement of the dacha. Inside it was cool and dim. Barrels of the wines he'd coveted most highly and had imported, especially and at great expense, from the wine-growing terroirs of France, were stacked on row after row of wooden shelves. The 71 Côte de Beaune was at the far end of row C. As he strode down the aisle, he could smell the delicious effluence of the wine's slow and stately aging. There was something completely calming about being here. It was, besides the heady sense, the sense of godlike control. These barrels were under his aegis. They aged for precisely as long as he wanted them to. They were his subjects, bending their proverbial knee to his wishes. The 71 Côte de Beaune was in a beautifully manufactured barrel in front of which he stopped. He placed his hand on the barrel head for a moment as if he could feel the heartbeat of the delicious red wine. His mouth was already watering at the thought of savoring the velvety character, the complex mouthfeel of the Grand Cru. But as he reached for the glass decanter, one of a dozen lined up in a special glass-fronted case, the hand on the barrel began to itch, then burn. At once he snatched his hand away, stared at the palm and fingers dumbly. They were starting to redden. He brought them up to his nose, sniffed, then recoiled at the acrid odor. Taking up a wooden-handled implement akin to a boat-hook, used to turn the barrels periodically or to move them when their time came to be brought to the dacha's wine cellar, he inserted the sharp end to the top of the barrel and tugged. At first, nothing happened, but then as he put his back and shoulders into it and began to jerk the implement backward, the top loosened all at once, so that he was just able to jump back before the liquid came pouring out. But it wasn't just his coveted 71 Côte de Beaune Grand Cru that cascaded onto the floor. Washed out with the dark red flood was the body of his beloved Daniela. Blue eyes blackened holes, lipless mouth opened in the rictus of a dreadful scream. He had never before been witness to such an expression of pure terror. Drowned in Grand Cru wine and muriatic acid. 23. The building was a long, low structure with a corrugated roof. It looked like nothing more than a postmodern barn or a storage facility for silage. This rural acreage in Maryland was where Nall claimed Voron, the bomb maker, had set up her workshop. Incredibly, the voracious urban expansion that gripped most of the greater D.C. area had not yet reached its tentacles this far out. Unlike the rolling hills of Virginia, the landscape here was flat and bleak, stubbly as a marine's scalp. Once, Nall told them, the acreage had been thick with a verdant forest, but years ago it had been clear-cut in preparation for the building of yet another planned suburban community. The Great Recession had bankrupted the developer, and because more extensive testing by subsequent prospective buyers had detected water contamination from paper mills on higher ground, the land remained unsold and deserted.
It was just the ticket for a bomb maker looking to set up shop, Nall had said just before they left. But be extra careful. Bomb makers, by definition, are borderline crazy. From what I've heard, Voron crossed that border some time ago.
Brenda and Charles sat in the car, scanning the immediate area.
Ready?
Charles said after a moment. They exited the car, keeping the doors open behind them. There was no cover between them and the building, no foliage, no outbuildings, or even rusted-out vehicles to hide their silent approach. They were counting on the lack of any vehicle in the vicinity to mean that no one was inside. Nonetheless, both of them had their handguns out and at their sides, ready to use at a moment's notice. The lack of cover dictated that they come at the building from different directions, heading for different destinations. Charles to the building's rear entrance, Brenda to the front. Charles reached the wall of the building without incident and disappeared around the back wall just as Brenda reached the front wall. The front was dominated by an enormous industrial-size opening with a steel roll-up door that was down and shut tight. Just to the left of it was a normal-sized door with a 4-pane window at head height. Brenda peered in, shading her eyes on either side, but the glass was so smeared and dusty she couldn't make out a thing. The door was locked, but that proved no problem. Using a pair from a set of steel picks, she set about cajoling the tumblers to move to the rhythm she induced. 40 seconds later, she was inside. Closing the door soundlessly behind her, she took a long look around. Daylight made its feeble way through small, filthy windows set high up in the front wall, illuminating the thick columns of particles swirling like dust devils in the current of air caused by her opening and closing the door. She found herself in a space as large as an airplane hangar. Thick steel crossbeams ran overhead, hazy with distance and the dusty air. It was frigid inside, as if the space hadn't been heated for a long time. Perhaps it never had. There was nothing in this space and no indication of what had once been housed here, not even a rusted screwdriver or wrench or even a particle of hay. There were 2 doors in the far wall, directly in front of her, one more or less on each side, and it was clear from her visual of the outside that there must be another space behind the wall. As she approached, she crossed the footprints of rodents of some kind, rats or possibly raccoons. She paused, listening for them. For anything, really, that seemed out of place. Evan had taught her this important lesson of spycraft when they were together in Berlin. Since then, she had found the advice invaluable. She heard nothing, however, and went on. Which door to take? The right or the left? This decision seemed to her emblematic of the majority of decisions that had to be made during the course of a lifetime. Do I go or do I stop? Do I move forward or retreat? Do I choose one person or the other? Surely she had made the wrong choice with Lemus. She no longer thought of him as Peter, just as she could no longer imagine herself holding hands with him, eating a meal with him, let alone allowing him into her bed. She shivered at the thought that she had had sex with an SVR spy, sent to weasel his way into her life. For a moment she had allowed him into her heart, but that moment was gone, washed away on the bitter tide of betrayal. Unconsciously, she had paused again. Some animal instinct had insisted she stop while her mind was elsewhere. Furious, she berated herself. Focus. Damn you, girl. Keep your mind on the here and now. She found herself closer to the door on her left, so she opened it and went through into a square room with walls paneled in wide, rough-hewn wooden boards. A small, scarred skylight threw a feeble handful of daylight into the space. A bare bulb hung from a length of wire from a fixture in the ceiling. A couple of old black and white photos in cheap black frames were nailed to one wall. In one, a young man in coveralls stood by the side of a harvester combine or some kind of large machinery, one hand on it as if it were his horse. In the other, a large black dog, whose breed she didn't know, wide leather collar half buried in the thick fur of its neck, sat with its mouth half open, tongue out, as if it had just completed a long run. She moved closer. Neither of the photos appeared to have been taken on this property. In fact, scrutinizing the background of the first photo, Brenda didn't think it was even this country. Those mountains behind the young farmer looked like the Alps. Switzerland? Austria? She moved closer still, squinting in the gloom. Now she saw that the figure wasn't a farmer at all, or if it was a farmer holding a Russian sidearm. Stepping back, she reached out to flip the wall switch to better illuminate the photos when she heard a shouted command behind her, freezing her blood.
Throats ripped out while the victims were still living. You're right, that does sound like ritual murders,
Lemus said. Or sacrificial deaths, Evan replied. They were back in Tbilisi, at a restaurant near the Rustaveli Theater. It was crowded and smoky, but oddly cold, and loud, which was good for them. No one was going to be able to overhear their conversation in all that din. Vast quantities of lamb and the ubiquitous Khinkali dumplings had been set before them, along with tankards of local beer. Upon entering the restaurant, they had gone straight to the bathroom, where Lemus exposed his sore shoulder so Evan could administer the second shot of painkiller. Bringing up the dead had done his shoulder no good. When they emerged, they took one of the last available tables against the wall farthest from the door.
Well then, who the hell are we dealing with?
Lemus said now.
A serial killer? A cabal of cannibals or crazed torturers or something else altogether?
Evan produced a small plastic evidence bag, held it in the palm of her hand. Lemus frowned.
What's that?
Red brick, dust, and rubble. I found it in the cave. Lemus shook his head.
There's nothing made of red brick in the park.
Exactly. I'm thinking this came from the place where the agents were murdered. Lemus shrugged.
Red brick is a common building material. This could be from anywhere.
Maybe, Evan thought. Maybe not. Once again, the mirage of the hideous red brick mansion with its 2 ravens filled her mind, and for just an instant she was back there, being taken inside. She blinked. If only she could remember more. But it was as if a veil had come down over the scene, and then it had vanished entirely.
What's going on? Lemus said. This isn't the first time you've seemed far away.
Nothing, Evan said. Probably just a hangover from the explosion.
Sure.
Lemus's head bobbed up and down, but something in his expression said that he didn't quite believe it.
Frankly, I think it's remarkable you've recovered so quickly. I feel bad I left Brenda still in the hospital.
She's being well looked after, Evan said absently.
I know, Mr. Butler assured me of that, and I trust him.
You should. He has Brenda's best interests at heart. Lemus understood.
I said I was sorry, Louise. What more can I do?
Evan said nothing, and there was nothing to say to that. Either she could forgive Lemus or she couldn't. That was up to her now. The restaurant, ever more crowded, became cacophonous with raised conversations, shouts, hails, and laughter, the weaving of waiters holding heavily laden trays high above their heads, the clink of glasses and silverware. The usual hum elevated to that of the interior of an active beehive.
So, listen. Peter Lemus cleared his throat. Louise Stedman isn't your real name, is it? Instantly, Evan's attention refocused.
What gave you that idea?
I don't look familiar to you. Should you? You're Evan, Lemus said. Evan Ryder.
Lemus's pronouncement was startling, but Evan said nothing, forced herself to put some more food into her mouth. She was now armed with an old but serviceable Beretta with the serial number filed off. On their return from the park, before coming to the restaurant, Evan had made several discreet inquiries in the right part of town. She had left Lemus in the Range Rover while she entered a pawn shop disguised as an antiques emporium. Another discreet all-cash transaction got her the loaded Beretta and 2 extra magazines of ammo. The Beretta, comfortingly, resided under her cloak, stuck in the waistband of her trousers at the small of her back.
I know you are. Lemus plowed on gamely. You've no reason to deny it.
Evan looked up from her food. Why would I lie to you about my name?
Secrecy. It's part of your job. I imagine you often use a false name.
Evan shrugged, went back to eating. What's in a name, anyway?
Plenty.
Evan glanced up at him. Lemus had a pained look on his face. Lemus put down his knife and fork.
I have a confession to make.
It was at that moment the first bullet whizzed past the table and embedded itself in the wall. The shot came from a silenced long gun, a sniper's rifle, the report of which could not be heard over the clamor of the diners. The second came so close Evan could feel the rush of air against the back of her neck before it, too, made a neat hole in the wall. At the same time, she saw 2 muscle men step into the restaurant to stand on either side of the entrance. Their legs were spread at shoulder width, their hands hung loosely at their sides, fingers ever so slightly curled. They were in shooter's stance, ready for anything, and their eyes were on Evan and her companion.
I don't believe anything you say anymore,
Evan suddenly shouted. Lemus, clearly shocked, said,
What are you doing?
Starting a lover's quarrel, Evan told him in a lowered voice. Clearly, Lemus had no experience with long guns, snipers, or anything in the field for that matter. The louder and more violent, the better. No time like the present to learn, she thought. She leapt up.
I know you're sleeping with her, you prick.
She grabbed a plate from the table and, with perfect aim, threw it so it sailed past his head and crashed to the floor. That got everyone's attention.
You're crazy,
Lemus shouted back, getting to his feet in such a way that his chair fell over backward.
You're a crazy woman, you know that.
Crazy, am I? I'll show you crazy.
Evan picked up a fork and darted around the table, raising her hand in the air as if she was planning to bury the fork in her cheating boyfriend's head. Lemus grabbed her wrist and began shouting a string of epithets. The 2 muscle men by the door left their posts and started toward the scuffle, but diners were also on their feet, rushing with glee toward the argument promising to devolve into a bloody battle of the sexes. The muscle men tried to force their way through the widening scrum, but there were too many people in their way, converging on Evan and Lemus. The first to reach them tried pulling them apart. Men were tugging this way and that. In the ensuing melee, an errant punch was thrown, then another. 2 full-blown fistfights erupted, screams and shouts, more people joining in, while the women, standing back on the edges of the fracas, cheered Evan on in her anger at her faithless man, while they craned their necks or held their mobile phones over their heads, taking blind shots. In the widening chaos, the muscle men lost sight of their quarry, even as they made progress, shouldering their way through the tightly packed crowd, and with good reason. Evan had grabbed Lemus with a whispered, "Well done, time for us to go," ducking him away from a flurry of wild punches, quickly worming them both to the rear of the restaurant. "This way." Evan hurried Lemus down a dimly lit corridor that she saw led through the steamy kitchen, where industrial-sized pots steamed, and heavy frying pans burbled with hot oil ladled out from enormous metal cans, and then to the rear door. 3 cooks, 1 older. The other 2 younger assistants toiled away, rushing around as if they each had 4 hands. They were far too busy at their work to even glance up at Evan and Lemus, let alone query them. As the fugitives picked their way through the crowded space, 2 burly men passed through the rear doorway from the back alley that lived behind most restaurants, facilitating delivery and garbage pickup. They came up the short corridor and into the kitchen with weapons drawn. Older Makarovs, but still more than serviceable. Stepping forward, Evan snatched a frying pan out of the cook's grip. Hot oil and dumplings sloshed over the rim. But that was nothing compared with what happened when it collided with the leading man's face. He screamed as the cook and his assistants ducked and scattered, plastering themselves against the huge refrigerator that took up half of the right wall. The second man, elbowing his bent-double partner out of the way, brought his Makarov up, got off a wild shot before he had a chance to aim. That was all Evan needed. She kicked the man in the gut, snatched the lid off one of the pots, and slammed it into his face. The nose split apart, blood gushed, and Evan, stepping into the attack, wrestled the Makarov out of the wounded man's hand. Reversing it, she smacked him just above the ear with the butt, then dumped an open pot of dumplings boiling in heady broth onto him. The man screamed, went down on top of his partner. The 2 were now squarely wedged into the narrow space between the stovetop and the cutting surface. Evan leapt over them. Turning back, she called out to Lemus, "Jump! Jump over them!" Lemus did just that, stumbling a bit as the toe of his boot caught the hunched shoulder of one of the men. His forward boot slipped on the spilled liquid, and if it wasn't for Evan, he would have gone down on top of the 2 writhing men. As it was, Evan had to half-drag him out of the kitchen, down the narrow, foul-smelling corridor, and through the rear door. An old 4-door Lada in a bilious shade of green was parked in the alley. Sprinting around to the driver's side, Evan wrenched the door open, but at that moment, with a high revving sound, a motorcycle turned into the alley ahead of them and came roaring at them. Astride the bike was a slight figure in black leather, a helmet of the same color with the reflective visor down. There was no way to tell whether the rider was male or female, let alone who it might be. "In!" Evan shouted. Lemus did as he was told. The keys were already in the ignition for a quick getaway. The engine coughed to life. "Now hold on." Lemus, in the seat beside Evan, pulled the door closed, but even as he did so, Evan threw the car into gear, reversed back down the alley. The Lada's underpowered engine was no match for the supercharged bike, which continued to hurtle at them with alarming speed. The rider produced a Makarov handgun. Pressing the accelerator to the floor, Evan popped the Lada out of the other end of the alley, turned the wheel over hard. The Lada slewed sideways to the alley. She immediately changed gears and pulled slightly forward so she had a clear view of the oncoming bike and its rider. She was familiar with the model of Beretta she'd acquired, knew its idiosyncrasy, how it would pull just slightly to the left. Thrusting the gun out the car window, she aimed at the rider's left arm, squeezed off a shot. It hit the rider dead center of his chest. He flew back off the bike, which continued to race toward the Lada. Evan backed away from the mouth of the alley just in time. There was a scream of hot rubber meeting metal as the riderless bike sheared off the Lada's none-too-sturdy front bumper. The Lada slewed again. As for the bike, with the front tire shredded, it stutter-stepped into the blank brick wall on the alley's far side, climbing it for a fraction of a second before smashing backward onto the pavement, shattering itself in a hail of twisted metal, glass fragments, smoking bits of plastic, and smoking rubber strips. One of the pieces of metal slammed into the Lada's hood and bounced off the dent it had made. The car rocked wildly on its springs. Lemus was shaking. His face held a greenish tinge. "If you're going to be sick," Evan said, "make sure you do it outside the car." Without waiting for a reply, she opened the door, slid out. "What are you doing?" Lemus called out in a clotted, choked voice. "Get out," Evan said. "Get out now." As Lemus staggered out of the Lada, Evan ran around the front of the car, grabbed him by the elbow, and pulled him to the rear. She popped open the trunk and pointed. "Sorry, get in." "What?" Lemus, half stunned, looked bewildered. Evan manhandled him into the small space, obliging Lemus to curl up in a fetal ball. "Why?" was all Lemus could manage. "Right now, it's the safest place for you. Keep calm. There's plenty of fresh air coming from over the rear seat. I'll be back for you." Then she slammed the trunk. Evan turned away. Before heading into the alley, she checked the Beretta. When the fragment of the motorcycle hit the Lada, it had ricocheted into the handgun. Immediately, she had felt something give on the gun. Now she could see the crack in the barrel. Throwing the useless firearm onto the driver's seat, she picked up a 3-foot length of corkscrewed metal from the wrecked cycle and headed up the alley. Turning into it, she at once saw the rider, flat on his back, one arm flung out wide, the other bent at an acute angle, the hand beneath him. He didn't appear to be breathing, but at this distance and in the low light it was difficult to ascertain what was going on beneath the padded leather motorcycle jacket. She couldn't even tell how much blood the rider had lost. Moving in, Evan kept one eye on the rider, the other on the far end of the alley. She wondered how long it would take for the first 2 muscle men to untangle themselves from the scrum, make their way outside, and perhaps come around back to see if their brethren had had better luck. Part of her knew she should get back in the Lada and get out of there as quickly as possible. But another part, the stubborn, strategic part, wanted to know who these would-be assassins were and who had sent them. She harbored a strong suspicion that fleeing the scene would only bring more of them. Also, she didn't care for being shot at or otherwise attacked. It had happened to her twice now, in the space of as many days. Once was unacceptable. Twice was cause for all-out war. Another reason to... She was only 6 or 7 paces away when the rider rose up like a phantom. His left hand came out from behind his back and fired 3 shots at Evan in rapid succession. 24. General Boyko was just being served a late lunch at his desk. A plate of kielbasa and boiled potatoes with thick, almost stew-like gravy, when his mobile phone buzzed. Because he was concentrating on the wording his staff had come up with for the next set of items of America Desinformatia, he ignored it. But when it buzzed again 30 seconds after it had stopped the first time, he angrily picked up the call without looking at the screen. "What?" he growled. "Yuri." He cut the end off of a kielbasa, stabbed it with a fork, not yet reacting to the near panic in his wife's voice. "Why are you calling me here when I expressly forbade you to? Did you send one of your people to fetch Elena?" "No, why would I?" Oh God! "Stop that and tell me." "Elena is missing," his wife said breathlessly. "What?" Now the panic in her voice, as well as her words, caused him to leap up with such force his lunch plate flew off his desk, crashing to the floor. "What is that you say?" Everyone in the large room outside his office instantly stopped what they were doing, sat still as statues. "Yuri, I went to pick up Elena after ballet class and she wasn't there." "That's impossible." A terrible icy feeling rose in his guts, uncoiling like a poisonous viper. He knew that, with what was going on between him and Gorgonov, it was entirely possible. Although he never for an instant thought that. I mean, Elena was his daughter, for God's sake. "But it is, Yuri, she's gone." Boyko found that he was holding his mobile in a death grip. He took several deep breaths, trying and failing to calm himself. Race's murder was still in the forefront of his mind, sending spikes of rage through him. If anything like that had happened to Elena. She was only 13. He ground his teeth in fury and terror. A sense of overall sickness gripped him, making the world spin around him so that he was obliged to hold onto the corner of his desk in order not to crumple to the floor.
Yuri, Elena's gone!
Then he heard her.
Gone? What do you mean, gone?
Gone. Not missing.
The ballet mistress was very clear. 10 minutes before the end of class, someone came for Elena. That's why I thought you had... Shut up, who came for her? How could she let a stranger... He was GRU, one of your people. He showed her his official ID. That's the only reason she let Elena go, she told me. I can't tell you how upset she was when she... Oh, fuck her. Who? Who came for her? She couldn't remember his name. I mean, she was so upset.
Boyko snapped his fingers, mouthed, "Car, now," to his adjutant, who immediately ran to do his bidding.
I'll go over there myself and shake it out of her.
No, Yuri. The odd thing is he gave her a slip of paper, an address where he said he was taking Elena. He said that's where you were. Boyko pressed his fingers to his temples, which had begun to throb like a second heart.
The address.
He scribbled it down, then disconnected his wife without another word. Boyko's armored SUV was heading southeast at speed, the way cleared by a pair of military motorcyclists, headlights flashing. The three worst neighborhoods in Moscow were clumped together like clods of shit outside the MCAD, the ring road that encircled the heart of Moscow like a moat. The address the kidnapper impersonating one of Boyko's own people had given his wife was in Nekrasovka, an area incorporated into the city only because of its massive waterworks. Like neighboring Kapotnia, a dung heap all its own, very few people wanted to live in Nekrasovka. But many were forced to out of necessity because they worked at the massive water plant or because they could afford nothing better. Then there were the homeless, the drugged-up, disaffected youth, the tattooed gangs that roamed these areas, leaving misery and destruction in their wake. But as the SUV transported the head of the GRU past the MCAD, entering terra incognita for him, these appalling facts were at the very periphery of his mind, relevant only as they pertained to Elena. His daughter was front and center in his attention, not that he had ever spent much time with her, he brooded. He had no patience for infants or toddlers, and why should he? That was what his wife was for. He had more important things on his mind than shoveling shit off his daughter's tiny backside. And as she grew older, frankly, he couldn't remember any of her birthdays. How was it that she was 13 now? When did that happen? At this moment, he felt as if he had been asleep when it came to his children. Elena was the youngest of three. The two boys were off at school in St. Petersburg. He tried to summon up their faces, found only hazy bits and pieces. But again, he felt strongly that this wasn't his job. Wasn't it enough that his wife surrounded herself with photos of them? The children were entirely her sphere of responsibility. But now he realized belatedly it was true, that he felt differently about Elena. She was the youngest, yes, but she was also a girl, more vulnerable. The boys had always been able to take care of themselves. Weren't there a couple of beatdowns they had effected against those foolish enough to bully them? Yes, of course there were. His wife had been upset, naturally, but he had felt only pride in them, had rewarded them against his wife's protests by taking them to the GRU officer's unofficial bordello. "You're a man now," he recalled, telling each one in his turn. "It's time you received a man's reward." "We're close now," his adjutant said from the front seat, interrupting his internal monologue. Boyko felt an involuntary shiver run through him and was instantly ashamed. But this was Elena, his only girl child, the apple of her mother's eye. He could see her face as clearly as if she were sitting beside him. and with an uncomfortable start, realized that she was the apple of his eye as well. If he were to lose her now, he would wreak such holy hell on Gorgonov he'd wish he were dead. Death. Death by drowning. Death by acid bath. Gripped by a dreadful anxiety, he sat forward, on the edge of the back seat. His right knee bounced up and down like a pneumatic drill. He must not think of these things, not now, not ever. He must clear his mind for what was to come. Whatever that was. "We're here," his adjutant said. "This is the address." The driver signaled the escort, and they all stopped in front of what appeared to be a bombed-out tenement on an otherwise leveled block. Behind it loomed the immense bulk of the waterworks. The oldest part had been converted into low-cost housing, but as far as Boyko could see, these buildings were already starting to crumble. He emerged from the SUV. The GRU riders trotted up, handguns at the ready. Boyko held them back. "No," he said. "I'm going in alone." "Do you think that's the wisest option, General?" his adjutant said so softly only his commanding officer could hear. "We have no idea what's inside." "Stay here," Boyko said, and mounted the steps. The truth was he did not want anyone to witness his reaction to what he feared was awaiting him. Up the broken stone steps he went. Pushed through the front door, which long ago had had its lock shot out by God alone knew what band of reavers. The interior was dimly lit by a rear window, half hidden behind a metal staircase that ran up the left side of the vestibule, which was, in any event, narrow and dank, filled with a stinking miasma of rotted food, human excrement, unwashed bodies, and death. Mechanically, he began to move farther into the vestibule, placing one foot in front of the other. He could feel his heartbeat in his throat. He had difficulty drawing breath. "Elena, where are you? Are you here? Are you alive?" He spoke to her in his mind, not daring to utter a word aloud. He passed the staircase, where from an upper step a one-eyed cat, so thin it seemed to be nothing more than a bag of bones, glared down at him with a lambent yellow eye. And then, in the shadowed area under the stairs, he saw it. Big as life. An icy dagger pierced his heart, causing agony beyond description. At that precise moment, something extraordinary happened to him that he had heard about, but had never experienced, and in fact had doubted its existence, putting the stories down to overactive imaginations. As he stared at the wine cask, his mind seemed to leave his body. It was as if he were hovering just below the ceiling, looking down at himself, staring at the wine cask, the very same kind of wine cask that his men had stuffed Gorgonov's whore into. This eerie and unfamiliar dissociative state, incited by his autonomous nervous system, saved him from losing his mind. Elena. Now, at the very precipice of disaster, he remembered seeing her dance, her slim form elongated on point. How elegant she looked, he recalled thinking. How grown up. As she spun, as her partner lifted her into the air, light as a feather, how ecstatic she looked as she landed, his hands on her slim waist, her arms spread like a swan's wings. So beautiful he had felt a pain in his heart. The memory pulsed in front of his eyes like a video repeating over and over again. The hell with the video. He wanted to see her dance in person, see her spotlit on the company's small stage, hear the roar of approval as she and her partner finished their duet. Not to be. He clenched his fists so hard his ragged nails bit into the flesh of his palms, drew blood. The pain felt good, deserved, as if he were already paying penance for her death. Elena, his fragile daughter, his girl child, drowned, her flesh being eaten away by acid even as he stood before her. helpless, weeping as he hadn't done since he was a little boy and had broken his arm. He felt now as he had felt then. Something vital was broken. He had been sure then that it would never mend, and he was sure now this would never mend. He couldn't leave her to rot away a moment longer. With an animal cry, he hurled himself at the cask. With mounting horror, he saw that the end that was now on top wasn't sealed. It had been pried open, then replaced. Nevertheless, in his frantic haste, he broke half his fingernails, levering the end off. He peered in, and his heart nearly ceased to beat. There was Elena, looking up at him with fearful eyes. "Daddy," she said, and rose out of the otherwise empty cask, arms outstretched for him to take her home. 25. A Kevlar vest would surely save your life by stopping a bullet from getting through it, but the impact would be more than enough to knock you off your feet. And depending on where the bullet hit, you could also lose consciousness, which is what had happened to the motorcycle rider Evan had shot. It was likely that the vest was of inferior manufacture as well, because when the rider, having returned to consciousness, rose and fired at Evan, his aim was none too accurate. Evan saw his hand shaking even as she ducked and rolled. All 3 bullets whizzed by high and wide. She came out of the crouch a step away from the rider and landed a trio of powerful strikes to the left side, feeling the crack of ribs on the second and third blows. The rider grunted, offered little resistance when Evan swept the gun out of his hand. But just as it clattered to the cobbled alley, the 2 men who had come into the restaurant from the front burst out of the rear entrance, guns firing. Evan had no choice but to swivel, using the rider as a shield. 2 bullets struck the rider's chest, making the body dance in Evan's grasp. Dropping the rider, Evan leapt at the 2 men. Driving the end of the corkscrewed bike fragment she had managed to hold onto through the throat of the one on the right, she twisted her torso, swept aside the second man's Makarov, giving herself enough time to withdraw the makeshift weapon and slash it sideways. Blood spurted as the metal cracked through the skull, driving shards of bone into the man's brain. He went down like a sack of wet cement. The first man had clutched his throat, to no avail. His hands were frozen in that position as his lungs collapsed for lack of oxygen, and his heart burst under the unimaginable strain. Retracing her steps, Evan hauled the rider up to face her, removed his helmet. A young man with black hair, a sharp nose, and a knife slash of a mouth appeared out of the plastic wall of anonymity. His head was wet with sweat. Lifting one lid at a time, she peered into